Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I want to thank everyone here in the chat for hopping on there with me by the play-by-play today, as our Seattle Seahawks unfortunately got the absolute brakes beat off of them. But nonetheless, we had a lot of people in chat, a lot of great energy, and sorry I had to cut out a little bit earlier, but then thank you to you guys as well for coming over to Bleacher Report as we did the post-game discussion over there, and we had a lot of our folks in the house over there, which was great to see. We are going to definitely have, I think, a good amount to talk up and discuss tonight and go through as far as some various things from this game. I want to lead in at the top of the show here with two distinct places that I just want to touch on. And the reason I want to do that is because I think we're going to have new people coming into the chat, old people coming into the chat. As far as you just start with me on the stream, you will maybe be here 2 hours later. So I just don't want to, there'll be a couple of points of discussion. I'm not super interested in just churning back over and over again. And I'll explain why. If we want to expand it to why, I don't want to go too far into it. I know I'm fine with the chat having a discussion and all that. I just, me personally, and expounding too far in my thoughts past these 2 points, it's kind of where I will stand. One, blame game. Very important coming out of these games. Very important with this team. Very important for many fans' outlook of the team about where to place blame, not only for this given game, but if there's failures going on in the team and where those failures may be and what we may need to do to correct those failures. All getting very, I know, non-specific here, but for good reason. I understand that that's a draw. I understand it's going to be a draw on everyone to find that spot. This is just my perspective on it. And me running the channel and being my perspective on where I stand with it doesn't mean that I expect everyone to be in the same place I am. And what I'll say about it is this. I look at this game from a blame standpoint. I lean to the offense. I lean to 3 parts of the offense that really stand out to me foremost above anything else. Offensive line, it didn't pass protect well. You created no holes in the run game. Offensive coordinator Shane Waldron, you've been uncreative, unimaginative, and your offense is not helping either your offensive line or your quarterback. Third, Gino Smith. Gino Smith absolutely has not been playing well. And there are boneheaded throws in every single one of these games. He's not under control. He's erratic. His decision-making is strange. He's not seeing things very clearly. He's getting very confused when he comes up to the line of scrimmage. Now, how you want to parse the blame out on that? Well, are you putting 40% on Gino, or are you putting 40 on Waldron and then 30 on offense and then 30 on Gino? How does the split work of it? It really does get kind of into a tough game of trying to really split that blame into, like, for instance, saying Gino should be at 60%, the offensive line's at 20, and Waldron at 20. That doesn't exactly feel right. It does feel more along the line of all of those 3 held hands for this crap show today. Everybody did their part for what we saw in the field from that offense. And the offensive performance has been too closely aligned with that recently, which is where we get the concerns as we draw forward. So where it comes first point of subject, which is going to come up over and over in this chat, is it Waldron? Is it the offensive line? Is it Gino? I'm going to be pointing a lot of people back to the top of the show in these opening comments, just because, again, I can only say that so many different times over and over again in so many creative fashions. That's just where I see it. I also expect that there's going to be a very divisive amount of opinions and a very varied amount of opinions on what everyone out there sees and the Seahawks fan base. And that this is one right now where when there are issues with the team, and doing this show on a nearly 4 or 5 shows a week now, doing this for multiple years, and especially in this particular year right now and watching the discourse, what's been very clear to me is that when there does become a blame game point to come up to, when people are wanting to then find that spot of what is failing out, there's a lot of varied opinions about what that may be. So I hope everyone in the chat respects that standpoint, understanding of it. You may be seeing it just super 100% clear, and that you may say, well, it's just Gino, or it's just Carroll, or it's just Waldron, or it's just the offensive line. You may be seeing it clearer than anybody else out there, but this is one of those, from a standpoint of perspective, understanding things, there's a lot of folks that have a lot of varied perspectives on this one about what they see as an issue or there not being an issue at all, which will be some of the other folks who say, hey, we got winning the Baltimore and this was going to be a tough game and yada, yada, which is not the stance that I'm taking on this. I just don't think I can find a way to find which one is more at the head of the stack on the blame side of this, when they're all 3 not doing their job, when they're all 3 not doing their part. If you can't run the ball, if you can't run the ball consistently, you can't run the ball very much. If you can't get third down conversions because you can't convert because your quarterbacks can't find open guys, is he not finding open guys? You're not scheming anything open? Is it not, they're not getting open? Is he not seeing it? It's a place where when you go back through the All-22 tape over the past couple of weeks, one of the reasons I landed this is my assessment, is that's the tale the All-22 has been telling the last few weeks. You might have a play in pass protection where 2 of your guys, 3 of your guys are holding up well, but then 2 get completely beat off the line of scrimmage. And then, and so it's like, well, if you held up partially in some plots, but completely not in these other 2, enough to just disrupt the whole play. So it gets very hard when I've watched the film up until this point, and I've grinded a lot of All-22. All these games I've watched All-22 multiple times over. And it's very hard to just come to one specific thing and say, well, lay it at Gino's feet. He's the one that you have to feel the blame on. He's the one who's got to get Drew Lock in here. He'll correct and fix everything through. So I'm going to say that today fits a little bit more form to that. I'm not letting Gino off the hook, though. He is just as much as equal blame as these other 2 factors. Those other factors don't carry it over the top of him. I've heard Coach Carroll not point to Gino as the issue really in this game and coming out, and I'm glad to see he has his quarterbacks back. I'm glad to see Gino's taking responsibility, but from my standpoint on it, when I look at it, I say, no, it's all 3 of these things that have caused this to come together in this game and for this game to twist this badly in the fashion that it did. There's stuff we can talk about with the defense, which I'm sure we'll discuss here in the chat, that was not great. I'm not trying to completely let them off the hook, but the offense has got to get itself from the non-functional state it's been at going on basically weeks now. You had the opening 3 drives in the Browns game, and then you went to sleep the whole rest of the game, and you managed to pull a drive out at the end of the game. And when you go back for the last couple of weeks, this has been a common factor here at play. They've got to look for and hopefully find some answers. That's just the first thing. So in regards to blame. Second thing, and I'll be very quick with this and we'll get to the chat and your guys' thoughts and where you stand on this game. Gino's not the answer, and we need to go to Drew Lock. I know that this is going to be a thing that's going to be mentioned. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to reference it back to go to 7 minutes, 30 seconds exactly, but I know this is going to be something that's going to be mentioned off a lot. A lot of people are going to have this viewpoint. I get it. Like I say, there's all these perspectives of folks that understand or look at the situation and see this is the problem or that. I can't get to that point of assessing it in that same fashion. Not to say that Gino won't eventually be determined by the end of this year not to be the guy. That may very well be the case. And what I've said through all of this, having Gino's back and being definitely a person that thinks that Gino can play, is capable of playing better, is that this is a full season assessment for me. I was finding people after game 1, after game 2, after game 3, after game 4, just ready to jump off Gino's thing as quickly as they could. And from my standpoint, it was always, what's the rush? Number 1. Number 2, that's a little bit of sample size from what we're seeing right there, especially considering the offensive line woes were at play. Now, you're only down 1 offensive lineman in this game, but last week you pass protected relatively well overall. And so it does come down to now he's starting to not play well, even though there are at least some parts of this thing that are holding up a little bit. Today it was much worse. There was stuff, pass protection was not holding up. He was under siege today, and that's a great Baltimore Ravens defense, no doubt about that. But the next thought that's going to be brought up here, I know in the chat a lot, and I'm going to point you back to on this moment here in the stream, is going to be, let's start Drew Lock. I don't see myself, let's come back to the blame game, because it's not, in my opinion, all on Gino, that there is some blame to parse out to other elements on this team. If you're not setting him up for success, I don't know how Drew Lock, with his track record of not being set up for success and failing in that environment, means that he suddenly now in this environment succeeds when he's having a lot of the same conditions set up here that were set up for him back at Denver. You can say, well, a change doesn't hurt, or it can't be worse, I guess. The thing about making a quarterback change from my standpoint of it is that you want to make a quarterback change because you know it's going to be a better decision to do so. Your quarterback is the leader of your team. If you're going to say this guy's not going to be our guy, you better be very sure that that's where you stand. And there's going to be a draw out of this game for many, like I say, that want to have the backup quarterback out there playing. I get it. I understand it. I just don't think he's going to be particularly better. And I didn't ever think that Drew Lock was going to be some starter of the future for us anyway on this. He did have a chance to beat out Gino in the quarterback battle. He didn't beat him out. That's the way that played out. Now, quarterback of the future, this is the whole thing with the Gino thing too, is if you determine after this year, Gino's not the guy, it doesn't change any of our approach going through this year to let him play, to let it play out. Because then you're going to make your draft. We're going to make it that point. You're going to know exactly how high in the draft, I guess, you're going to want to have to go if you can trade up, though Snyder never has in a first round. So I know there will be a pull from those who want the Drew Lock side of it. There'll be probably many of you. I'm just not myself in that spot. Hopefully that explains maybe why I'm not in that necessarily realm of it. Drew's a talented kid, but he's not Superman back there. And I don't think it would take full on Superman back there, but I think it would take kind of a guy that can elevate those guys around him in his level of play. And I don't think Drew Lock has shown that up until this point. But that's where I see just those two items. We'll see where you guys stand on the rest of the game. I'm interested to see where the chat's sitting on this one and where the chat goes with it. But just when it comes to those two particular things, that's where I stand. I know there will be some difference of opinion on this, and I completely respect that. Stuart says, what do you think of Leonard Williams trade now? Cost well spent or another waste of resources? It's hard, Stuart, to make that kind of determination off of one game for me. I guess maybe in the spirit of your question, you're saying, you made the trade because you thought you were a contender. This game now tells you you're not a contender. So the trade then, i.e., would be bad kind of regardless of what Leonard brings. I think we've got to let the whole season play out with this one and see where it all ends up lining up and falling in at to figure out where that one goes. But if the team offensively, if they're going to play like this through the rest of the year and, he ends up walking for nothing at that point, then, certainly that's going to be probably the case of what we look at it on. I still will maintain I like the aggressiveness of the trade because I want a team to go for it if they've made the assessment that they think they are a contender. I didn't think that they were going to get completely having their doors blown off this week. I don't know that they thought that was going to be a possibility either, but it just sort of, let's let it play out. Let's make sure that he doesn't get retained on a contract extension. Let's see how he plays through the course of the year, because we can't assess how he played today. Just that you brought him on midweek, you're going to limit his snap count, and you're going up against a hell of a Ravens team at the same time. It's maybe not going to get our best view of Leonard and what he brings to the table. Flag says, boy, oh boy. Yeah, here we go. Geez, Taco, here's my take. Gino isn't a bad quarterback when he has time. He cannot get through his reads fast enough due to the O-line play and maybe his mental sharpness with age. You would usually change the play calling to cater to more quick options, but it doesn't change. Waldron. Too many runs up the middle instead of east and west to stretch the line. Where are the tight ends? The defense is playing admirable and keeps getting gassed due to being on the field too much. I can't find anything in there that I don't ultimately 100% agree with here, Cheese Taco. I see myself all the way down the line agreeing with you on that. Certainly, I think that Gino can carve up a defense if you give him that time in the pocket to throw, and he's not getting that time, and that's showing you the worst version of Gino. Will we get to a point this year where the line's going to give him time? I would love to think so, but you're going to have some pretty vicious defensive lines and pass rushes coming up. And, another part of this that's really worked from an issue standpoint is even if the line gets healthier, a lot of what the defenses are doing are these stack fronts where they're bringing up a lot of guys at the line of scrimmage. And that's definitely sending Gino into some confusion as well. Pop Cardi says, need better play calling. Amen. Kelly says, hey, B, can we discuss why Ken Walker had such success early in the season with all of his touchdowns? I know Bradford was playing well, but since the last few, our run game has completely deteriorated. Bradford's lost out there. He was your best run blocking offensive lineman this year by far, Kelly. So I think his loss just in that area of the game, you felt. I'm trying to think about the touchdown runs he had and maybe there were being a common thread between them. I don't know if I can find a lot within that. You got one from like the 2-yard line, another one he busts, I think, from like the 7. I would just say, Kelly, if we take away the just merely the touchdown runs and look at the runs in general with both Walker and Charbonnet, I think it really comes down to just you can't consistently open holes for your running backs right now. And if you were looking at the Seahawks rated on a 32-team scale, we're probably about 29th in the NFL in actually opening up holes for our running backs. And there's just, if you aren't doing that, there's only so much those guys can do. I think that they are at times getting very creative and finding holes, like Charbonnet to run this where penetration in the backfield, gets away from that, averts through the first guy, gets down and turns it into a 5-yard gain, which isn't going to look incredible in the stat column, but it should have been a negative 1-yard gain. The backs are definitely excelling past what the line's giving them. And it's a testament to them just getting sometimes even back to the line of scrimmage with how some of this blocking is holding up, which is to say it's not. So Badford definitely probably would help out there. Haynes, much like Damian Lewis, is having a very disappointing free agent year. Usually the thing in football that you can count on is you're going to get the best version of a player heading into a free agent season. And instead, these guys are kind of playing as the worst version of themselves. I'll give them, maybe it's a little bit of the injury, which I know that they've both been struck by. But whether it's that or not, it's causing the results to be that on the field. Nicholas says, normally I defend Gino, but not today. He got paid. He's got to perform. Yeah, I think I'm definitely been an ardent supporter as well, and I do think he needs to play better. I do agree on that. Megan, thank you for reminding me. Please hit that like button for me, please, if you do like what you're watching. Kelly says, and I'm just trying to make it make sense. I know how we're scoring touchdowns, so we'd have to be in the red zone, but just general run game, I feel like it can't be this bad, and I don't blame Ken or Charbs. Nor do I, Kelly, and I see it the same way. You do need to get in the red zone to get the opportunities to do that stuff. The team at times, Kelly, is also on top of having a hard time able to consistently run. There's times in the red zone I can point to you snap after snap where they're just not able to get any yards in the red zone at all. And then they start falling into this pass-happy approach because they know they can't run. It's a troubling aspect of this team to watch. As was said above by Cheese Taco, especially the east and west runs, the no-fly sweeps, the lack of pitch plays, everything being hammered up into the A and B gaps of the offensive line. Strange as well. Team doesn't seem to trust the speed of its offensive linemen to get out in space and hit those blocks, which are kind of elemental to this scheme. And we just keep coming back to we've really kind of adopted a McVay scheme here without adopting really the best parts of it. Guys, is like, how can we look at this? How can we look at this incompetent and the running 5-yard screen on 3rd and 15? Like, why not try to throw it down the field? I guess no one was open. I don't know. Horrible protection today. Yeah, on 3rd and 15, when you run a play like that, Kelly, what you're really signaling is we don't trust our pass protection. They had a reason not to. There was a play, we had Gino at the end of the half in a 3rd and 21, and he's trying to drop back there, Kelly, to hold the line to let the play develop. He's got to give it an extra beat, and the guy comes through and strip sacks him, and so you just don't have the pass protection for those long developing plays to get running. But the key on that one to me were that Kelly is staying out of those 3rd and 15s. Doing the work you need to get done on 1st and 2nd down to put yourself up into 3rd makeables. Sip to Tally, how you doing? Sorry, a little late. Probably acknowledging I got on a rant, man. But thank you for chopping it up with me this last week. Had a great time with you. Congratulations to your Ravens. You guys gave it to us today. So we got a lot of wounds to lick. A lot of wounds to lick on this one, Coach. But you should be real proud of your Ravens team, and that's a Super Bowl contending squad, in my opinion. I mean, I know you beat my team, but it's how it feels right now. It feels like a complete team that can kind of beat you in every way a little bit. But it's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing good. I'm sure you're happy. Brandon says it's a domino effect of those things mentioned, but let's start at the inception with Waldron. Waldron's been very strange to me. I'll have usually an explanation where I can say, I think this is happening because of that. I understood a little bit early in the year you were hamstrung a bit by your protections and how you had to do that to overcome for how many injuries you had on the offensive line. But as they've now rounded more into shape, I would think we'd see more of a opening flurry of what Waldron has in his playbook, not a lessening, not a thinning of the playbook. But that's how it kind of does feel. As I say, you got 2 bubble screens in this game. No other screens aside from that, despite the fact the Ravens ran a healthy amount of blitzes, especially for the first 2 quarters and a half. No real short throws, not a lot of rollouts, not a lot of play action passes. And I definitely sit there myself and just wonder why with Waldron. It would be one thing if we had just 2021 and then he did nothing last year with Gino, and then this year was just kind of more the same. But you had a good, hearty 12 games of when the offense was healthy and rolling, where he was showing you his capabilities. And that's why his star was getting brighter and brighter out there. But it's regression this year. Both Gino and the offensive coordinator have regressed up until this point. There's certainly time to fix it, though. This isn't finalized, but hard to see when you can't even stand on the field with this other team when you first get your true test out there. A measuring stick moment. You just can't hold up on it. Aiden Ward says people are acting like we're first NFL team this year or whatever to get blown out. It's move on and get to play Washington next week. Yeah, we'll definitely move on after tonight, Aiden. I've got one B&B show post-game wrap-up I do, but, the post-game discussion will obviously still be a little bit centered around this game. I mean, that's, and what we're trying to do, too, on this, Aiden, is when we're looking at this game, is there things that we're taking from other games that bear into this game? I mean, as nice as it is to be in 5-2 in first place coming into this game, you also look at the schedule and you go, okay, you had 3 backup quarterbacks play you through those first opening games. Okay, you haven't exactly, had the hardest road. The Detroit game was certainly an impressive win to pull off. I'm not going to even try to pull anything back with that, but at the same point in time, this was a point where you now are going to get a firm challenge for the first time to see where your team was at. And as I talked about in leading up this game, Aiden, I didn't think there was going to be a win here. I wasn't predicting a win, but I certainly thought you could stay with them at least into the fourth quarter. And it looked pretty much about after the first quarter here that you were not going to hold up on either line of scrimmage. And that's the part that I think has people disconcerted, because that's going to carry on in the future, because the opponents are not going to be like how they started out the opening, part of the season. They're going to be a lot more akin to the tough opponent you had to deal with today. And so it'll be more potentially of these kind of matchups and hits and all of that type of stuff. Addis, I'm heartbroken right now, but the season isn't over yet. Also, I made my point. Gino wasn't the main problem. It's Waldron. No, I can't necessarily stick to just Gino being the problem, and it does hard for me to disassemble between what's what and who's who and where does full blame go and how does it break down that. It just both need to be better, that's for sure. And there is still time to right this ship. There's still almost half a season left. So where we're at now doesn't mean it needs to be where we're going to end. That's for sure. Stuart, hopefully Waldron gets a head coaching job, forcing a change at OC. I don't know if he's getting a lot of offers after today. Jeffrey, I'm curious to see the percentage of Baltimore blitzes this game because it felt like they blitzed every play, how fast they got to Gino. Yeah, I saw the same thing, Jeffrey. I think they ran a healthy amount of blitzes today. And then when they didn't, they did a good job of now not just throwing a front four at you. What they did instead is they threw a bunch of stacked fronts. So even when they weren't blitzing, it seemed like they were blitzing. And it became very hard for not only Gino, but the offensive line and their protections to determine how do we roll these protections? Where are we sliding it? And it felt like Baltimore was able to get us to slide protections the wrong way we wanted to go and get Gino to make a pre-snap read, which was not the post-snap way that it played out. And it just sort of foobarred up the whole offense. Abel Gurma says, how we play good, then play terrible, like two different teams. It's third youngest roster in football. You're going to get a lot of inconsistency with that. There's other factors at play here too, but that's a big part of it, I think, with it. It would, and also the challenges at play, the varying challenges and how hard, Cleveland at home with PJ Walker at quarterback and no Nick Chubb versus Baltimore on the road, fully stacked, Lamar running strong, mid-season-ish territory where he's at. It's two different challenges. Daniel says, hey, what's up, Daniel? Stuart? Oh, sorry, you're responding to me. Joe, time to work through our S together as a Hawks Nest family. Laughing out loud. Who needs a hug or a beer? I need a hug and a beer. Maybe a shot too, Joe. All of it. Steve Carpenter, the Hawks lost. Not a big deal against the best team. Not as a Hawks fan that still has faith. No Kleenex for me, but you naysayers get a case each. We knew this was probably the outcome. Let's go, Steven. Love the positivity, man. Appreciate you. What's up, Ian? Thank you for reminding. Please hit that like on the stream. And my pleasure, man. We gotta have this place. Chop it up, figure it out. We get moved on. Nick says he takes blame but doesn't seem to change. I stand by Gino, but come on. Got to get things cleaned up, Gino. I appreciate him taking blame too. I do like that in my quarterback, that I do think he's not just saying that, but got to fix it now. That's right. It's the key part of the taking the blame. Raven for Life. We made Gino look like who he is, really just an average quarterback. We'll see this season. We'll see this year, but well played on your team's part. That says we need to talk more about Waldron more than Gino. I think there's a lot to unpack on both. But Waldron, we've got to go through this stuff with where he's at and why he's so seemingly stifled in his playbook. Why has he taken the McVay playbook and ripped out 60% of it and said, I'll make it work with just 40%? Jordan, where we sit in our division now? I mean, technically we're tied. I forget who has the tiebreaker advantage. Steve says, we love the Hawks because they won. We blame them for losing. Well, Steve, I just with what we try to do here with the channel on my side of it here is we just try to get into the depths of when we lose and when we win. When we win, we discuss how we won and why we won and what made the win happen. When we lose here, we unpack the loss and we try to figure it out, make it happen. As I said on this, man, there's a lot of more depth to this than going to the simplistic. And I guess if we're trying to maybe look at what this channel is and what I try to accomplish here, it's to get to a little bit more depth on any given situation. I think too, there's an expectation from some fans out there that every fan needs to react to every loss and just take it in stride. And if they do anything short of that, they're being childish or they need to grow up. I think that's a little bit of a fair outlook for people. You want them to care. You want them to be emotionally invested in the team, but then you want them to only have the certain emotions you want them to have when you want them to have it. I think that that's a little bit unfair. People are going to have a hard time over a tough loss. You just got the doors beat out of you 37-3. You just got embarrassed. That's the reality of it. Doesn't mean the season's over with. Doesn't mean that it's doom and gloom. Doesn't mean that there isn't still a potential that this team can find a contending status this season. I don't mean that as empty talk, but it does mean it was a bad loss. It does mean that there's going to be some tough things to unpack on that. And this is that road we get to sometimes where people go, just be optimistic. Just be optimistic at every turn. Just do the optimistic thing. That's not really being honest. It may give the warm and fuzzy feels out there, but it's not really being honest. And a lot of the issues I'll bring up and talk about, or the people will bring up in here, have to do with issues that go back on this team. And when we're looking at trying to look at this deeper, part of what we're doing is looking at going, okay, are these issues and things here stuff that's going to just hold us back not only into this season, but in the long term? Are these issues that can prevent us from getting to a Super Bowl, for instance, in the discussion of Gino? This is why I say I understand all the positions on it. Is he a guy that can take you to a Super Bowl? I think it's a great, honest question to ask. Not saying this answer has to be that way or that, but it's a question where we got to consider it. So we consider these losses, we consider where this team goes and how they get to where they're going. It's part of what tells us to what we can expect in the future. And the place they're trying to get to is get to that contending status. Can they get there this year? And with the opponents you've had to play and the schedule you've had stacked up, you haven't had really that test yet to know, even though we find ourselves about halfway into the season. And you got your test today and you got lapped, unfortunately. So I don't know if the expectation is that people are just supposed to always just applaud no matter the result. And from some on that, really, it's an emotional sport. People care, man. And if people are going to care, sometimes they're going to react with a little bit of, emotions. And it's okay. People will get over it. And it doesn't make anybody less of a fan if they do, or that they don't care as much, or they don't support the team as much. It just means they care. That's just my outlook on it. Robert, this is totally on the offense. 6 first downs, 151 total yards. 1 for 12 on third down conversions. Time of possession 2-1 in favor of Baltimore. Did not adjust to the Baltimore defense. Fantastically put, Robert. Fantastically put. And that's the bottom line. And that's a bottom line that I tend to agree with. Indeed it is. I'm a little bit behind on some donations. Mr. Official, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says 4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, last 4 games. Numerous turnover-worthy balls. Skipping balls into the dirt. Hard to see how this is anyone's fault but Gino's. Yeah, that's where I come down, as I say, on the top of the Sanchez, where I'll go 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the stream. I gave a super expansive answer on this with should we go to Drew Lock? And I know there'll be people that have that feeling like yourself, that that's what you'd like to see. And I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to push back on it too hard, because at this point, I don't know if it makes a big difference to me one way or the other, to be honest with you. But I do come back to the play calling and the offensive line's pass protection have also been 2 big parts of this puzzle. And if we're just going to Gino, we're disincluding those 2 parts that have been part of what's made the offense not work and not run very well throughout the course of this year. And if we're doing that and then expecting we're going to throw Drew Lock into those same conditions but have different results on the other side of it, as I said here at the top of the show, He was put into conditions that were actually, let me put this as clear, he was put into more favorable conditions in his first time starting there at Denver than he would be for what's functioning in this offense. You can say he had maybe more playmakers in Denver, but he's also had more of a consistent ground game he got to utilize when he was quarterbacking there in Denver, which he is not going to have right now, which has not been consistent throughout the course of any one of these football games. And so if you have kind of a situation that if I have a quarterback that's not that superhero type of quarterback that maybe you referenced that believe that's what we need to go get, package 4 first rounders to go get this guy. If neither Drew Lock nor Gino Smith are really that guy in that way, they're good quarterbacks, they're functional quarterbacks, they get the job done, then you're putting to me a Drew Lock in the same kind of conditions as you've had with Gino Smith that he's not excelled at, that he's having some failure points at within as well. And that's where I come back to go, I don't think that you're going to have any better success. The backing being it wasn't there at Denver when he was there, and he might have had a better conditions there to be set up for success than he's going to be given here. Just my outlook on it, but as I will say with the Sanchez, you're not alone. There's many that feel that way. I'm not going to pull my hair out if the team wanted to announce that that's the change that they want to make. But I do still have overall it doesn't really, if it doesn't make much of a difference, then does there need to be a change? If we're just making the change because we say, well, it can't get worse, well, it possibly could. I don't know if that's the case either. But I appreciate where you're coming from. I thank you for your donations and all your donos today on the stream. And we'll acknowledge, again, there are many people that are going to feel that way and be in the camp that you find yourself with that on. Al Genius, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for that, Al. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. And thank you for coming aboard. William Leonard has been a member for 19 long months. Thank you, William, for that long time support. Sigh. Welp. We're still 5-3 record. I wonder if Carroll makes executive decisions from here on out like he did with the 2020 second half of the season. Be interesting to see. Be interesting to see how he plays this along. It's a young team, and I do trust in Carroll him to know how to guide usually a young team through these troubled waters. But will be interesting to see across the board here adjustments that are going to be made. How does Gino adjust in cleaning up his game and removing these boneheaded plays? Getting cleaner, and not necessarily having to be super productive, just get cleaner in your play. How does Waldron find, back that creative vibe he used to have? How does he dislodge this writer's block he's got? We'll see. And how does Carroll kind of get them back after a tough loss like this? I think Carroll's program does a good job of helping you turn the corner very quickly on this one, but we shall see. Femi, thanks for the $5 donation. Says, hey B, you got to pay to be a troll anyway. Maybe if me and you become cheerleaders, we could get this team to play better and we'll be bouncing back next week. Yeah, maybe that would be what it takes. They just need more backing of the fan base. Appreciate you, Feed Me. It's good to see you in the chat too, bro. But yeah, we're never trying to be super negative here. And I think you'll find us, if you're new on the chat and new in the live stream, these post-game discussions, I'm going to be overwhelmingly usually positive about this team, but not because I'm blindly so, but because I actually believe it. I believe in the direction they've taken. I believe in the drafting they've taken. I believe that they've also taken some slight steps in certain things that have also been issues over time. But taking those couple steps forward over the past year and having this year start out where you're taking then 2 steps back are not progress. And when it comes to the offense this year, we've got kind of 2 steps back more than we're taking the progress from last year. We're a more talented team this year. We look much worse and kind of in both the pass and the run. And we're just trying to understand that and get an explanation for that. Thank you, Feed Me. 12-man topics. Here's my thing. I'm starting to get the feel that they're trying to justify Gino's money too much. Gino's a good quarterback. He doesn't need to be benched. We just need to stop forcing the issue. It's well said. Well said. And I think that I've certainly felt like there's a justification trying to get, for instance, JSN featured more into this offense. And maybe that they're trying to also with Gino, especially last week. I mean, you had a 3-to-1 pass to run rate very deep into that game. And you're going, why aren't we trying to run a little bit more, especially when you had some big runs from your running backs in that one? Abel says, Gino can play elite, but some days it's not clicking. I love it, man. That's a great way of putting it. Robert says, this is totally on the off. Oh, sorry, Robert, I read that. Stewart says it was an unequivocal evisceration. 12th man says, can't establish the run game with 13 carries between our two best backs. It was inconsistent today because we made it that way. Even if we only draw 3 yards an attempt, stick to it. I am with that. I am with you on that 12th man. And I mean, especially last week, and most of this year often 12th man, I think it has been that way where you are just bailing way too fast on the running game. One thing I do wonder about is that you are like 1 of 12 today on third downs. And eventually you've got to convert some third downs in there in order to get back to being able to run the ball a little bit. But look, one place of finding maybe a solution here going forward is more of a commitment to the running game. We're going to be in a complete agreement on that. That is the best method here going forward. Or that'd be a great method going forward. It limits Gino down on the volume of attempts. It makes those defensive lines have to play it more legitimate where they don't just pin their ears back 24/7. It will help for all that. But you do got to convert some of those third downs too then. Dog, the difference is the Ravens prepared for this game. Pete did not. Went in with the same vanilla offense. Tried to run up the middle. Tried to throw long. No adjustments. Well put. Yeah, definitely got out chess matched in this one. We got checkmated about 3 quarters in. Steve says, no blame for anyone. Let's look to the next game and talk more positive if they win. S happens. See, the only thing, Steve, with the S happens, or you're going to lose sometimes, is if it's a one-off or the reasons for why you won were a one-off. But a lot of the problems and issues that have been hampering this team a little bit, that got a little bit covered up, for instance, by, like I said, those backup quarterbacks you got to play, and I think we had the 3rd easiest schedule in the NFL according to the numbers. So it didn't exactly tell you a true tale of who the team was. And I think that's what we're just trying to get an assessment of, where expectations should be for this team. Because at the end of the day, you are in year 2 of a rebuild. And if it is year 2 of the rebuild and the team doesn't reach the heights this year, it doesn't mean that there's got to be calls necessarily for firings. That could be where we come to, but it doesn't necessarily just mean that in itself. It means you're looking for growth from the team and the development of it. One of the places, Steve, within the development is the offense. You had an offense like was being, referenced above by a dog watcher here. You had an offense under a guy like Schottenheimer, for instance, power run, hammering the A and B gap runs, trying to take deep shots over the top, and that was your simplistic way you wanted to apply your offense with Russell Wilson. A lot of that was based on Russell being able to do Russ magic and scramble away and go out there and be a magician. But that was your offense. It wasn't motion-based. Bubble screen was nothing. No screen game to be spoke of at all. The intermediate game, not to be spoke of at all. The middle of the field, not really. It became very simplistic. And so when you're looking for Waldron to be brought on from the Rams, you're looking for him to bring in the sort of complexity that McVay brings, the modernization of the offense. And this year, I do agree with some of the assessments in here. It's been more of the simplified, toned down, bare bones offense. It's like taking Sean McVay's book of an offense and tearing out all these pages, and then you're left with this. And that's not going to be enough going into the future for this team to reach into a contending status. But as I said, that's just kind of where I stand with it, Steve. I understand where you're at with it. There's certainly folks that push on just stay positive, stay positive. I love the value of positivity. I do. I like the value of truth and trying to look to the deeper realms of the team as well, which sometimes then requires you to have to go into places that aren't always positive, but can still be fruitful. Ray, you was low-key hating on the Ravens. Don't ever doubt us. I was low-key hating on the Ravens? I don't know about that, Ray. I don't know about that. Man, I don't know. I don't know how you came to that assessment. I said that this is the toughest game on our schedule remaining, and we got the Eagles, the Niners, the Cowboys. Said by far this is the toughest one. I predicted it would be a loss for us. Now I got us only losing by 3 points, but I thought we were a lot better team than we showed today. So I don't know. I thought I gave some credit. 12th, why can't Waldron call plays to counter the blitz? We couldn't handle the blitz all game. Right now, Waldron, and it's hard to know which is what on this. Waldron or Gino seem to have an answer for the blitz at this point. The stack fronts are giving them hell, and there doesn't seem to be a call adjustment that they can go to. There was one moment in this game where Gino recognized the blitz. He then countered the call in the blitz, but then the Ravens, you saw Roquan Smith raise his hand and then counter Gino's counter. But then Gino just kind of stuck with his original counter and rolled with the play. The problem is the Ravens had dropped out of the blitz at that point, and then they had the coverage then right into the heart of where Gino wanted to throw the ball. So just that's that chess match part of it. I think that you just didn't get on top of on really either side of the ball in this one. Nate says, Dobbs put 20 in AZ with that offensive line, and all Gino can do is get 3. It's a Waldron and Gino problem. I hope we move on from Gino soon. You won't be alone. I think it's a dual problem, dual issue. Nicholas, Gino has got to go next year if we want to be competitive anytime soon. I think I say not alone. 12th man, way too off schedule all game. Too many third down and long situations. The defense is fast, aggressive, and deceptive. Need to land in a better margin for play action usage. Agreed on all accounts, man. On all accounts. Inconsistency on those early third downs and those third and longs. That's just 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. You're already having a hard time. You're already one of the league least teams at being able to convert on third downs. You put yourself in those situations, it's almost just, there's no chance, it feels like at times. But the play action usage was another strange one to this one. I was expecting a little bit more of the, under center play action. They go away from it a lot of times too. Another one where I don't know why. Man says, also believe the defense played outstanding all the way to the half, but when you're on the field for over 40 minutes, you're going to fall apart. Yeah, well said. I saw it the same way. I think if you have offense more consistent in that second half, second quarter even, they can hold in there and lock in there a little bit longer. Well, Ian Grenade says, Pete in his presser said he is worried about Gino's turnovers. He isn't? Or is? I think he meant he isn't. Seemed like he was downplaying it in the presser. I might not have saw the whole presser on it, though. I got to admit. Drebe, this honestly reminds me a lot of the last time we played the Ravens at home. This also gives the same vibes as week 1. This team isn't done. If we win and Detroit loses next week, we're 2nd or 3rd. We're not done yet, Drebe. And that's where there is the positivity that's not empty positivity for going forward. You still have a very stacked offense. You still have a defense, I think, that can play really strong to some of the best football out there in the NFC this year. The special teams is still part of this team. We got still a lot we can build upon. And there's a couple games coming up, these next 2 games, for this team to right the ship, find its footing, find its offensive creative footing, Gino to find his clear decision making, and that hopefully they can take advantage of that. To find that footing. But it ain't over yet. Still got half a season left to go here. Nate says, Gino hasn't been good since last year. It's time we move on, but question is, would it hurt our caps next season? You're definitely going to take some dead money by moving on from Gino if you decide to do that after this season, but it's not going to, you've set it up in a way that if he came back this year and completely did not step forward and give you a performance like he did last year, that you would put yourself in a position to extricate yourself if you would want to. So it would cost a little bit of chunk, but they could find a way if they really wanted to. It's not going to completely devastate. And Steve, I do just ask, I understand you're asking people to be positive and then insult them is probably not going to get the returns you're looking for by going that method. I understand I've tried to explain my thinking to you and maybe just it's not landing, but we're just trying to chop it up and talk it over, man. This will be turned over and I'm sure we'll be in a much better state after a few days on this. I think people are being pretty kind and good on this. I don't know if maybe you're trolling on it a bit on this or something, but this is what we do here, man. So if you're new on the chat, I've been doing this 4 years. This is how this chat runs. This is, good, bad, indifferent, in between. We're going to talk it up and we're not going to avert our eyes here. We don't go look away from the bad. Don't talk about the bad. I'm not in that mode. As I say, there's a lot of Hawk channel fans there's a lot of Hawk channels you can go out there and find, a multitude where it's nothing but palm waving. I never created this channel 4 years ago in wanting to do that. I will happily support this team. I love their decision making. I haven't said I'm looking at anybody fire or anything else. I'm not looking for Gino to be benched. So I'm still very much in a positive mindset of it, but I can do two things at once. I can be positive and still find the critiques within this team and find them very valid from what I'm hearing from my own chat here. But that's what we do here, Steve. That's what makes this separate this channel from a little bit of your ordinary channel, where I know that's a little bit of the machinations of what you normally get, is that those channels just stay positive. Just, where's our pom-poms? How can we raise them quick? We just don't quite do that here. It's not quite my speed with it. You know what I mean? Groucho guy says, I really don't know how to feel about Gino. I think I find myself where you're at a little bit with that. Though I'm not in the place of looking to pull or anything, I expected a lot better play from him this year. And he's had a hard time up against it. It's not all been just him. It's been the lack of wall. This is, again, it's the three-sided head to this, where it's a poor offensive line pass protection and Waldron's scheme not calling the best of games. And then Gino not playing also well within it. Yeah. 12th man, agree with what you're saying, Brandon, but that's our style. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not, but our backs need those attempts. Agree with you. And look, that's where are the tangible ways that you can find a way pushing this forward of improvement points on the offense, leading it at the head of the stack, 12th man, with more rushing attempts to these very talented running backs. More of a time of, even if it's in that predictable thing, as much as I hate that, do it anyway. Yeah, I think that's a really solid answer going forward. That's the right way of going forward with it, is just lean into these backs. Get him down in there and rush more rushing attempts to the edges. By God, let's get some more pitch plays. Let's get some more, outside zone runs. Dare I ask for, with Eskridge back now? I thought his presence might be a little bit more fly sweeps. Let's get some more of that in there too. Hippico's on fire. Let's go Flock Nation. Congratulations, Hippicos. Well played game on your guys' part. You got a hell of a team. Mike Skinner says, Waldron needs to go. Bottom line, I've seen enough of him. If I get a season full of this, Mike, if I got to go through a season where he can't find his footing at any point as a play caller with this amount of talent, there are 29 different offensive coordinators in this league that would be salivating to be able to work with what Waldron's able to work with here. And I would think that they would be sitting there telling us that we could actually get a lot more out of that. But let's give him the year. Let's see where he's at. Let's see how he goes, where this plays to. Bruce, I always like Gino, but he's washed. I do too. And we'll see on that one. As I say at the top, there'll be a good amount of folks in this lane of things. Megan says, if we were to replace Waldron, who would get sorry, Megan, who would we want get? I think it's more about the commitment, really, than it is about who you get. What offense do you want to run? Megan, do you want to run that old style of offense of 2017, as I talked about, with A and B gap runs, with a lack of any horizontal rushing attack, with a lack of any kind of yak additions built in, high prevalence of leaning on trying to throw it deep? I think you got to get away more into the modern approach of things, which is kind of the opposite of what I'm saying, that they're kind of going with the offense right now. So if it's that Waldron can't execute that, you got to find somebody that can. And it's really beyond a single person. It's about the commitment to it. Because as we saw today with the Ravens, is that they were on every play. It was, I know it's the elder Harbaugh brother that's being accused of the cheating stuff out there at Michigan, but it felt very much in this game like the Ravens knew every play that was coming. And they were on every check, on every play. They were flowing it every time in the right direction where it was going. We got to modernize. Mike Pete Carroll would come up with a better game plan, to be honest, as an offensive coordinator. Space, our defense was on the field for 40 minutes. That's brutal. Yeah, you're not going to win with your. It's hard. That's why it's hard, even though I know the defense do have their share of some bad, horrible moments in this game, and it gets hard to put a lot of the blame down on their shoulders on this one, considering where the offense was at. Brian Myers, Brandon, comment during the game about the differences between Waldron's call in LA and Seattle, and in Seattle, spot on. Pete's fault. Well, what we know about, because a lot of that's the guessing game part of it, Brian, and thank you. A lot of that's the guessing game here, where we go back to the first year that Waldron was here, and you're halfway into the year, and Carroll was talking about his assessment of Waldron and where he was at. He's like, yeah, he's fitting in. He's doing really good. He's really open to a lot of the stuff that we've done prior. And you can go look this up. There's a quote, I'm sure you can Google search up there on Waldron's first year, Coach Carroll's assessment, and you go, wait, what? Well, at the moment you went at that time, wait, Carroll, don't, hold on. Wait, what? What'd you say? The point of moving on from Bevel, moving on from Schottenheimer was to modernize the offense, to update the approach. Because remember with Schottenheimer, the word on the street was that he inherited 70% of his playbook when he walked in the house. So the last offensive coordinator, you didn't exactly just let run his scheme. So bringing in Waldron was supposed to be, okay, McVay's been hammering my defense for years. I'm going to use that to my advantage now. Let me bring on one of his disciples. Let me have one of his disciples preach the word in the exact way. And that disciple is now suddenly gone Catholic. Or that they're Catholic with brothers. The brothers are Catholic. They flipped up the whole message from what they came from. And you go, well, why'd you do that? What's converted you over to this different style? And is it Coach Carroll's, he's really open to doing the things that we like to do thing? Is it that? And on this, I don't know, Brian. I don't. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Because a big part of playing the Rams is this. You get the same kind of formation over and over again, but they run every little different variation out of that formation. And so as a defense, you're never really sure of where the ball is going prior to the snap. Did anybody feel like today, or has felt like this offense over the course of this year, that those defenses don't know exactly where the ball is going or where the routes are being run to? And that's the part that just does stand out to me in the difference of what Waldron came from what he's been as offensive coordinator, and then the whys of that, which I don't have an answer for necessarily, but it does kind of exist. 12th man says, in another note, don't forget the Ravens team played the Lions the same way. I don't believe this is an indication of future decline. We just have to play our true game. Yeah, I agree. They also blew the doors off the Lions in that one, that's for sure. I think there's maybe an argument to be made. We're in that good range of the NFC. There's few good teams. There's one or two maybe great teams. And that maybe we are more in that track of being good teams like you might put the Lions. This plays 12. The team consistently won in the trenches. 90% of the team's issues would vanish. We are limited in what we can do because we are constantly trying to work around a weaker line. Well said. Yeah, I think both lines got beat today. GG Killicam. GG. Drebe, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, Drebe, a little bit late on acknowledging your dono, but I do appreciate it. This reminds me of the last time we played the Ravens at home. We aren't done, though. If we win, and the Lions lose, I think I read that. If the Lions lose next week, we are second or third in the NFC. Hey, it's like I said, Dre Bay. I think I already read that in, so sorry about that. I'm 6-7 hours into streaming today, so bear with me on this, folks. The brain starts getting a little tattered. But yeah, everything is still well within our grasp. Nothing's over with at this point. That is to be sure. To be sure. Brian says, sign a fullback and run the damn ball. Haynes and Peters are not it. Instant drive stalls. K9 needs a better front. Yeah, unfortunately, it probably is what it is this year. Gavin says, that was a good old-fashioned butt kicking. Took it for reals. Yeah, we did. Right in the teeth. Right in the teeth. Kyrian, the reality is we are not doing the good thing. We're not doing the things good teams do when a defense blitzes them. Whether you put that on Gino or Shane Waldron, the coaching staff broadly, we aren't doing those things. Well said, Kyrian. Well put. I don't have anything to add. I would say that's exactly it. Sean's has got to win the trenches, and we got crushed. Oh, yeah. King, Gino is a B-level quarterback, and unfortunately, he's not going to get better. At his age, will show he will only regress. But Gino is still our best quarterback on the team. Yes, he is. Well said, man. Well said. King says it's hard to run the ball, Brandon, because they had many, and I mean many, third and longs all day. Yeah, I agree with that. And then one for 11, 1 for 12 was your third down conversion rate today, I believe. You only had one third down conversion the whole game. Gibson says, I know it's one game, but we struggled offensively this entire season. It's a reality check. Beautifully put, Gibson. That's my thinking on this as well. This isn't just a one game thing. It's not to get to that point of nuance. That's always the most difficult place to get to on this stuff. Well, we're not bailing off. We're not jumping ship. Nobody's being any less of a Hawk fan. Nobody's not any less of a hope that this team doesn't get this turned around right and back to a dominant form, hopefully at some point, or to a dominant form, hopefully at some point. But yeah, the offensive struggles really just kind of came to bear. Chickens came home to roost today. Scott Lavin says nothing them could have done. Ravens were better today. They were better. We didn't make it hard on them, Scott, I would say. Gibson, I am from downtown Seattle. Stop making excuses. This is not college. Be prepared. I know you're not talking to me on that one. Red Ace, hey, Brandon, trying to stay positive aside from the outcome. Me as well, man. Me as well. Me too. Matthew, I want to contend, not beat mid-teams and get blasted out of the playoffs. That's why I'm unhappy with this loss. I want my Hawk fandoms in that contending state. I want us to not be happy with just simply being a little bit better than a mid-team. I don't want us in that Mariner 54% range of thinking, right? That's why I'm not going to rift anybody that says I want us to see this team see better. I do think they're on the path. I think you've had two great drafts. Let's keep in mind with Matthew, we got the third youngest roster in the NFL. When you won a Super Bowl back in 2013, you set an NFL record at that time, averaging literally 26 and a half years of age. This team right now is somewhere in about 25 years of age. And what's happening a bit with this, you got the youth of that, then you've got the inconsistency at quarterback, and you got some game plans on the offensive side of the ball that are a little dodgy. And it's all working together, but it doesn't mean that the future doesn't have a lot of potential to it. It may not mean that we're going to hit that future high spot this year, but it doesn't mean that they're not on the path on the other side of it either. Javante, first of his name. Ravens fan here. I still see Seattle hosting a playoff game and maybe the NFC Championship. Great young team. Well, Javante, man, as you can see in the chat, we need that positivity right now, man. We need that right now. But appreciate you hopping on in, man. Congratulations. Let me just give a little bit back to your side of it. You've got an awesome team. This is the best Ravens team I think you guys have put together since Lamar has been there. And what stands out now is that, you have a quarterback in the past that would play the position like a running back and wouldn't throw and wouldn't do a lot of the timely stuff you need a QB to do. So you get to the playoffs and teams could kind of scheme around that a little bit easier, especially when you give those teams like 2 weeks to prepare for it. But now you have a quarterback who's actually operating the offense and going through his reads and trying to make it work within the pocket. And I think that ultimately now opens the top of his potential in the playoffs. And so you have the strongest team you guys have had since he's gotten there. And you have Lamar playing, true quarterbacking, and he's found that perfect balance between when to run and when to throw. And I think that that's going to definitely give you guys as great a shot as you guys have had in recent years of going out there and winning that Super Bowl, taking the Super Bowl. So best of luck to you guys. Great team. And great fan base as well. It's had some great interactions doing the behind the lines segments with Coach Evans out there, and you guys were awesome all the way down. So appreciate you. Zorn 76, Seahawks and 49ers are both currently contending unless they can beat legit playoff caliber teams. I think that's fair. Got to beat somebody at some point, right? It's fair. Ready? So I think we still might be a little short on the talent level, especially in the trenches, but I don't think asking for Gino's head on a silver platter is going to fix much. 100% agree with you there, Red Ace. All the way down the line. Definitely a little bit more that's left to be done still, it seems like, maybe on this team to get it up to a contender state of things. Sergeant, did you see Gino need to start writing back now? BP, so are we all in agreement that we need a quarterback? I think that this, regardless of Gino's performance and where he goes this year, you're going to look to try to draft a quarterback probably in one of those third round picks. In fact, I think are going to be a good chance to be where you're going to end up selecting a guy. Red Ace says, hopefully the O-line getting healthy allows Waldron not to be so tentative with his play calls. I don't really blame Gino much. There'll be a lot of divisiveness on this one, difference of opinion on it. I give him a little bit, but it's all those things to me, Red Ace. King says, Gino Stone's such an animal too. Gino Stone's a hell of a player, man. Hell of a player. Gives out from downtown. My mom lived in Adams Morgan, D.C. for a long time. Baltimore's always been hit by injuries. They are legit. They are. Team looking good. Kelly, crazy game, but us and Cowboys are tied. Boy, thought CD had that good job by the Eagles, D to rally. I must have. I wasn't watching the last game, my bad. Brian, John Sass, the game did not go on. That game did not go how y'all had planned. Glad my birds pulled out the win today. Y'all got some vintage Gino today. Yeah, we didn't get the best version of Gino today, Josh. It's a little bit brutal. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Noob. Better question is, why can't Gino adjust? I don't know. Man. Red A says, let's give Gino a line like the Eagles and then let's make an assessment. This really would play better behind an Eagles line. It's hard to build that kind of lineup, though. That's for sure. You can put a decent amount of good guys out there. Hard to stack it up that deep. Zorn says, Seattle's going to draft a quarterback anyway, with Gino being 34. That's how I see this going anyway, too, Zorn. That's why I think the whole thing about whether to draft a quarterback, whether or not draft a quarterback, like, we're drafting a quarterback. There's a variety of reasons for it, but not just because Gino isn't the guy. And you'll probably have that rookie come back next year and fight it out with Gino for the starting job, I would imagine. Mike Skinner says, no Jake Bobo targets is unacceptable. The Bo Bros got no love tonight, man. No love for the Bo Bros. Damn it. Free truth, the Gino versus Locke debate has been beaten to death. Like, can we move on? Because Pete likes Gino. If he takes him out, it would not be Pete. Amen, brother. Amen. Zorn's Hawks need to run the ball 35 times to win. That might be the answer. Very well could be the answer. Yeah, Gavin, the O-line was getting beat like a drum today. Gibson says in the NFL, excuses don't matter. These people get paid and are elite players. Be honest, we have issues with our play calling and execution. Absolutely. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. What's up, Jose, in the house? Folks, please be sure to sub up to my man Jose and his channel, Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Says, wasn't the game-winning touchdown last week on a screen? It was. Yeah. Yeah, it was, Jose. They ran, I think, 2 of them today, is what they decided to run with it. I would have thought, especially being that they were getting blitzed as much as they were, they would have gone 3, 4, 5, 6 times to it. But that's right. That's right. They had some success with it last week. They have success with it and they put it back in the closet. Like that outfit that just goes out and kills, you know? You go out that night on the dance floor, you're like, yeah, let's go. What's up? Yeah, I know. It's looking tight tonight. Yeah. Pretty nice threads, huh? Then you go back out the next 5 nights and you leave the freaking suit in the closet. I was like, where's the suit from the, like, I know, I was getting all the girls the other suit and all that, but like, I got to try it out, the old stuff. I don't know why. They got to Gino 4 times and pressed him all day, says Space. Yeah, he was under a lot of heat. It was fire hot, burning down his neck. His back burned. Ow. Gibson, I think Seattle is complacent. Let's Carroll rule the roost. It breeds mediocrity. Maybe so. We shall see. We have said it before, that Gino sucks since week 2, and yes, Gino is not the answer for the team. BB, sign me up for the dead money Wald take for Gino. We need a new regime, and Shane Waldron is not exempt either. BP taking just everybody can go. BP. TJ, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Says we have too much talent on this offense not to score. I think that's very fair. I think it's a very fair assessment of it, and that's my outlook on it as well. Dim Bulbs, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Dim Bulbs. I love your username as well. That's awesome. Primo with a $5 donation. Thank you, Primo. That was like the stock market finding a new floor before another breakout. It's not always a bull market. Necessary ass whooping to build our character. Well, we got character coming out of our ears after that game. You know what I'm saying? We got character falling out of our pockets after that one. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Thank you for the $5 donation. And I hope you're right. This is just the final slingshot where you got to pull the slingshot all the way back until you can release it, until it can take the full flight at that point. I'm with that. Let's go. There's some positivity on it. I'm feeling that, Primo. I'm feeling that. We're definitely going to be known as men of character after this game, though. I'm just saying that too, though. If that's the case, we're going to be very, very, a lot of character. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're having a good night. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. We must throw in 5 screenplays at least per game to keep teams honest. People are just all out blitzing basically every important pass down. Yeah, they know that we can't seem to run it, or we don't trust ourselves to execute it, or we don't call it. Whatever it is, teams aren't scared of it. And so it helps them to unleash their blitz and unleash their pass rush to full form and allow them, as I say, to pin their ears back, where you don't have to think about stopping and coming back for some play on the backside as a screen. You know, you just can get upfield every single time. And the vexing of this offense for the better part of a decade in its inability to carve out any kind of consistent screen game is strange. Jose was just mentioning it above there. We had the touchdown catch on it last week, but we didn't run it a lot last week. Only ran it twice this week to my eyes. And like you said, it's not enough. You should be running a whole lot more than that to keep these teams at the very least honest. It's a lot like running the ball a lot, even when you're not having a lot of success with it mainly, but just keeping the teams honest. Because there's those times you feel like when they're sending those 6-7 man blitzes that should leave something if you throw it to a screen game, there should be a lot of space opened up then for you to go and attack. But long live, they don't seem to lean on it too much, that's for sure. Or they're finding their way to best use it. Let me put it that way. Let me put it constructively. Addis says, after loss, we're still in a pretty good spot. We just need to maintain in these next couple of weeks. That's right. Hold serve the next 2 weeks. Stuart, we need to move on from Waldron and Gino, but that won't happen until we move on from Pete. Ultimately, it all flows from the head coach, and he's not going to change. So it's not going to change. Could be. I think we're also still in year 2 of the rebuild, and 3rd youngest roster in the NFL, and we just turned this thing over the last 2 years. So the expectation level is that team in year 2 should be far and away at a contender right now and ready to go up and blow up. I mean, I can accept that there's people that's their standpoint, and they say, yeah, that's my expectation level. From my standpoint, you did turn over your roster nearly fully the last 2 years. You had 6 rookies starting last year. I don't know how many we've got right now starting. It takes a bit of time to build a true contender, but I understand it's the NFL as well. A lot of teams bounce back up really quick, and the expectation is also that people are building into their assessment a bit of the time prior to the last 2 years. I think it's hard to do that because there was a little bit of a change in direction at that point, but I get it. People feel like it's been more of the same in that time, and I just have seen enough. I don't feel, I'm ready to go compete with that. But I'm not myself in that place of things, and as I say on this, there's going to be a wide variety of opinion tonight. I know that. Michael, I think a season success for me is winning more than one playoff game. I'm still hopeful that could happen. Still possible. Be risen. Don't feel bad. We'll do the same to our 2 division teams in the next weeks to come. I hope to God you do, man. It will make us feel a little bit better. Josh, games like this happen. They suck, but they happen. Just got to take this one on the chin and look forward to next week. Love the positivity, man. Thank you. Alex, when will fans admit that they're capped as only a first-round playoff team with Pete as a coach? It's hard for me to do that, Alex, specifically for those reasons I just provided, being that it's been a 2-year rebuild here. I think there's a bit of a bit of a change that you made, especially in your drafting and moving on at that time from Russ and turning the roster over a little bit at that time. You truly saying, okay, we got to turn this whole thing over and refresh this a bit. But as I say, I understand that there aren't all those that will give the same benefit of the doubt out there who go, well, what about the prior 3, 4, 5 years to that? I get that. Josh says, it's not Pete. Gino Smith's the quarterback. Gino's the quarterback, Josh. But again, to the past, the offensive play calling has been disastrous, and it's more than just a one-game problem here this year. This particular game, and that's what has us concerned, is that it's very much regressing in the wrong direction. The offense, and we're supposed to be driven by our offense by what we put on this team and resources and how much we've stacked onto that side of the ball. They should be able to do more than put up 3 points. It's not a league worst offense like they're playing kind of like right now. And that's the part that has people beyond this game, Josh, not understanding why that's the case. Cyrus says bench Gino. Mike says if Pete doesn't have a Hall of Fame defense, he can't get anywhere near, even when we were 1 yard short. I get it. Noob. The worst part of this is that Seattle, Shane, and Gino watched countless hours on the Ravens, and the first 15 plays that they had handpicked didn't do shit. It's very true. That's very true. Cyrus, how could Drew play any worse? It's possible. Joshua, I think the Ravens are the best team in the league. And just guys, let you know, and if you do have a thing on Gino Smith and you post in the chat, I get that if you're looking for a reaction from me, I'll read your comment or whatnot. But at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into this show, I give a comprehensive answer on whether to go to Drew Lock or not. And I will, if you're looking for a super expansive kind of thought on that process, I just would have you go back to that because I just don't want to repeat it 15 times over the course of the stream. But I understand where you're coming from. Just if you're looking for where my stance is on it, that's where I stand with it. Where did Leonard Williams, says Joe, did he play? He played a little bit. He had a couple of points where he was able to penetrate in the backfield. I don't think he got a lot of snaps in this one. V says Seahawks offense, no tricks or schemes to throw that defense off, but just based play calls. Yep. That's what I saw as well. I think was what a lot of us are seeing. Mike says, I don't think us fans can handle a year of Shane Waldron being the thing that stops this potential top 3 offensive unit. B. Josh says, no one is a fake fan. If they say they're a fan, they're just a fan. Relax. Yeah, it's these kind of losses, Josh, always bring out the real super emotions, and people start liking to tell people who are fans and who aren't fans, and you're not a fan if you're not this and not. It's always the place I go. Just you gotta let people enjoy their fandom as they enjoy it, you know? We don't all experience the same way, but yeah, it happens. Kind of used to it. And I knew tonight, especially after a beating like this, it's always going to make it a little tough, Josh. But it's part of the cleansing process. Snails, are another Shanahan hiding somewhere we can hire for an offensive coordinator? Not that I'm aware of. I don't do too much on the advanced scouting coaches thing. I don't even know where to begin at in assessing those guys that be the next real bright star guys, as opposed to what the media tells you. If this guy's going to be the next this or that guy's going to be the next that, you know. Joe says Lamar looks like the best quarterback in the league, to be honest. Played great. Kins, Woolen needs to wrap up every time when tackling. Too much of throwing his shoulder into guys, expecting to knock them down. Yeah. True. Jordan says Andrews wasn't really destroying our secondary. A lot of his yards came from not being able to tackle. A little bit, yeah. Definitely they were efficient in their target to catches with Andrews. When they wanted to throw it to him, he was there to catch it. When 10 targets, 9 catches, 80 yards on the day, I think. That's still a pretty efficient performance from the tight end position at that point. Do me a favor, too. We do have a lot of, I know, internal discussion in the chat. If you do have a question, do please go ahead and post that. As if I just kind of see talk, I'm just going to skim to more questions here. First ground, we've already covered and recovered. Luke Harold, is there a good reason why Drew Lock doesn't get a drive at the end of the game? Yeah, Luke, I would just go to, again on this, and the hard part about Luke doing a couple hours show is that there'll be a topic that I know is a hot topic that a lot of people ask about that then I kind of end up having to repeat the same thoughts I have on him over and over. And so on this one at the top of the show, I kind of hard-lined it in just so that I could avoid doing the Drew Lock talk. So I have it 7 minutes and 30 seconds in this show today. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I give comprehensive thoughts, about 7-8 long minutes on why I don't think Drew Lock is the answer at this point. But that's where I stand with it, is I don't think he's the answer. And you can find kind of those comprehensive points there, but please do bear with me on that as I do these 9-10 hour streams and it gets hard and elongates everything out if we got to kind of just end up pushing it again, repeating again with it. But to me, you go to a backup quarterback if you think they're the answer. You're not going back to the quarterback to go, well, this other guy just can't be worse, or what could it hurt? I don't like that as a decision-making as far as why to go to a backup quarterback. And I don't think there's a lot of basis there to believe that Drew Lock is going to be any better than Gino on that one. Well, I love the King. We're not a nasty Mueller type team. It's noticeable when you play that type of team and you're not one. It's true. Definitely not a Mueller group. Jeff Speaks says we can blame it on the quarterback, but the OC is also at fault. I think it's everyone's got a bit of the blame on this one, Jeff. I don't think there's just a true solo villain on this one. I think it's what do they call that? They call it in comics when you got the bad guys there's a cool term for it. Rogues Gallery. We had a Rogues Gallery today. That's what we had. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, okay, how's the chat feeling? Elephant in the room? Gino. To me, the answer, somewhere in the middle. He's not good enough to overcome bigger issues, namely running game. We're one-dimensional. 150 yards. I think he meant passing. It's different, Gino. Yeah, this is the hard part I think that we're having in Randall and trying to disseminate where people will fall on the blame, and that I don't think that there's a consensus answer on this one. I think that there's a lot of varied opinion. And I think that certainly with a guy like Gino Smith, he is a guy that, is not going to necessarily elevate the talent around him, or that's the quarterback. The question maybe comes down to, are you paying him to do that? You know, he's the 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport. He's making $10 million off of the cap this year. Is the expectation level he has to carry you in that way? Because quarterbacks are supposed to do that in the modern age. Maybe. I'm not saying like I have the answer on that. I'm just saying that's just kind of, Randall, where the discussion is in general on it. When I come down, I parse this pie in 3 different directions as far as the blame offensively, and it's maybe not me taking the greatest of stands here, but I think that all of it is just kind of an equal portion thing. It's offensive coordinator, it's your offensive line, and it's your quarterback. And they all sort of did their part. They all contributed in their own way to allowing for this offensive failure to occur today. And for a lot of the offensive failures to occur over the course of this year, quite frankly. Which one deserves more of that blame versus the other? I'm not sure, Randall. But the running game needs to get more consistent. I think that's one place that we can all find, I think, an answer that's a common place that we all stand in that we all look at the team and go, they do need to run the ball better and more consistently and with more commitment. And that's definitely a missing point that's been there again throughout much of the course of this year. That's been a common refrain that we've gone to after the course of these games, saying, man, where's the running game? Where's even the attempts to go in there and try it? Last week you were at like 3-to-1 pass to run ratio. And that part of it hasn't exactly added up to me as to why the team is leaned in that direction. It would be one thing if your running back room was beat up and you didn't have Walker or Charbonnet to call upon, but you got both of them to call upon. This is why you make second round running backs your picks in back-to-back years, is we're going to commit to the running ball and we're going to commit to running the ball in every game. And it's been missing in just about every single game. And without explanation really there, Randall. But I think they all, to me, it gets hard for me to push one or the other on that, Randall. I think it's hard for the chat to come to a consensus about one or the other on that one. I think there's a wide variety of opinion, from sit Gino to start Lock to Gino's not the guy to we know to let me wait and see. Let's give it a year to know it's the offensive line, to know it's the offensive coordinator, to know it's Coach Carroll stuck in his ways. I think you could find about a dozen different, hard line takes people would say with a red, angry face as to the reason why the struggles prevailed today. But I think it's kind of all of it a bit, Thank you, though, Randall, for that huge $20 donation. That's very kind of you, brother. And you did drop a dono too at the end of the game. I had to speed through those dono runs at the end of the game. Sorry about that. That was my bad. But thank you for the $20 dono drop. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, want to enjoy the Ravens win, but feel torn in half and will stay silent as I don't want to upset people. Now, I would say that's probably a good approach tonight, Megan, as I know folks are definitely licking wounds. We're licking wounds tonight. We're just trying to stem off the bleeding a little bit. But thank you for the $5 donation. Congrats to you over there on your side of things. Jamel Johnson, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that, Jamel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for helping me to get to that mark. 15,000 subscribers is where we're trying to hit this year. We're right on mark 4 too. So I want to thank everybody, all the new subs for jumping on up here as we've been able to just roll right along to that goal. We're gonna clear it, I think, clear it this year. But thank you, Jamal, for helping do your part today and getting us to that spot. Jordan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jordan. Imagine if fans held every player to the same standard as Gino. This team would look bleak. Potentially so, yeah. I think the quarterback position definitely gets, as they say, too much of the blame and too much of the, the blame and the praise? Too much praise, too much of the blame. That really when you boil down a quarterback's performance, and I'm a real staunch believer in this, that the quarterback's position and its success is really based upon what it has up front to provide that success. What playmakers do they have? What offensive line do they have? What kind of scheme are they running? Do they have a scheme that's built to get the most out of their talents? There's so many more extra things that are impactful factors to a quarterback's success or not success. That's not just merely him being Superman, as I like to say. Put on the cape, go up there and fly. Even Lamar today, who played a really great game, sensational game, and the decision-making was great. He had a lot of time in that pocket to sit back there and most of the time assess. When the Hawks brought a blitz early on, defensively speaking, the Ravens picked it up. Lamar saw it early and quick, and he had a plan with how to deal with it. There was no point where you had him in a position of feeling like he was harassed or harangued anywhere near into the same place that you saw with Gino in this game. And that definitely affects the quarterback position and how you play it. You do get jumpy. You do start to see ghosts. You do start to lose some of your pocket feel and some of that, especially as it does occur over a multitude of weeks and is not just simply a one game off kind of situation. Thank you, though, Jordan. I appreciate you for that $5 donation. Wu-Tang Financial with a $10 drop. Hey, Wu-Tang, thank you again for double dip dono today as well. Who on offense did play well other than maybe the receivers? Scheme didn't adjust at all. And love or hate Gino, he's the quarterback and we have to work to his strengths this season. Failure on all fronts on O. Beautifully put, Wu-Tang. Beautifully put. I think you could say Walker played a good game for what he had. I don't think he missed any holes or any big run. Charbonnet, I think, had a good game. Didn't miss any big holes or any run. But other than those two guys, who else? I don't know. No, I think you're right. Not much of anybody else. And I think your comment, especially about the Gino one, is where I find myself with. There's really no upside to making the change right now. I don't believe that it's going to bring any improvement from the position by going to lock. Therefore, we're in kind of a ride or die situation here with Gino. And it's going to have to play out over the course of the year how it plays out. The team is not married to Gino. The team is not withheld from making any other type of quarterbacking move they could want to go out there and make if they come to the determination after the season that Gino Smith is not the quarterback for them into the future. But to me, there is no reason to make that decision now. We have a half a year left to go. And part of this, for as much as I'm probably one of the greatest oversteppers on wanting to see this team compete and thinking now's the time, but hell, the team was even thinking it's themselves. That's why you make the Leonard Williams move. So they're obviously were thinking the same mindset I was. I don't think they saw this kind of performance come up this year, this game against Baltimore. I think they would have told you, we'll give them a good fight. We can give them at least a good fight. But you're making an assessment here still. Nonetheless, no matter how much we're trying to compete and be a team that can get out there this year, you are still in a little bit of an assessment mode of, is Gino the right quarterback or not? Do you have the right offensive coordinator? Do you have the right scheme? Do we have all the right offensive talent in place? Is the line prepared enough, well enough to be a Super Bowl contending team? And I think these are good questions as we go through the rest of the season, Wu-Tang, but I don't think we have to be forced or rushed to make those decisions too early, as you say. And all fronts on the offense today, Wu-Tang, from my perspective too. 283-128 with a $2 donation says, I'm definitely opening to finding a new left guard. Yeah, Damian Lewis is having a poor free agent year from the left guard position. He is really struggling back there. I think maybe he's fighting through some injuries, but he had a good year last year. 71 PFF grade. He was not necessarily good as a run blocker. He was okay, but he was really good as a pass protector. And this year in pass protection, you're just watching him just get worked. Even bull rushes used to be his thing with, strength used to be kind of his thing, and rooting down and just being strong, and being able to take on anybody that wanted to try to just, it was one thing you could maybe get by him on being kind of twitchy, but he's getting kind of bull rushed at times this year, oddly enough at times. Left guard certainly is going to be a position I think that they look to address in the draft, and maybe be even one in the first round that they may look to target on the value of their board. If one of these guys like Graham Barton or Cooper Bebe is sitting up there, I would certainly love to jump on one of those guys and bring him in. But I've had an affinity for Bebe for a while now. Thank you, though, 283. Appreciate you. Andrew, thank you for the $5 donation. Real problem? I think maybe it's we abandoned the running game immediately. Last year, we really stuck with the run to help Gino. Now, abandoned. Oh, thank you for the $5 donation, Andrew, and I agree with you. I think that over the course of this year, not looking at just this game, but as we look to a trend over this year, game in and game out, you too often end up abandoning the run. And it's not been consistent, I'll give it that. But even in its inconsistency, you're still at least breaking out some big runs. You're still getting some chunk plays from it. And considering the offense from a passing standpoint has not been necessarily all that much better over the course of this year, sticking with it is probably a smart way to go. And I think if we're in a night, Andrew is talking about Randall there below, if we're in a night here where I know we're going to have a lot of difference of opinion and different places where people sit and stand on this and different thing about Gino and the starting quarterback position, I think we all can come to at least in a bit of an agreement on one standard thing, which is that the team needs to run the ball more consistently. And it may not mean more running success, but that we all have a bit of a gut instinct that just running the ball will be a helpful step in the direction to bringing about the offensive success with it. Getting Gino a little bit more under control, getting defenses to play it more honestly. But that's definitely the part that we're looking to take a big step. That's a bit. I think that's our one spot I think that we can all agree with. There won't be a lot of those spots tonight, I think, with it, but that's at least the one that absolutely I think we all stand on and say, yeah, that's how I see it too. Kelly says exactly B. I can't blame any of the backs when clearly they've shown they're really good players. It's crazy. I just pray we can open the holes back up. I don't understand. I don't either. It's been strange. Fleece the Mac. I want to draft Olumuyiwa Fashanu with our first pick. We need a right tackle. I think he's going to be a left tackle in this sport. I'd be surprised if he got moved to the right. Mike, this was a measuring stick game, and this team showed its fan base a spoiler to the end of the season, and it's a rerun of last season. First round exits. Space, did the Lions beat the Ravens this year? No, they got blown out. Propa says, at least you guys have the Supersonics. Oh, wait. Low blow, Propa. Low blow. Lisa Mack, I kind of don't like Evan Brown or Olu. They're pretty trash at center. Could certainly be a lot better. Luke, is there a good reason why Drew Lock doesn't get a drive at the end of the game? Oh, I think I answered that. Sorry, I answered that at the top. If you didn't hear on that too, Luke, I just did answer that, or you can go to 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the video. I do an elaborate answer on it. Robert, I knew this game was going to be a tough game, but they seemed to know what we were going to do on every play. They seem to. It's part I didn't understand on this. They were a step ahead of us the whole way. Are we that predictable offensively when we step up there that they know what's coming? Even our blitzes they had picked up. It was crazy. Jess says, if we're passing all the time, then we need draw plays. Easy, because our running backs are so talented. They are, and we should. BB says, Brandon, I'm curious, what do you think about the Huskies' chances to make the CFB playoffs? Really good. Can't undersell a tough Utah team like this. You're just coming off a big win against USC, and that Utah team is like one of the more uniquely built squads in college football. It's got the talent to stand with you. They're physical. You know, they play with that kind of edge to it. So it's a little bit of two different styles of play going at each other. You know, you have the Washington greatest show on the Pacific Northwest turf, and a Utah team that'll just want to kind of smack you in the mouth. Which one wins out? But they do have, I think, a real open pathway to get in there. I think they're legit as hell, and they've had some entertaining ass games this year. So why not them? I think they've got probably the most explosive offense in college football, and offense rules the day. So that formula should tell you that they got that chance to do it. I think it's going to come down to them playing Oregon again in the Pac-12 championship, and if they get past Oregon, then they're in. And Utah. Prapa, it's all love, you guys. You're going to be there in the end. Thanksgiving will be about it. It will be. I know it's all love, man. I appreciate you. We will see you on Thanksgiving with some turkey. We're going to come take your turkey. And I do see some more lock questions in the chat. Just so sorry, guys. I know there'll be a lot of people asking me on why not lock, why not lock. Please do me a favor. Just go to 7 minutes, 30 seconds exactly in on this video. You will find my expansive thoughts on why I'm not in favor of Drew Lock being the answer. I know it's a completely valid question. I'm about good 6, 7, 8 hours into streaming today. So at that point, I'm going to try to do that within the name of efficiency on some of these streams, because that's the one hard part about coming in and doing these for 3-4 hours is people will come in at 2 hours and that same question was asked at an hour and a half, and that question was also asked at an hour in, and also in at 45 minutes in, and also in at 30 minutes in, and also at 20 minutes in. So if I can just kind of have you guys reference back to that 7 minutes and 30 seconds in this video, you can get those thoughts on that. And I'll try to even put a video maybe up tonight so that it's easy to get to, but I don't think that he's the answer. J.O. says, here's some positivity for you. Our average quarterback only needs one playoff win to tie former MVP Lamar Jackson. Mike, the O-line should be excused for almost half a season. Game plan around it. Yes, sir. Dara says, can't throw the ball if no one's open. Or you don't have pass protection, Dara. Either of those two things definitely make it hard. Dara says, we can't throw the ball downfield to DK all the time. No. It'd be some great to find some ways to manufacture some touches for DK at times in the courses of these games. They seem to kind of forget about him being on the team, it seems like. Nahad, it sucks being beaten by a team that the exact image of what the Seahawks once were. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Ray, would Detroit be willing to trade rookie quarterback Hendon Hooker for a 4th or 5th round pick? Goff looks like the man there now. I doubt they would. They probably like the idea of having a cheap backup to Goff because they're going to pay Goff probably a new contract soon. So you want to have the cheap quarterback behind you, which a 3rd round quarterback would be. Cheap, talented. I wouldn't look at Hendon Hooker as being the answer, though. Says Shane didn't throw those interceptions. The O-line didn't skip the ball into the dirt. If Pete always harps on accountability, then make Gino accountable. It was the biggest gripe from the D after Russ. Definitely. I think he's got to be held accountable. No doubt about that. And I do think he played a poor game. But I think probably Sanchez, he's have a poor game, and that's not the only thing that caused you to fail offensively. And that's where I think Coach Carroll probably sits in his outlook on it. Whether right or wrong with it, I think that's different from the Russ era of just no accountability to Russ, which is what we heard. It was like, and I think with Gino, he's going to definitely, give Gino the word with it, but it's also a little bit of where's the offensive play calling, and then why is my quarterback over half of his snaps under duress? Why can we not pass protect? Yeah, we've had some of our offensive line out. You had forfeits your line out there. And yeah, the Ravens got a good, monstrous D-line. I'm not saying that we should have shut them all down, but over half your attempts, you shouldn't have your quarterback under pressure either. And there's been a couple games I've watched this year, Sanchez, when I've looked at the baseline stats coming off PPFF, you're over 50% of your pressure rate. And most quarterbacks around the league aren't quite dealing with that same kind of situation. So that's where it does come from me, where it just gets harder to do this. This is the villain here. This is just the one guy here is the cause of the problems to me when there's other things that are problematic on the offense. I'm specifically reaching to the stuff with Waldron. Let's go down the list of Waldron. This is Waldron stuff that's problematic, that has nothing to do with Gino Smith. That if you put Drew Lock in, you're going to deal with these same issues. Same issues with Drew Lock. Pass protection, not there. Use of the tight ends. How many targets did Noah Fant have today? 1. How many targets did Disley have today? 1. What did Parkinson have? 2. Lack of use of tight ends, not included. Unless we just think that Drew Lock's magically throwing to the tight ends when Gino's not. Which, if we're magically thinking that's going to okay, I guess. Some of it's also got to be by the part of the play design. That's how you manufacture the production of tight ends last year, though, was the play design, where they were the first read in the offense. Not merely that your quarterback went through his progression read to arrive at the tight ends. So we got no tight end usage. The lack of the ground game. That's not going to improve at all with Drew Lock in there suddenly. It doesn't take steps forward with him in there now. You still are now unable to consistently run the ball. No fly sweep motion action. No use of the lateral running game, which needs to be improved and be improved in a hurry. That still remains a part of the offense if Drew Lock is in there. No pitch plays. No wide zone runs to the outside. That is still a part of the offense that is there if Drew Lock is in on the game. I can keep going more and more. I can go down further the list. I can keep pointing out exact pinpoint items that this offense does not utilize that used to be a common part, that is currently a common part of the Rams offense. And those things do not improve with Drew Lock's presence in the starting lineup. And that's where we go to, you're not putting, this quarterback's not really being put up for the best point and being put in the right position for success as is. Drew Lock's not either. And that's where the fact that some become certain that Drew Lock's the answer, I can't get as much further because you can't remove that other stuff. We can't just ignore that other stuff as not existing. Or as it magically sweeps under the rug the second Drew Lock steps out there at quarterback. It's still going to be a present part of this team, I think. I could be wrong on this, but that's just my takeout on it, It's not to be that Gino shouldn't be held to a standard. And I will, like I say, I'm not saying he doesn't get the blame. I'm not covering up for Gino or excusing it all away. In fact, I'm saying he's got just as much blame as any human being or element on this team coming out of this game. I would say that. But that's where we got to kind of go with the both things. That can be true, and these other things can be true at the same time, and it could all be kind of working together, in my opinion, to the failure point that we're seeing through a lot of this year on the offensive side of the ball. Dim Bulbs, after being a Hawks fan through the Jim Zora, Dave Craig era, Seattle is pretty spoiled having a team that can win on any Sunday. It's very nice to have, that's for sure. Mr. Dank Dubs 206, not the O-line's fault. K9 top 10 in the NFL in rushing yards. More trap and pulling run plays in the play calling would help. Love your minds out with that, Mr. Dank Dubs. What do trap and pull plays do, folks? You try to take advantage of an aggressive flowing defense. They flow to one direction, you go back against the flow the other way. A lot of our running attack is just kind of to the flow. And what I mean by that is you have Gino under center turning around, handing off to the A gap. Gino turning around, handing off to the B gap. And so a little bit like Dink says, you start off turning around, handing off, making it look like it's the B gap, but then it's actually a run around to the outside of the tackles, and turn it into an outside zone kind of, and how you can kind of make those trap plays work. I'd love to see that, Mr. Dank, and definitely don't get much of that as well on the offense. Brian Myers, they draft Rattler. I'm done. He's a terrible teammate. I don't have a lot of faith in him either. I'm not a Rattler guy either. Jordan Stroud is phenomenal. I feel bad for Bryce because he went to a terrible situation that probably won't be any better until his third year. Yeah, true. Stroud is awesome. Stroud's making my Joe Montana comparisons look good. Fumi, please explain how AZ backup quarterback Dobbs was able to put up 20-plus points in the Ravens defense with a bad O-line, and we couldn't even score a touchdown, not even in junk time. I don't have a great explanation for it, aside from the fact that, you probably had a Ravens team that didn't, I think, probably take that Arizona team as seriously as they took us this week. I think you have us rolling into town as a first-place team. You're going to get up for that. But that's a guess. I can't say for sure. Owen Carter says, Pete's amazing coach. We're just a quarterback away. And we were ranked number 32 team at the start of last year. It's true. We've come a long way. Ron, O-line was brutal and D-line did not much better. Today's game was rough. It was rough. I was calling uncle. I was calling for a mercy rule. Third quarter in, I was like, tapping out. Money Rich, I know Pete Carroll wins a lot, but the coaching should get most of the blame for this game with prepping and play calling. Big part of it, that's for sure. I agree. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $2 donation. If I had to sum up this game in one word, uninspired. That's a good word. It's a good word. Yeah, definitely wasn't. That offense wasn't inspiring much for me. That's for sure. It wasn't moving many needles in this game, Cheese. Well said. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, after this game, the trade looks premature. Well, you had to make a choice on the trade. So you had to decide to either go for it or not. I would have been okay with either way they went with it. I think some of it, too, with this trade's got to be determined, Sanchez, by if you are able to, well, it's two things. Number one, how does he play through the rest of the year? And then are you able to then retain him after this season? And if those two things, where he plays well and you are retaining him, it certainly is going to change the way this looks. It's kind of hard after one game like this to say for sure that that's where it is. It may end up being there where they were, jumping the gun. I think that there is a big intention here to retain Leonard Williams. In many respects, almost making him maybe the number one priority free agent because of how hard it is to find talent at that defensive tackle position elsewhere. 283 with a $5 donation. And thank you, Sanchez, for all your donos tonight, man. Appreciate you. Use to Chase Taco. 283, thank you for the $5. It's crazy how much talent this offense has for it to be performing like this. That's the part that we kind of arrive at when I look at my assessment as we stand with the offense in general, is though it's hard to necessarily put out the blame on the offense to who should get the more heaping, should it be equally split out? Is it a bit of this? Is it a bit of that? I do believe this. The offense has had a lot of assets dumped into it, and it's got a lot of talent, and it should be playing way better than it's played so far this year. It should not be regressing this year, which is in fact what it is doing. Now, then we get to the secondary part, 283, which is, who's the blame or what's to blame or how do we fix it or what is causing this to not perform up to the standard that it's capable of performing at? Why does it take you almost 2 quarters to target DK Metcalf for the first time in a football game? And that's the part that, as we can see in the chat, is the hard part of this to turn over. There doesn't seem to be necessarily one just simple, clear answer that jumps out as, oh, it's just this. There's a variety of opinion. And I'm right there in that variety. I'm no above anybody else on this. I'm in the same place. It's confusing, it's confounding, and I don't think there's a lot of real clear, certain answers as we stand at this moment right now where we sit. Just got to let it kind of play out. Thank you, though, 283 for that $5 dono. I do appreciate you for that. David, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Says, did Abe Lucas have injury concerns coming out of college? His absence really shows out there. Well, we're approaching a point here with Abe as we get into this year and we move well past halfway into the year and you go, okay, is he coming back? It sounded like last week he was indeed working out and at least running and, not just sitting on a couch trying to waiting for the pain to die down. I did not hear of any injuries with Abe coming out that were, red flags. Maybe this would explain a little bit of why he did drop to the 3rd round like he did, is maybe some of those teams out there did have the injury red flags on it. He was dealing with the knee thing going back to last year. So is it arthritic? Is there problems here in the long term with him on this? What is it that's, kind of happening there with that leg as it stands? And I'm not too sure that I have an answer for it at this point. It does seem like, though, that there's still a very much almost kind of a 50-50 chance with him being able to come back at this point. And time's starting to wind down, David, We're halfway through the year, but you got to wonder at one point or another if they end up just calling it if he's just doesn't look like he's turning the corner on that one. That's the way they sometimes go with this one is he just couldn't turn the corner. We'll IR him. They've done that in the past before. But he is working out. He is out there running. So there is a chance that maybe he can get it back going on the other side of it. You know what I mean? Defense says, I have no gripes to the defense. Offense did nothing, and defense still forced turnovers. Yeah, I have a hard time getting to the defense on this one at all myself, too. Same. Isaac says, I don't get why Jason Peters was in the game for foresight. Coach Carroll has referenced this past week that he doesn't fit or ascribe to the notion that you have to have the same offensive line out there. I guess not as big a believer in the, you want to take advantage of continuity, chemistry, and all that being the most important thing for a good offensive line. They seem to feel there's a value in rotating guys out, keeping them, I guess, fresh or whatnot. But it didn't work as well today, did it, Isaac? To your point. Country says we might need no OC. I'm very disappointed in Waldron. Me too, Big Country. Me too. He says, in that same Josh Dobbs got a Vikings win today. He's a gamer, that Dobbs. Please the Mac, and that's a good idea. If we draft Rattler, we'll save a lot of cap, move on from Gino Smith. I don't know if they're going to move on immediately from him. They might. But part of that probably is going to be determined how he plays on the back half of this schedule. He also just put some plays in a hat and have a player pull them out. Wilbert says, salute Brandon, Seahawks fans. What the hell was that today? I don't know. We're trying to figure it out. I like me, 1, 2, 3. People trying to put this on Pete are all emotions. Pete has helmed the most consistently successful Seahawks teams. It's delusional to think we'll maintain this competitive consistency. Firing him. Yep, definitely not calling for Coach Carroll fire here, but there's a variety of opinion out there, that's for sure. Jamel Johnson says, stop making excuses for Gino. For the love of God, for the love of Cortez Kennedy. Please do hit that like button if you could for me. Please do, folks. I want to thank as well here the sponsor of the show. You want to know who that is? That's Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now. Throughout the ongoing future, because you guys have done such a great job of utilizing my code. You guys have been awesome about that. They said, hey, right now for the foreseeable future, they use your code, they will get up to not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but $500. $500. If you use my code, you can click it down in the description links section. And they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit. Up to $500. I know it says $100 below me, but just take my word for it. It's up to $500 if you use it now. A lot of ongoing contests on Underdog Fantasy throughout the course of this year. We're giving away $200,000 a week in prizes here, and you can get in season-long contests, you can get weekly fantasies, you can get in any kind of contest that you can imagine out there. But do join today, support the show, get a little bit of extra coin in your pocket, and thank you to Underdog Fantasy for supporting the show this year as they are. As they are. Kelly says, right, the formations of the red zone last few games. I mean, Ken was on record like 1 touchdown, 6 games. Yeah. Red zone play calling has been weird anyway, but the red zone play calling has been really weird. Really. Lee says, I'm so glad we traded Russell Wilson. He was holding us back from another ring. Isaac Hyatt, Boye Mafe playing good. Boye playing great. How about a little tomahawk chop where he kind of just tapped the ball in from behind there on that sack. It was good to see. You almost had another one if Lamar just didn't have instant explosion. It's got that instant explosion Madden card, 99 rating. or he would have had 2 sacks on the day. But I thought he was doing a good job in providing some sort of pressure, as the line didn't do a good job throughout on that, and did a good job, continues to do a really good job in the run game too. Jordan, I'll hold every position to the same standard people hold Gino. Do that, and then we can be real about the situation of the team. There we go. I love it, man. Diego, poor offensive play since Giants, Bengals, Cardinals, Browns, and now Ravens. This is troublesome. The defense cannot carry you the rest of the way. No, they can't. No, they can't. Supu, let's go Seahawks. Let's go. Noob says we're not a top 3 offense with this offensive line. Offensive line is the most important position group in the NFL. Yeah, it's certainly struggling a little bit right now. Just a little bit. Just a little wee bit. Noob, this is a good year for OL. I love Bebe. Yeah, I'm a Bebe believer. We'd have our Bo Bros and our Bebe believers, and they would live together in harmony, and the offense would flourish. Please the Max says, but Cameron Ward's younger than Rattler, just 2 years apart. I'd be way more for Ward than I would Rattler. I'm not a fan of Rattler. Ryan, yeah, Waldron is not making a good case for keeping him as our offensive coordinator, but the O-line doesn't have enough playing time together this year also. Maybe more playing time could fix our O-line. I love the optimism. It's possible. I do like that thought process. Hadn't considered it. But maybe that will bear out a little bit better performances as we go down the road from him. Can't hurt. Audie Bell, I don't care who plays quarterback. If you don't invest in the interior offensive line and get your right tackle outside of Mahomes, it won't work. Well said. Deviance says one good O-lineman doesn't overshadow a bunch of 50 PFF graded linemen on San Fran. That's true. ADL Pete is probably glad Waldron is struggling. That way no teams will poach him and he can keep Waldron around for 8 more years. That's one way to do it. And Audie, yeah, we got dominated on both sides of the line of scrimmage. No doubt about that. Steve Gukian, Damian Lewis still can't pick up a TE stunt. Never stays square and lets the looper run free to the quarterback. Can't move his feet, Steven. That's part of the reason I've long suspected he's not long for the Hawk world here, even though he's been, up until this year, a decent player for us. In a scheme, you need guys that can move their feet. You certainly, that's not scheme-centric, of course, how to handle a stunt. You should just, but that's the problem with him, is that, and that's why it's always been a bit of an issue with him, usually in pass protection, is he just, picking him up and putting him down is troublesome for him. Troublesome. Diego Dallas didn't come back in after the game. He went to the locker room. Nicholas is Lucas likely done until playoffs, if not the rest of the season. It's a good chance that's the way this goes. Police says, why would Carroll think it was a good idea to put 41-year-old Jason Peters at tackle? That makes me so mad. Like, you should sign a backup tackle in free agent. Like, come on. I think there was a lot of great options in free agency, and those Stone Forsythes held up out there relatively well. He is now kind of the third guy you're going to at that point, so there's probably not a lot of faith in him because he's really more of a pure left tackle. But I'm not a fan of the rotating offensive lineman out thing. Ryan Ball says, we don't need an elite quarterback. We need people to get open. That could help. Pass protection, too. That could help. Because he says, yeah, the rotating lineman thing is weird. Just stick with Curhan. Well, they've got Forsythe over there right now. Curhan's out with an injury, too. So you're to the third guy. Marshall Bryce, bet if Lamar was our quarterback, the score would have been 37-6. I don't know. Lamar had way better pass protection in this game than Gino did. Way more running holes in the running game. He could use, I don't think so, no. If you flip quarterbacks out there in this game, I think you still lose. Maybe not by as bad. But Flip Flop Jacks, Gino need the rep, laughing out loud. He need the practice against the best team in the league. A lot of practice out there today for that. Empower code, hello 12s and B, I'm just so deflated tonight. What's up, brother? And you're not alone. You're not alone. Andrew Champion, I'm wondering if there's a tell on this offense. I wonder the same thing. These defenses are just a step ahead of everything right now. It's like they've learned some kind of intuitive thing. Is one of our linemen tipping the plays? Noob News is Talise Fuaga. Looks really good at tackle also. He might be available. I'll have to look at him. I haven't had a chance to check him out. I'm just getting into the prospects, though. I'm about 70, 80 deep. Power says this season feels like a waste. I don't know if it's a waste. It's a reminder. I know I say this a lot, but third youngest roster in the NFL. You set a Super Bowl record last time you won the Super Bowl at 26 and a half years of age. If you went back to the Super Bowl this year and won it, if you were that good, you would set a whole new record. It's a younger team. It's going to take time with a younger team at times. I know preaching patience is not always the thing people want to hear, but I think there's a good argument to be made for why it is. If you want to tell me that you hold the Carroll, and you're not saying this, I know, but for those out there that are like, I'm done with Carroll because of this with Carroll or that with Carroll, and it's, your assessment is based, let's say, from 2015, or you haven't gotten back to a conference championship 10 years, completely valid to point that out and say that's where I'm making the assessment all the way from there. I think the team did some very stark changes 2 years ago. And in making those changes, they turned over the roster, which meant that they were going to commit to a dead money period and a youth movement. And in committing to that youth movement, they were going to get the returns from that down the road, but they were going to have to wait a little bit of time to get the full returns. And I know we're chomping at the bit. I'm included in this for those returns to come now. But this is why I'm going to have a little bit also of the patience, even though I am chomping to go, okay, but I do know that this is still a really young team, still trying to kind of find its footing. And I trust in the talent. I trust in their processes with this, that they're going to find their way here. Roy says, last week we screamed well for the pressure. Today we did not. Well said, Roy. Scooby Snacks, stagnant, lifeless, no originality, no creativity. That was our offense today, and it was sad and painful and frustrating to watch. I was absolutely disgusted with it. Well put, well said. Very well said. Power, it feels like it has no purpose anymore. We're falling back into that good but not great mode, 2018, 2019 vibes. Yeah, I mean, that's where I think this particular team's going to maybe be more of just the good, not the great mode this year. But if we were into next year, I might feel a little bit different about this. But though I had high hopes for this season, I also had to understand in the back of my mind, which I referenced multiple times before the year, leading up to the year, off-season training camp. I said this multiple times over, that we got high expectations, and they're rightfully so. People should be aiming high. This talent is like none that you've had maybe on any roster just about throughout your history as an organization. But it is young. It is young. Yeah, it's got some vets. Yeah, there's a Bobby. Yeah, there's a Gino. Yeah, there's a Tyler. But overall, those are the outliers here versus the youth that really is, more kind of carrying the day. It's not to give everything an excuse for this season. I still get that it's like, yeah, it still feels like we had more potential this year, though. If we just find ourselves good, we had a potential to be great. I get that. I do. But I think that they're going in the right directions is what I'm trying to say on that. We're moving and making overall progress. Alan says, next season's our season for sure, 100%. Seahawks still growing and still have the better record compared to where we were last year. There we go. Mike says, Stone's Forsythe playing the best ball of his career. Bench him and rotate in Jason Peters because why? Because we owe him. Owe him what? He hasn't even spent a year here. Yeah, it'd be weird that you don't want to play a guy because you owe him. You want to play a guy because he's the best. Yeah, I agree. That thinking wasn't badly phrased by Carroll on that. Yeah. Josie was at the game today. Decent first half, but wasted opportunities at the end of the half. Second half was a disaster. Yeah, it was. Ghost, is it crazy to think Draymond is overrated? How do you feel about him? He's had a couple of games where he's provided some pressure from the inside, but I wouldn't say that he's been a consistent presence or force in there. And he doesn't seem to be a very efficient pass rusher. Kind of seems like it takes him a lot of bites at the apple to get back there. So not a game wrecker. You're definitely overpaying a bit versus the production you're getting from him on the field, I would say. But he hasn't been bad. I can find that kind of middle ground there. Jack says we need to activate Devin Bush next week. If Brooks gets shaken up again, I don't want to see Radigan on the field. Yeah, me neither. I don't know why they've got him inactive as it is, Jose. I don't know what the thought is there. Hey, I'm Brandon. You put a banner on the bottom of your stream saying my thoughts on Drew Lock at 7:30 of the stream. Tay206 says this should be a wake-up call for Seattle. Hopefully so. Audie Bell, Drew Lock, it's the offensive line. I don't care who's playing quarterback. This offense has to be able to run the ball or they will not succeed. Amen, Audie. Amen. Power says these streams are literally therapy sessions. Thank you, man. You guys are helping me out get through it too. For sure. Power says completely agree on the play calling. Completely abysmal. Feels like we've abandoned 3 tight end sets entirely, running on 2nd and 13. What the F? And barreling K9 into the interior offensive line. What even is this? I don't know. Just no creativity and just trying kind of the same old thing. I do not understand either. Byron P., I wish we would utilize Fant or other tight ends more. Me too, Byron. You're spending $7 million a year on him, and you give him about 1 or 2 targets a game. Doesn't seem, much like with DK, there doesn't seem a whole lot of a plan on how to get him incorporated into the offensive attack. Mike says Gino's at fault, yes, but it's the coaching staff who puts them in a position to either succeed or fail and starts at the top. Amen. Fleece says guard to high for 20th pick. What? I'm doing it anyway, Fleece. I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. Whatever it takes to get a dog in here. Whatever it takes. Nightmare vibes is in power. Yeah, dude. Exactly. Kirian says, when a script is written to shut down an offense, i.e. just blitz them every play, F it, and you fail to adjust or beat it, you don't throw into the blitz. No wide receiver looking for the ball early, no check down. Guess what you're going to see a lot of? It's true. Very true. And no adjustment was made to it, that's for sure. I'm going to say it time and again, the same ones pushing back on Drew, pushed back on Gino when Russ was starting. There's no difference. Let the man compete. It doesn't matter what you think of Gino. Head back to bed, says Megan. Talk to you soon. Have a good night. Thank you for all you do, Megan. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, grenade. Does Abe have old man knee? The old bone on bone. I don't think it's that. But something's going on there. Something dodgy. Fly Guys says, honestly, I think we can maintain the high level of play we've been displaying against good teams, but I'm not expecting blowouts all the time. I just want to win. Winning's a good way to go, man. Winning's a good way to go, that's for sure. Find a way. No style points needed on this one. And there certainly is time enough for this team to find some kind of footing here and find their refooting, I guess I should say. Mike Skinner, DJ Fluker was my favorite guard for our Hawks in a long time. Dude brought the hammer and the spirit we need desperately now. Definitely no hammer right now on the line today, Mike. That's for sure. Boomy says, I don't mind Joey B, but I hate Jamal Chase. The dude talks S all the time on social media. Oh, Jamar Chase, you meant. Yeah. Kieran, we targeted DK 7 times in the first quarter last week. Half of them were player lobs this week, 0 until the second quarter. Can we find the middle ground, please? Laughing out loud. Exactly. Exactly. Fly Guy, we play the Washington Comanderos next week. My name, honestly, we were asking for this. Not surprised at all. Defense has been carrying against bad, okay games. The Browns game was a God-given lucky win with that interception. It's very fair, my name. Very fairly said. Very fairly put. Very fair. Fumi says it's not even about losing the Ravens. For me, it's how we lost. Like, our offense did nothing good the entire game. That's what pissed me off so much. I knew we were not going to win going into the game. I feel a little bit the similar way, Fumi. The way you lose is important. Getting embarrassed is an important part of the calculation, that's for sure. Supu says, Seahawks fan for life. What's up, Supu? U2K, Jaden Daniels. I like Jaden Daniels, man. I'm okay with that in the third. I can roll with that. Butcher's Nook, how do you feel about the Seahawks, Brandon? I'm overall encouraged by what I see this year. I can sense there's some impatience from the fandom. I get that. I get that people are ready for the team to be either a contender. You know, Esther, get on the pot. I get that. I'm probably a little bit more patient than some would like with the team, yeah, and certainly where I have my outlook on it. But this was a tough loss today. And this team's got a lot to clean up this year if they hope to be even close to a contending type team this year. I don't know if it might be too much ground to have to cover. Yeah. We're going to have to cover like all the ground that they covered in the first Lord of the Rings movies. Like, for us to get to Mordor or the playoffs, we may have to cover that kind of ground. But overall in the team, I'm not down on the team or anything. This is a tough loss. So we're all in a highly emotional state right now. But we'll find a way through it. My name, why aren't the Hawks trading for O-line? Because nobody is giving up any kind of valuable O-lineman. If you've got backups, you're not giving them up even if they're good. You might have to call upon them. Offensive line is one of the hardest things to find in the draft year in and year out. The talent level has been leaking out in recent years. It's just not been as strong, and that has left teams like ourselves not kind of grasping, searching, open. King's House says, we're not just bad because of Lamar. Our time of possession stats is atrocious. Less than 20 minutes to Ravens 40. That's bad, Brendan. Agreed, King. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I don't really spend a lot of time talking about the defense too much in this one. I can nitpick some things with it. I can go at certain things with it, but at the end of the day, and I mean, it's a testament to me giving the pass I'm giving the defense that you give up 300 yards, and I've been talking about the Hawks team for 2 hours and 10 minutes. I've probably spoken about defensive struggles for like 2 minutes of the 2 hours and 10 minutes we've been streaming. So yeah, I see it the same way on that. I can't really go to the defense too much. And a lot of what we're talking about in the critiques I have about the offense in this game are not just about this game, but are critiques that roll over from past games into this game. Low King says, when are we going to just throw it to DK, 10 to 12 targets a game, and just throw it up to him in the red zone? I don't know, man. They kind of tried that last week and then bailed all the way off of it this week. Audie says the Ravens are a 1980s NFC team with new technology. The Seahawks are a 1980s AFC team waiting to be demolished in big games. Fumi, we didn't have the ball because we were third and out every time we got the ball, like literally 3 and out every time. Our offense could not stay on the field. No, they could not. Diego, what quarterback on the 2024 draft are you interested in, Brandon? If I had to be dead honest, drop dead honest with you, because let's remove the 3 guys that are there at the top. We're not going to have a chance at. Let's be real. We're not trading up in the draft for a quarterback. I mean, you guys, I know I'm going to see that message posted probably 60,000 times between now and the draft, but it's just not happening. I I wish I could stand up and say that I really look at this quarterback class and really have a couple guys that stand out to me that I'm really gravitating towards. But the more college football that is being played with these second-tier quarterbacks, Bo Nix's, Spencer Rattler, Jordan Travis, Riley Leonard, all these guys in that little bit of that mixed group, Jaden Daniels, they're not that they're bad. It's not that they don't have some talent. But if you're asking me which guy do I like so far, I'm watching all the tape, which guy am I like starting to gravitate towards? I'm not really a fan of any of them, to be honest with you. And there's some that I just outright am vomitous of the thought of even drafting them. I wish I can give you one that I like though, but I'll have guys I value, but it's the group is starting to wither a little bit as the year goes along. Owen, do I think that Penix Jr. would be a good pickup, or is he too injury prone? The main issue here with Penix for me is a little bit of a deduction game. Michael Penix, going into the Oregon game, I believe had been hit like 3 times on the season, and he's had an offense created by the Washington to really get the ball out of his hands like that. So he's not been under a lot of pressure. And then you got the Oregon game where he gets beat around a little bit, and he kind of comes through in that game. He plays good, but he starts to get hit a little bit, and it starts to change a little bit of some stuff. And then the week after that, Arizona State blitzes him, and he has a hard time with the blitzes and takes some hits. 2 interceptions in that game finally at the end that they can kind of pull it through. Now he goes against USC this past weekend. I know Stanford's in there too, but USC's not got the greatest of defensive challenges, which allowed him to kind of stand back there and kind of just let it rip. I think you put him on like our offensive line, for instance, right now, he's going to be taking a lot of shots, a lot of hits. And in this environment you'd be putting him into, I think he would end up getting broken. I'm very worried about his injury history. I don't think that because he's remained upright the past 2 years, that's indicative of the fact he's cleared his hurdles with that. He's just taken way less hits by the nature of the offense, how they pass protected, and how quickly he's gotten the ball out of his hands, which I don't know if you can exactly replicate at the pro level in the same way. There's going to be some times you're going to have to hold on to that ball hand. There's going to be some times you're going to need to move out of the pocket, and he doesn't throw as well off platform to me at times either. So, it's Penix in a lot of ways is a bit of a cut from the old cloth kind of quarterback where, get him in the pocket, let him just kind of cut you up a bit. He can be really good, but I don't know if the modern NFL allows you to do that as much. It's more of a demand and necessity to be able to scramble and move around a bit. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, I'm a little slow in acknowledging your dono, but I appreciate you. It's good to see you in the house tonight. Says that Waldron needs to get his head out of his ass and start using 2 tight end sets and running the damn ball. Not complicated. And I think it speaks to how much they have bailed on the running game, because when do you hear as an average fan ever say, run the ball more, right? It's every fan loves to say pass more and blitz more. But I think it does speak to Nicholas how much they have so often in these games gone away from the rushing attack, that it just speaks to how much of a necessity it becomes to dive back into that and recapture that. And it's also not got a really great explanation of why they've gone away from it. I can at least understand, I can explain away the 2 tight end sets a little bit, because there's a drive to go to JSN, there's a drive to go to the 3 wide receiver sets. But when it comes to just being willing to run the ball, to find some sort of semblance of balance, that's the part I don't have as much of an excuse for in a lot of these games, where it does seem like they just kind of prematurely will bail off the rushing attack if it's not really cooking right from the jump. A lot of folks agreeing with me on Rattler. Yeah, I would take Drew Lock all day over Rattler. If we're talking about that, then I'll just stay with Drew Lock or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, he says, today was no surprise. Seahawks are not a good team. They're not a bad team. Might be the best of not good teams. Haven't beat a good team in 2 seasons. Lions don't count. Some sort of weird anomaly. Well, it is hard to overlook that one. But look, they need to at some point, if they want to consider themselves good, like you say, the bottom line's right. They got to beat a good team. If you want to be considered good, you got to beat somebody of good quality. You can't just beat backups and hope you can get a soft schedule to find your way in, because that's certainly not a team that's going to make noise in the playoffs. If that's what they hoping to do. Owen Carter would have at least liked to see Drew play the last couple of drives. You're not alone, man. You're not alone. Ran the cup. Mafe is looking like the real deal 100%. And Nicholas, thank you again for that $5 donation. More 2 tight end sets, which would seem to open the door to more running the ball, you'd think. You getting those 3 wide receiver looks. You got Lockett and JSN on the field. You got 2 guys that maybe aren't the run blockers you have if you go to the 2 tight end sets instead there. So I think that run the ball more 2 tight end sets on the back of that. I think that's a smart approach as we look at some solutions going forward to some of the ails that this offense is dealing with. Alan says, Brandon, 12s always flip-flop. 100% that love Pete and John. 100% that love Pete and Gino. When they're up, but love to kick them when they're down. Yeah, I know. It's a bit of the game at play. I know you're not bashing the team. I get it. Just have a realistic view. Seahawks will win 9 to 10 games, lose in the playoffs. This is what they'll be until the team is sold and Pete is fired. The team has no offensive identity. I think those are fair things to say at this point. I think it's fair. I do think that my outlook is a little different than yours on that. I see there still being potential on this team to go out there and make some noise in the playoffs, but it does require them, to your point on that, finding an offensive identity. Yeah. Jayasi Haynes. I was at the game. I felt bad for all the Hawk fans halfway through the third. Lots of hats covering faces. Gino had no time to pass the ball. You didn't look prepared for this game. No, we did not look prepared for this game. Nobody said that up until this point on the stream, Jayasi, but that's as well said a comment on this as anyone else. We just weren't prepared. Fumi, dude, we're not going to beat the Niners, Eagles, Steelers, Rams with the offense playing like crap. There's no way we win any of those games. Possible, possible not. Let's see how it plays out. Taste buds, I feel like when you are excited about this girl you've been talking to and she turns out she's a taste bud, hold on, let me read this right. I feel like when you are excited about this girl you've been taken to and turns out she's a bust, a real L, sad. I hope some Waldron blows for not adjusting. Yeah, we certainly had a lot more hope in her, and she's not been exactly what we thought. We had a little, maybe the bear goggles were on a little bit on this one. But yeah, it's a tough one. Hopefully we find some adjustments yet. New Blacks, this offense in points per game is hovering around with the likes of Broncos, Packers, Commanders, and the Bears. That is where we are right now. Indeed. And there's really no excuses to be that low. I can understand if you were middle of the road kind of place, but to be a league worst kind of offense in the bottom line, there's too much talent on this offense to be at that stage of things. Kieran, the thing teams have learned is just blitz them every play. They can't pass protect, and the offense has no plan. I think that's probably pretty accurate. Byron says if the Hawks leaned on their tight ends, we would have an offensive identity. That'd be one way to find it, that's for sure. Lieutenant Ellis says, I was at the game. They looked lifeless. Looked like the same to me as well. It came through the TV as that as well. But it's good to hear we weren't seeing things. Holy Iron Grenade, not our window is wide open. Now our window is wide open, B. Just said we're super young. We are super young. Yeah, this is just beginning. Fawn was giving Gino a contract a mistake. Our window is closing. Oh, no, window's closing. We're just starting to get to the point of trying to open the window. We've just moved out of, let's remember, folks, last year was unequivocally year one of a rebuild. Year one. You ate $57 million of dead money. You moved off of Bobby and Russ. You moved off of any bad money you had in the books. You cleared all through. That was year one of a rebuild. We are in year two of a rebuild. So it's about the window opening, not the window closing. The contract with Gino, one of the things that they said into this contract, Ton, is that they're putting a position here to be able to, if they don't like the contract after this year, they can get out from under it. So if he is as bad as some feel that he is, and as some think that he really is at the end of the day, then the team can certainly get out from him without having to, shoulder a whole bunch of dead money to get it done. So, no, we're okay. We're not married to necessarily the quarterback thing. We're not in a Russ situation like he is with Denver. But we got to see how it'll play out through the course of the year to determine what they're going to do. Spaces, when was the last time we rushed for 28 yards? Probably been a while. I don't know, though, if it's been a long time, Space, because I know even last year we had some games where we couldn't run the ball at all either. Mike Skinner says, even in our darkest days, we are still Seahawks fans for life. We got this, guys. We got it. I love it, Mike. Let's go. DVN says they are protecting their quarterback at a high rate, especially considering Gino doesn't even step out of the pocket. Alexander, I don't want Kirk Cousins. No. Mr. Dog, the Hawks Nest, would you bench Gino next week? No. I don't think it accomplishes anything benching Gino myself. I think the issues are multiple at this point, Mr. Dog. I think Gino is certainly not without blame in this, but I think a lot of the big issues affecting the offense right now are going to continue to affect the offense under Locke, and I don't think that means that Locke will then be the answer at that point. Or any better, I should say. Alan says, when was the last time Russell had the Seahawks sitting 5-3 with the division up for grabs? I mean, kind of 2020. I'm just saying. Not that I'm calling for the rust days, Alan. I'm not. But you did have that pretty good start to that year, I believe. DVN was all the Gino magic in the quarterback coach. I mean, that quarterback leaves to Tampa and Baker actually plays pretty decent. Maybe it was. Canales may have been the secret sauce. He might be onto something. Sorry, 1 second. My quarterback cat's about to fight. 1 sec. My cat just got into some leftover bacon. Oh, darn it. They're sneaky. They're sneaky as hell, I tell you. But Canales might have been at DVN. He might. That would at least explain it, why we've seen kind of the drop-off we've had. Because I don't have a lot of other explanations outside of some of the things that are some of the more obvious things we can all kind of see with this. Mike says the floor for Kirk is higher than Gino, but we'd have to pay him big money, so nah, I'm good. Yeah, and let's also consider with Kirk, he's going to be coming off of an Achilles tear, and he's going to be about 36 years old. So the injury worries, the age, and then the price. Nuh-uh. Owen Carter, what would you do this trade? We get the first overall pick. We give our first from this year, next year, our third from this year, and DK. Our first from this year, next year, third from this year, and DK. Yes. Yeah, I would. And I'm not looking to trade DK, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Nubelax says, I'm always very cautious of a quarterback who faces no pressure in college. This is what's got me too with Penix. Look, he throws a beautiful ball, and he's got an ability to accurately put it wherever he wants to put it with some true arm talent. Really, the ball jumps out of his hand. But can you keep that guy clean all the time is going to be a big, not all the time, but keep him heavily cleaned. And then put together an offense that, is built a lot like what the Huskies have done as much as you can to get the ball out of his hand as quick as possible, to take advantage of his good processing ability and quick decision making. Alex says it's impossible to appropriately analyze college quarterbacks with how bad every college defense is. It definitely makes it incredibly hard. Yeah. It really does. Probably the single most toughest part about evaluating a quarterback in college. Relax says the sad thing is this will be the third year coming up for them to address the future at quarterback, and I'm afraid they'll fail at it once again. They might. I think this year is uniquely lined up for them to at least take a guy in the third, fourth, but I don't know if that's going to assuage people to believe they've got their guy of the future at that point either. Audie Bell says, show me an NFL dynasty and I will show you an all-pro center. Did the Cowboys have an all-pro center? Iona says, this is the worst loss of the season. It's a tough one, Iona. It's definitely in contention for it. The Rams one hit me a little different because we were at home and opening game of the season. It's the Rams. But this one doesn't feel good either. Alan A says, Brandon, why keep Locke around if you plan on drafting a quarterback? It doesn't make any sense. 100% just start Locke if Gino Smith keeps up with the losing. I 100% agree with some. I'm not anti-Locke or anti-Gino. Yes. You're not alone as well. Folks are in that sentiment. I can only kind of give my perspective and where I stand with it. So I fully say this with understanding that there are people that are not going to sit in alignment with me on the Drew Lock outlook of things. The reason you brought back Drew Lock this year was you thought, as evidenced by the fact they even just recently made the Leonard Williams second round trade. The team in its outlook, whether they are wrong on this or right on this, or they were delusional to believe this, looks at themselves coming to this year as a team that can contend, a team that can go out there and be one of the best in the NFC. And so when they have Gino as being your quarterback at 32, 33 years of age, you want to have a viable backup that you can then call upon to go to who can go in the football game and play well. When you look at last year's draft and the quarterbacks that were going to be available from the second round onward, there really wasn't anybody out there that was jumping out to you that was going to give you that guy that you could feel comfortable with if they come in there to play for you. You know, that's one of the reasons they haven't addressed the quarterback position the last couple of years is it's also about the talent that's out there. There's got to be a guy good enough to go select. You don't just make a draft pick of a guy just to pick a guy. And these past couple of drafts for the quarterback position have been completely miserable. So you bring in Locke to give you depth for an injury. You certainly can also say you have him in here if Gino happens to completely fall off in his performance and, you know, can't hold up at all. But you're not necessarily just bringing him to call upon him when things don't go right for you the first chance on offense. And again, the issues I have on offense from my standpoint, though Gino is included in these issues, I'm not so certain that Gino's issues aren't born out of some of the base issues at hand. The base issues being your inability to run the ball consistently or to stay even somewhat committed to running the football. The pass protection issues, which by and large have been out there throughout every game, you've had an issue in pass protection. I think that's, and then the play calling being completely unimaginative and stilted. Those are things that are going to continue. And I don't think those improve with moving to Locke. And I think he fails dealing with the same kind of conditions. Power, how did Waldron fall off so fast? I don't know. That's the part of the show we get to where I go, I don't know. I usually have an explanation for you guys on most stuff, but on this one, I'm not. I would have said early on in the year, it's a little bit more of him being handcuffed by a backup offensive line across the board. You just don't have the ability to go to your full play call sheet. But now I don't know. I don't know. Iona, hopefully we do bounce back next week. Hopefully we can. Must-win game against the Commanders, says Addis. I agree with you. Because again, this team can be a very good team this season, but we still got to fix the issues starting next week at home. Must-win game. Well said. Very well said. G-Man, cool. This is the first time the O-line has been a liability this year, and it's not the first time Gino has looked completely out of place in an NFL uniform. Gino hasn't had a legit good game since week 2. Definitely think your final point on that is absolutely a fair assessment of it being a bit of time since we've seen a good Gino. I think he played pretty good football in the Carolina game too, but if even we remove that one, I'm okay with that. I can't say that the offensive line hasn't been a liability in a multitude of games this year myself, G-Man cool. The Rams game, I think that they were a liability. I certainly think the past couple weeks, Browns game, you pass blocked better, but then you couldn't run block worth a damn. I don't know if that reaches liability state or not, but Gino needs to play better. I have a hard time being able to go fully just to him as the only reason here. In Power Code, a report came out via Schefter that Seattle is unlikely to extend and keep Big Cap after the season. If true, this could prove to be a disastrous move. Don't want to jump to conclusions, but scary. Could be scary if that's the way he plays. Let's just see how it plays out at this point. I would be very surprised in Power Code if Seattle was making that assessment before they even had a real chance to see him play and see how good he is and see what he could do on the field. So that seems a little bit early for them to come to that assessment on this. But we'll see. It's hard to predict. Sanchez has got the Seahawks missing the playoffs. Ooh, that's a bold one there, Sanchez. Maybe they play like they did today. It's going to be hard to get there. King, we did good not taking Gino out of Brandon. We did good not taking Gino out, Brandon. You must understand it's already hard on Gino having a bad games back-to-back, but taking him out just would put him in a turmoil mentally, and he's fragile there. Well, I hope that's not what's the reasoning and why they didn't do it, if that's what was preventing them from doing it. I'd like to think that their reasoning is the same as mine, but who knows? Why are we even talking about being the Commanders? Anyone could beat the Commanders, and even if we beat them, doesn't make us a good team at all. Well, no, but I think that's for those folks, Fumi, who still do have some hope for this upcoming season. As small as little as that hope may be, but get things right the next couple of games. Nothing is all lost. You certainly have still a lot of this year to go. I know we have people reaching ultimate conclusions about this team here after 7 games into the year, 8 games into the year, where we're at. But let's give it the full season, figure it out. Alan, Brandon, Seahawks first Niners game is more important than Seahawks first Ravens game. Yeah, it's true. This was just a measuring stick game to kind of see where we are, I think, a little bit. It's got the team going 8-9, missed the playoffs. That would suck, but possible. Possible. New Blacks, I'm just constantly disappointed in this offense game by game. It's been that way for me too this year. Agreed. The Blacks also, nobody wants Kirk here. Just believe me. I'm also a huge Vikings fan. After this injury, he's going to be even more of an immobile statue behind the line of scrimmage. I need a quarterback who can use their legs. That's where it's going for me too, New Blacks. Just the need to have to use your legs, to have a lack of a statue back there is going to grow more and more important. It's not going back to the statue, in my opinion. Motive, Pumpkin's pissed that we lost to. She's pissed. She's super angry over there. Come on. Red Ace, the quarterback gets the spotlight for better or worse, just the nature of the sport. All our woes get dropped on Gino, and all I think he feels the pressure. We need to chill. Chilling's not the worst way to go on this one, I agree. Giving it some time to play out, it's not the worst way for this to go. Just let it play out, and we can get to a point of having our conclusions by the end of the year, but let the whole thing kind of just play out a bit, I think. Yeah, I think that's a smart, sober way of going at it here with this. Power Code Duncan needs to exhaust her rage. She does. Radius, what's your other cat's name? My other cat's name is Xena, as in Xena, Princess Warrior. So Pumpkin and Xena. Got her to be a mouser, hence the warrior nickname. Cats are smart. Very smart. I'm a little behind on my donos. I'm sorry about that. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. Has our recent performance affected your final win-loss prediction? Ooh. All right, so we're 5-3 right now. So let's see. Let me go back to the front here. Can we beat the Cardinals on the road at the end of the year? Yeah. That's 6-3. Steelers at home, 7-3. Titans on the road, 8-3. Now, the other true wins that I think are going to be wins are going to be the Rams and the Commanders. That's going to take you to 10 wins. Do I think we can go 2-2 against the Cowboys, Niners twice, and the Eagles? I mean, today didn't give me a lot of hope we could. More like 1-3 would be best case scenario as it stands right now. But even in that case, I was on that would, even if it went that way, where you're 1-3 in that slate of 4 games, with winning those other ones, which maybe I'm being a little bit too. I don't think I am though, because you're in the Titans and Steelers and Cardinals at the end of the year. You're likely to have all 3 of those teams really not in a place for playing for much at that point. So even in this scenario, where I have us going 1 potentially and 3 against those 4 teams, you would still end out at 11 wins on the year, and you still would make the playoffs. Wouldn't be the most exciting way of getting the playoffs for some, is they look at the schedule and go, well, you got through by a weak record, and they wouldn't be necessarily wrong in that, but you would still, I think, get the playoffs. So I would probably have us 1 game off of my outlook from where we were at the start of the year, and that expectation being derived from the fact that the offense does not look like what I thought they were going to be, which should be a top 5 offense. Coming into the season, by the way you've constructed it, and instead you've been a bottom 4, bottom 5 offense in the sport. And so I've got to, only having to readjust off of 1 game ain't bad, but the defense has also been better too. So it's been a bit of a push-pull thing on that one. Mike says, I've been pretty down on the whole team, I know, but Michael Dixon is the best punter of all time. Hey, that's not superfluous, man. That might be very much accurate. Can you imagine if Caleb fell to 24? Well, if he can just keep crying in his mom's arms on the field, we can get there. Carroll would love it if he could get his hands on him. Power code, are the Cardinals even that much of a threat with Caleb? Feels like they'll just F it up regardless. They probably will F it up, but that's not going to stop them from drafting him. That's for sure. 60 AT RWS. What's with the run game? 2 weeks in a row, never going to get play action without establishing the run. There seems to be definitely a lack of commitment here. I think that's a big part of it, to your point on that, 60. I also think this is where when you don't convert but 1 in 12 attempts on 3rd down, it's hard to get around to running the ball again, and have the opportunities to run the ball, especially when the defense on their side is allowing its share of drives and its share of time in this game where your offense just can't even get their hands back on the ball. Not to give the defense a lot of shade here, but just when it impacts specifically to why we didn't run the ball, why we should run the ball more. But I do think 60, as we do come to one of those few places on this chat that I think is a consensus, the spot that I think that many would draw forward on this one as we look forward would be running the ball more, running it more consistently. Doesn't mean it's going to be way super successful in doing it, but that you've got to find some balance here, like you say. Sets up the play action, keeps the defense a little bit more playing it straight up, versus being able to just go balls out on the passing game 24/7. Mike Skinner, we paid DK like a top wide receiver, but don't throw to him like one. No, we don't. Didn't get his first target. There's 3 minutes left in the second quarter. 4 minutes left in the second quarter was the first time you got your first target to DK in this game. And you started with the ball. No, Jeffrey, I was talking about because somebody said that you have to have a center to have a dynasty. And I was saying, who was the center for the Cowboys back when they had their dynasty back in the 90s? I was trying to provide kind of an example of where there wasn't necessarily a team that was a dynasty that had a great center. Standard champion, people are way too confident drafting a quarterback next year will solve all our problems. We'll be lucky to find a start at all. Amen. Amen. There's not a lot of clear answers at the quarterback position moving forward if we are to look somewhere else. At least that we could feel super confident about. Audie Bell says the Doomsday Cowboys had Tom Rafferty. Okay. I'm aware of him. How about the 90s Cowboys? Yeah. I know they had good guards. They had good tackles. 1991. 11-5. Mark Stefanowski, he wasn't bad. He wasn't too bad. Five-time Pro Bowler. Might be onto something. Might be onto something. William Leonard, thank you again for that $5 donation. So I'd drop it down to 11 wins at this point. Just a little bit dip. Not a big dip, just a little dip. But thank you for that donation, man. Appreciate you for that. All your donos. I know you're a member of the channel too. Thank you for that. Empower Code, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that too, brother. Thank you guys all for all your support today. You guys, just tremendous amount of donations as ever on the channel. You guys are unbelievable with that, and I really do appreciate it. Appreciation dono for the legendary Brando. These streams are the perfect place to decompress and dissect these games with nuance and critical thinking. That's what I love about this too. And I want to thank everybody in this chat today because I was worried a little bit before going live. I ain't going to lie to you guys. There's a little bit of a cringe aspect to hitting live on a game after game like this where things can start getting really sideways in the chat. And I think it is, as I always say, a testament to the community that we built here that we are able to keep things respectful, even in our disagreement. And I know that there's a lot of real passionate feelings about wherever you stand on this. But I do appreciate folks keeping things above board on the chat here and respectful. And the understanding too of this, that I have a lot of my own opinions on this chat that I bring up and say, this is how I think, and that's what I think, and this is what I feel. But this is, as I always say, not to be an echo chamber. It's not to be a place where we all have to agree on the same thing. And I love that we have different outlooks on this. I think in having the different outlooks and considering all of them in every angle of it, I think is what leads us to the pathway of eventually arriving to the right answer and figuring out, what is what and what is true and what is false and who is who and who is what. But thank you, Empower Code. I appreciate that, man. And I love doing these streams. It makes it easier for me too. Just if it does for you, it does it for me as well to kind of talk this through and figure it out and work it through a little bit. At Brandon Levi's was out there. Levi's. Mike, DK is the most physically gifted wide receiver in a decade. And we're squandering his prime. Yeah, I would say so. Alan Levis, you mean? Levis was out there? You might have to, Alan, you might have to add that a little bit. I'm not sure what you're saying there. New Blacks, Levis, if they liked him, they should have definitely done all they could to move back into the first. Yeah, and I don't know if they did like him, New Blocks. I'm not sure if they did. If they were really signed up on him at that point, I think even the pick around 20 would have potentially made sense for them to go for Levis there. But we heard no interest leading up to the draft with them and Levis, really. They were connected with every other quarterback, it seemed, up at the top. So, Red, I think the Locke debate stems from the age gap. People might think Locke will develop into a world beater because of the age difference. Could be that. Yeah, it could be that. And I do like Locke. I don't want to seem like I'm down on Locke. I just think Locke and Gino are very close in the type of player they really are at the bottom line. They have differences in their skill set for sure, but I think that their play is going to be very probably comparable. Could be wrong on that. Levi's was there. Oh, Levis. You guys you're putting the exclamation in the weird spot. Yeah, he was there in the first. They could have got him. D3, thanks for jumping in. Congrats to your flock, man. Great job by the Ravens today. Tan says, I don't get it. John Schneider or Josh Allen is good. We should get him. Oh, Patrick Allen is good. Oh, playing good. We don't trade up to get any of them. Yeah. You had Wilson at the time those guys came out. It was a little bit hard because you were paying him big money, and that would have been tough to pull off. No Bobo today was sad, says Sup. Yeah, maybe next week. Maybe next week. Butcher 959. Gino is nothing more than a robot. Colin plays, there's no life there. Limp bones, weak arms, slow process. Butcher Knife is out on Gino. You're not alone, Butcher. Tan, all I'm saying is we have this Scout S and know who is a good at quarterback, but don't do nothing. We'll see if they get more aggressive this year. Maybe they will perhaps decide this is the year to move up. Push it. That was a good game check. Lucas Len, why not give Drew Lock playing time in this game? Why risk Gino when we clearly had no shot? And why not give Drew some reps when we may need him to start down the line? I think I'll give you the answer, and this is just how I see it, Lucas. Not everyone's going to agree on this. This is just my answer, but it's where I do stand pretty firmly rooted. Number one, I do not believe Drew Lock is going to play better at the position than Gino Smith. These guys had a competition. Gino Smith beat him out. Gino was the better player. I refuse to believe at this point that Lock has magically become better in 2 years. It just doesn't add up to me, and I'm not buying into it. This offense needs to find some footing here, Lucas. And the problems coming into this game and the problems that happened throughout this game were concurring on top of what's happened in prior games. And so in that moment, if I'm a head coach like Coach Carroll, it's not really about the worry of getting Gino injured. It's more of, let's get this offense functioning. Let's see if they can get some finding a rhythm here at the end of this game that we can then build upon into the next game, right? Even if just to get him comfortable in his dropbacks and sets, because he does look very frenetic as it stands right now when he's dropping back. So that's also, I think, what was at play here. As far as him starting down the line, I don't really see where that's going to be the case. I think that Drew Lock is on a 1-year deal, Lucas. I think that they could afford to sign him to the 1-year, $4 million deal because you had Gino Smith costing only $10 million on his contract this year. So you could afford to bring him under in there at that point. I think after this year, it's going to be a bit of a different tale when it comes down to this. So I don't think that there's a down the line that he's really going to be starting unless Gino just flat falls on his face or gets injured this year with 8 games left to go. Certainly not, Gino's not, as we know it, super beat up or injured as it stands right now. Part of this also is, Lucas, I just think that part of the issues that Gino's dealing with are not simply him playing bad in a vacuum. It's also because you can't run the ball worth a snot, and you're not pass protecting particularly well throughout the course of this year. If we take the Seattle Seahawks pass protection efficiency rate, they're in the bottom third of the NFL this season. No doubt about that. Drew dealing with that kind of situation, you're going to see some similar failures with him back there. So it's not a move I want to look to make. If I'm going to go to the backup quarterback, it's because I can tangibly have a good feeling for the fact this guy is going to be an improvement over what I've got from the position. That I have something I can base that upon. And if we go to Drew Lock right now, I don't think we're basing that on anything. We're just sort of hoping that will be the case. Kieran says there are some studies about trading up for quarterbacks and they don't generally work out. This is very true, Kieran. Very true. I'm not a big guy on trading up for a quarterback either. If you're going to do it, you better be really sure about the guy you're moving up to go get. And there's a lot of different recent examples we can find of teams trading up that look at their trading up and they go, that wasn't the best option for us. That was not smart. We shouldn't have done that. Unfortunately, this is probably the end of Gino era this season. If we can continue to play this way, hopefully we can draft a quarterback in the upcoming year and have a shot at the Super Bowl. Amen. Fumi says, I don't think Pete is trying to win Super Bowl anymore. He's just settling in now, more wins than losses before he retires. I think he's trying. I think he's doing what he can. I don't know. A new black sweet. You have 2 cats. I don't think I've ever seen the other one. Yeah. So this one right here, she's a bully. Okay. She looks nice and she's all sweet for you guys on camera. She's licking herself right now. Like, look at how cute I am. I'm just a gentle little, she's a bully to the other cat. The other cat's really shy and super sweet. And so she doesn't let her up on the cat tree. If the other one gets up on the cat tree, it's like, you will get attacked. So her cat's got to kind of keep her distance a little bit, unfortunately. But she's a good girl too. She's sweet, just very shy. Very shy. Nasir's got him going 12-5. Nasir's got some confidence still in his team. Let's go, Nasir. Fumi, I'm pretty sure Pete knows he cannot win Super Bowl with Gino and Shane. He's not stupid. He's just settling at this point. I don't know. I don't know. For a guy that is into his 70s at this point, I don't know if that's really a guy who's been very competitive his whole life, who's shot for championships, and to go in that direction, I don't know. I don't know if he's in the ear, Fumi, of John Schneider and asking him to facilitate this trade for Leonard Williams, if that's really what he feels and thinks. I think he wants to win. I think he wants to get championships. Noob. My ex-dad was obsessed with Xena, the TV show. He had rooms of collectibles from that show. Well, I didn't give it this was my, this is another one from my ex too, because my ex had named her, Xena. So we were house sitting in New Mexico, and it was an older people's house out there in the middle of the desert, and they had mice in their walls, and it was a nice house, but they just had these, like, somehow the mice had gotten in. So we went and got herself a cat, and Xena, the warrior princess, to slay all those rodents. She was good. We used to hunt together in the house. It's pretty cool. You haven't lived until you've hunted with a cat. Big Docs, Brandon, before the start of the day's show, would you have rated the Ravens defense as the better, same, worse than the Browns defense? The Ravens' hands around the Hawks' throats surprised me. I would have rated the Ravens defense pretty much right with the Browns. They came into this as the number 2 defense in the NFL behind the Browns. So they were right there step for step with them, I think. Yeah, complete defense, depth. You know, they don't have to just lean on their starters, especially on that defensive line. I think I would have put them there. You know. Red Ace says, badass name B. Does Xena keep Pumpkin on her toes? No, Pumpkin is the bully. If you guys ever you're ever thinking about getting a cat, if you're going to get a tabby cat, be it a female or male, they're wired way differently than other cats. So they're headstrong. They're physical. They like to get real physical, and they will overwhelm what other cat you have in your house, boy or girl. So yeah, Xena's a fighter, but she can't, this one has that energy where she will not give up at any point. Like when she's on something, it's like, she's going to keep hammering it, and you can't dissuade her. It's weird tabby energy. They're a weird, like, I never dealt with it before I got it, and they got this, like, just, I'm going to do what I want to do. Josh says, flush it down the toilet. Look, next week, brother. We're trying, Josh. We're trying. We're getting there. We're making our way around the pass. Nublax, I find it really hard to believe we missed the playoffs. Me too, Nublax. You just look at the schedule going forward, and there's plenty of winnable games on the schedule, even with the daunting 4 stack that we're going to have to go through here down the range. Big country, we should beat the Pittsburgh, but they play us tough. They do. I wouldn't be marking it, I think, as much of a dub as I would right now because it is at home. So that's the part that has me a little bit, at least, feeling like we can edge that one out, but it'll probably be a close game. Lucky LaRue, Sam Howell's coming to town. Get ready, secondary. The gunslinger's in the house, and he's bringing all the pistols. Alexander says, I'm still sticking with my beginning of the season record, win-loss record, 10-7. I like it. Stick to them guns. Big Country sticking to his guns at 11-6. Big Country looking righter and righter by the day. Alan says, Seahawks are still a top 5 team in the NFC, period. I agree with that, Alan. I agree with that. I feel you. Josh says cards are trash. They are trash, Josh. They're definitely going to get that number 1 pick, I think. Noob, that crying was staged. Man, that was a tough look. It's like just different generation of kids, man. Back when I was younger, there's like, you could have the tears flowing out of your eyes and you're going to try to hide it. Anyway, kind of went the other direction with it. But I'm a little bit of that older, harsher generation, I suppose, in my outlook of that moment. Yeah. At Dig Docs, I have a few articles suggesting Penix's throwing motion might need to be readjusted to play in the NFL. That surprised me. That is a bit surprising to me. I mean, he's just got the left-handed version of Phillip Rivers with more arm strength. Phillip Rivers made it work for a Hall of Fame career. Why can't Penix? I disagree with that assessment of it. It's wonky. It looks weird, but there's been a lot of throwers in the sport that have had wonky, weird deliveries and have made it work. And if it doesn't affect, if it's not an accuracy thing that affects him highly in college, if it's not a bat down thing of batted balls in college, then I wouldn't expect it to carry over into the NFL. My main worry with him is going to be age. How much more development does he have? And then the injuries. Will he hold up? Alexander says, feels like Arizona Cardinals draft a quarterback every other year. They do. They did Rosen 1 year, and they came back with Kyler Murray, and now another, 4 years later, they'll come back and take another one. Noob, his motion isn't as bad as Tebow's. Yeah. Tebow's is the worst of all time. And with Tebow, you went to college, and you could see even in college as he was getting the Heisman on his throws that there's some arm limitations here. right? And that's where Penix has shown he's got no arm limitations. He can make every throw. He can let it rip. He's got the strength. He's got the accuracy. He's got the quick pull on the trigger. Josh, and it feels like every other year they have a busted quarterback. They definitely are not the organization that seems to be on the right path at times, Josh. That's for sure. Though Caleb Williams might clean up a lot of stuff for that team once he comes there. Travel Nature Fanatic 11-6, and we just played the best team in the NFC football in the AFC, who we should only meet in the Super Bowl. Total mismatch on every level. Outplayed, outcoached. Well said. Well said, Travel. I would agree with that. Brian E., this is not a catastrophic. If you're going to lay down a stinker, an interconference opponent is the team to do it with. Well said, Brian. That's true. Got to go down, do it against somebody that's not in your division or anything like that. Nope, season's not over with. We're unpacking this loss a bit, but it doesn't mean that the year's over with or that we're in a panic mode necessarily. Some are, I guess, maybe in the chat. Not me, for sure. Brian says, Ace did GLCJ. Travel Nature Fanatic, 6 iterations of offensive line cannot help. It's proven statistically that quantity of snaps is directly responsible for quality of O-line's effectiveness. Indeed, it's not helped that you've had to rotate through so much throughout this year, and I'm a believer in that as well, Travel Nature. It did make me bristle a little bit this past week when we heard Coach Carroll talk in his press conference about embracing the rotations on the offensive line, even when he does have health there for what would essentially be the frontline guy. That was a new one for me. I hadn't heard any coaches reference it in that way before, but Carroll does have some unique outlooks on things in that way. Nim says, I wish we had Burrow. He's so good. Yeah, Burrow's awesome. Luckily, the rear of the Commanders will be tough. It won't be an easy game, but it's certainly made it a little bit easier when you don't have Chase Young or Montez Sweat out there. That makes it a little bit more makeable, especially at home. D-Nugget, have we seen the best of Josh Allen? I don't know. I think he's a good quarterback. He can have some fluctuations at times, but overall, he's one of the better ones out there. Newlax, I mean, I don't know what you even say after a game like this. Just bad all around and have to just flush it out and go into the next one. It's probably about the best thing to say at the end of the day. On this one, I do believe that's probably the same place. Stuart S., the Hawks Nest, appreciate all you do too. Thank you, Stuart. And man, thank you for all the great discourse in the chat, man. Discourse in the chat. I know this was going to be a tough one today, but we've been able to really chop this up in the way that I'd hope we'd be able to, which is to do it with an understanding that it's not desperation or panic, and it's a bad loss. And it shouldn't be that thing where we just go, let's be positive on it and ignore what it is. Let's talk over what it is. Let's figure out what it was. And then, yeah, we'll turn this forward, but truly get an assessment of what's going on here. And I appreciate that. I really do. It's hard to get to in sometimes these kind of chats and stuff. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, am I wrong, or has the Waldron offense been way more inconsistent than it was under Bevel and Shoddy? Maybe I'm wrong. I think it depends on what we're trying to take a look at, Cameron, overall. I mean, when we talk about the first year of Waldron, you didn't onboard his offense fully. You've got year 2 then last year, first 12 games, offense is working wonderfully. Then the back half of the schedule, back third of the schedule, it kind of falls apart. But that happens in the succession with your running back room getting decimated and offensive line not being able to pass protect and no rushing attack that you could really speak of like we've dealt with this year. So I don't know. I think a very big part of Bevel and Schottenheimer's offenses were they were inconsistent. That's a big part of what drove you to the Waldron West Coast offense was those guys that was more feast or famine than you're consistently getting it through. I mean, the whole meme Russell Wilson game was, especially from like 15 through 18, 19, is your offense is kind of muddling and finding itself through most of the game, and then you suddenly turn it on halfway into the third quarter. It's like, take that. There was that Vikings game that was like the epitome of this kind of game a couple of years ago with Russ. What was it, 2000 and probably 2020 or something, where you have this whole game where you do nothing throughout the whole course of the game. You can't move the ball at all, and then just suddenly you turn it on in the third quarter and you go. I think there was a lot more of those kind of performances under Bevel and Shoddy. I would say it would be fair to say, Cameron, that Waldron has been every bit as inconsistent as Bevel and Shoddy. I don't think he's been more, but I think they've all of them, you sought to find consistency with Waldron, and instead you find yourself lying in the same bed that you were lying in with Bevel and Shoddy. And it's a dirty bed. The covers haven't been washed. Something smells, and not the kind of fun smell. And I don't know what to do about it. I can make some suggestions like trying to run the ball more, trying to utilize more of the outside rushing attack, trying to incorporate more of your tight ends into play, trying to build in more screen-based concepts. I can say that, but I'm not so sure that the team's looking to really instill that as a fix, But I think it's all been pretty inconsistent all the way throughout, to my eyes. Thank you, Cameron. Appreciate that $5 donation, brother. It's great to see you in the house too as well. Hung Win, thank you for subscribing, Hung, to the channel. Appreciate you hopping aboard the Hawks Nest. We are definitely trying to get to 15,000 subscribers this year. We find ourselves motoring along. I think we're going to get right up into about 14.2 today, right on the edge of it. So we are almost about 800 away. If you're not subscribed up already, please do get subscribed up like Hung has. I really would appreciate it. Helps this channel out. Also hit that like button if you haven't had an opportunity to do so already. Chase Carey, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, we didn't run the ball at all effectively. Maybe if our quarterback would scramble, not even to the level of Lamar, but it could keep the D on edge. Third threat. Chase, this is where we talk about a little bit on great points on your part. This is a big part of where I go to and say, when you're looking at quarterbacks coming out of the draft anymore, or when you're looking at a Kirk Cousins kind of guy who's been a very effective quarterback, who's even played his best ball in the last couple of years, really, potentially on the pros. And that's saying something because he's had a good career. But I think that we are moving into a place now where the game is more reliant on there being a standard that you have a quarterback who's mobile, who can use his legs. Doesn't have to be like you say to the Lamar level, because that's special, that's unique. You're not going to find that. But somebody that can utilize their legs at times and find some free yards in there. And that's been a point of certainly with Gino that I think is a fair thing to say about him, is that he doesn't give you much as far as his pocket mobility goes. His feel in the pocket is certainly kind of eroded well with this. Last year, those 12 games, he had some subtle pocket movements he could do to get around the lack of mobility. But there are times, I think, at this year where you can see he can't just kind of get free or get away and get you some free and easy yards. And that's becoming more of a mandated necessity for modern offenses, Chase. I think that's a completely fair point. And I think that's where the game is going and certainly should be at the forefront of our mind in whatever quarterback we're looking at in the future. 100%. 100%. Thank you, Chase. Byron says, I wouldn't sleep on any team in the NFL, including the Commanders. Got to show up to play. Yeah, we can't. We showed against the Rams in the opening week. We can't sleepwalk against any opponent. I will be predicting us to win this game, but I'm not saying we're going to blow them out or anything like that either. We'll probably make it uncomfortably close. Brian, Waldron's game planning and play calling has been out of whack with situational football. Plus, when he knows his offensive line is gimping, he's not running 12 or 13 personnel sets. Well said, brother. Well said, and I agree with you. D-Nugget, is there a way for Gino to play around this bad O-line, or was that Russ's talent? More of Russ's talent. Gino can play more on script, though, than Russ could. So better on-script designing of plays would probably be a little bit of a way to kind of get a fix here, I would say, D-Nugget. But bad O-line's been a part of it. Play calling's been a part of it. Gino's play's been a part of it. Noob. If Pete Carroll kicked the field goal, we would have won. Byron says, I saw several occasions with empty sets and zero tight ends in the formation. Yeah. Byron, you got one target to Noah Fant this game, one target to Will Disley. How does that add up? And you have that happening at the same time that you don't get DK Metcalf targeted until halfway or almost all the way through the second quarter. How does that happen? That part of it that doesn't make sense to me, and I can't really explain it clearly as to why we're seeing it either. Pre-snap motion has also completely been torn out of the playbook for whatever reason this year. Well, hand grenade. Hey, do you think we need to draft Hingle McCringleberry? He's known for his 3 pumps. You know, you can get away with the 2 pumps. You go to the 3rd pump. That's a 15-yard flag. And if we're already having an issue right now, holy hand grenade with DK, and people having a problem with his penalties, how's it going to be with McCringleberry getting his free B15 after he gives the 3 pumps? Can't do it. Can't do it. Adi, I'm telling you, Brandon, the center is huge on the offensive line. Even teams that didn't win it all, like the 70s Vikings, the 80s Broncos, and the 90s Bills, were getting all pro center play. It's what makes it go. You're selling me on that, man. Let's roll. I'm with it. Invest. I will never have hesitancy to say, if somebody tells me invest in the O-line, Audie, I'm always going to give you a hell yeah to that. I'm a big believer in it as well. Power code, B-Wag yelling at Carroll during the timeout. Something's off there. Could be. Could very well be. Jeffrey, go Kelly. Yeah, you can get out of the Gino contract after this year. That's true. Kieran says, give the kitty a pet. I got her. She appreciates that. Now she's going to get super talky, though. Yeah. 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 What you doing? Consumer, another reason Locke didn't go in because he played well would create a quarterback controversy. Maybe, yeah, would have been. Dig Dogs, why do all the people who favor Locke fail to recognize that not one single team signed when he was available in free agency? If Locke's better than Gino, Pete would play him. I agree with you. Lucky Ruse is quarterback Sanders in the 2024 draft. Supposedly lucky he's going back to school. We'll see if that's the case, but that's what I've heard. Yeah, Stuart S., that was a hell of a catch by Walker there. One hand in that thing with his body flowing the other way. He's had a couple of those pretty crazy grabs this year. Gene D says, when there's open receivers, Gino ignores them because his eyes are locked onto one receiver. His progression reading has not been up to snuff this year, Gene, to your point. Yeah, it's not been as good. Some of that's been, I think, a little bit of the fallout from pass protection not holding up consistently to make him believe he's got the time to go through those reads, but he's not going through the reads. That's for sure. And wherever his seemingly first read's taking him to is always taking him to a covered spot. Josh, Drew Lock is no better than Geno Smith. It's just a move to make fans happy at that point. It makes no common sense. Agreed, Josh. That's my outlook on it as well. Power, Brandon, on a scale of 1 to 10, how is your morale going into the second half of the season? Be real with me. I want to hear how you truly feel. My morale at this point is a 7.5. 78%. Overall, feeling pretty good. I think it's probably a question that you got to cut up in 2 different parts. My morale in regards to the rebuild and the progress in that, perfectly happy and fine with where it is. My morale with where we are this year and turning into a contender right now, being ready to turn into a contender right now, I don't know if my morale is high on believing that that's the case and that's where we are. D-Nugget, is there discord brewing in the locker room? I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I can't just take it off one video clip of Wagner yelling. Travel Nature Fanatic, Gino was getting mauled. Didn't even have time to do quick release passes. JSN was drafted because we need precise speed route runners. Come on, Hawks. New Blacks, Orange Cats are always like that. Laughing out loud. I have 3 cats of my own, including an orange one like her. It's what every Orange Cat owner has said to me too, New Blacks. People who have never oranged a cat are like, what, the orange? What does that matter? I'm telling you, there's something wild about them. There's something a little bit about them that's just a little extra. You know, it's not bad, not a bad extra. Just you're going to get a live wire with an orange cat. Just know you're not getting one of those laid back. They're going to just be like always crash. She's crashed, I know a lot, but normally they're pretty, they're a lot. Adi says, Gino's not Mahomes. He's not CJ Stroud, but if you give him a run game and watch him pair it with play action, he'll fit all together. Agreed, Adi. I think he'd be successful, and that's certainly not where I view him either. I don't think he's in that mode of being some top 5 kind of level quarterback talent. That's for sure. But he has still got some talent, something to offer. Dick did so strange. Our O-line did so well against the Browns, but struggled so much against the Ravens. Yeah. I mean, you didn't create any holes in the running game either against the Browns. So there wasn't really, the one bust, two or three bust out runs really from your backs. But other than that, you weren't doing anything in the ground game. But yeah, it was a drop off. That's for sure. That's for sure. Mike says, I wouldn't be surprised if the Discord is indeed going through the locker room. Offense is a liability this season. It doesn't usually fit well with locker rooms, to your point, Mike, where you have an offense failing and a defense holding the line. That can definitely lead to some strife in-house. That's for sure. Eric Hanna, I saw Darrell Taylor get whipped into submission right at the goal line, man. I don't know why the team's got him in there on 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. I can't understand what informed them that was a smart decision to go with that. But as he's shown, he can't hold up against the run. Sub says, my orange cat's the most loving cat we have out of the 3. They're lovers too. Yeah, no, they are super cuddly, super lovey, but they're also like, they take ownership of you. You're theirs. It's very clear that you belong to them. They don't belong to you. It's the way that one works. Aragana, I'm sure we miss Uchenna. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Especially stopping the run the last couple of weeks has been a bit of a missing element. Motive says, I miss Nwosu too. Kills me watching the detailer get ran over, ran around, or out of position, or just there watching Lamar run by him. Ugh. Red Ace Pumpkin runs this show. She does run this show, don't you? You run this show? You do? Your show? Okay, it's yours. Diego Gino shines on run first, play action offense. I don't know why we are waiting to build our plays around this scheme. I agree with that, Diego, and you're right. Not a lot of play action being run in this game. But they do it well when they run it. Strange. Stuart S. says Taylor's business decisions are going to put him out of business. He's going to end up a rotational only pass rusher in this league real quick. That's where he's heading. Travel Nature, there's only so much potential and firepower in this offense, but it's easily derailed and stifled. It is. It's the part that we get back to of it being a little bit inexplainable as to why it's the case. Gene D, how is DK's not getting targets whole first half? It doesn't make sense. You guys are asking the same questions I'm asking in my mind. Why is this stuff happening? This doesn't make sense. Why do we spend $6 million on Noah Fant to target him twice a game? Why do you wait a whole half to get DK involved? Where's the fly sweep motion? Where's the screen game? Where is the quick yak plays, getting the ball in your receiver's hands and letting them work their way up the field? It's kind of no, and no. D-Nugget, when is the Cat's Nest channel launching? I don't know, maybe pretty soon here, D-Nugget. I'll just, while I'm working all day, put a camera on her. I probably would. The sad part is I could probably stream that all day. I'd probably have like 100,000 subscribers. And Barcode Pumpkin's a boss. Pronounced boss. Yeah, she is a boss. She runs this. Sanchez has got us missing the playoffs. Unless we put in lock, Sanchez. Gene, we never used the middle of the field, and the one time we did, DK went for 50 yards. Our offense is too predictable. Amen. Very predictable. Felt like the Ravens knew everything that was coming throughout the course of this game today. Darrell Taylor is a player, says Mike, this team has, for whatever reason, thought of as a good cornerstone player when he is good in the run defense as a stone. Yeah. They fall in love with certain guys. Somebody was saying earlier in the chat, Mike Skinner, Darrell Taylor is this year's version of Cody Barton, where they just have their guys they love so very much that they kind of get lost in the forest despite the trees on them a bit, realizing who they are, what they are, and what they can do and what they can't do. Noob, my old cat hated me. It literally ran away. I would see it around the neighborhood and would not come to me. So I just feed him. Still feed him to this day. You get an outdoor cat, Noob, they're an outdoor. They're wired a certain way when they're kind of used to that life. But mine's an indoor cat all the way, so she's completely domesticated. King Zal, to be fair, Brandon Perna did curse us on the curse wheel a few days ago. Why do you do that? Why can't they leave us alone? Why can't Perna just give us the picks and let us be? Why's he got to stay in his bitterness? It's not right. It's not right. Especially for how much he crowed after the trade. Spaces, isn't there a plethora of quarterbacks in this year's draft? Yeah, there's a lot. They're kind of like, what's that? What was that? Remember back in the 90s, this was big. It was the cracker cheese meal you could get. Somebody's going to remember what it was called. They still sell it on the aisles. But like, don't have time for lunch? Just get the snackables thing with the deal and the deal and the deal, right? And it's like, you eat it, and technically it's going to fill your stomach, but it's not really going to sustain you. And the quarterbacks in this draft are a little bit like those Lunchables, like the Lunchable meals. It's like, yeah, you'll eat something, but not exactly what people are wanting, especially let's consider space with some of the expectation I'm seeing from my Seahawks faithful and wanting a quarterback with the cape flapping in the wind and the bullets bouncing off his chest and laser beams shooting out of his eyes. They're not going to be those guys where we're going to be picking in this draft this year. And that is a little bit of where people have their eyes upon what they want at the quarterback position. I can definitely say that for sure in doing this stream as many times as I do a week for years on end and assessing people's outlook at the quarterback position. If you're looking for the superhero, you're not finding it in this year's draft. Not where we're picking. And it's very unlikely that we're going to move up. Noob, I really think Caleb wanted to get rid of the narrative that he only cares about money. Well, that's a way to do it, I suppose. I'll give him a hard time. It's all good. The kid's trying to win, competitor. I'm just making jokes. Snap out of it, Brandon. Gen X are badass. It just threw me off, man. He's out there like crying in mama's arms on the field, like, I don't. Noob, yeah, what really sucks is the cat cost $400. Oh my God. He was supposed to be a Maine Coon and ended up being a plain black cat. You got screwed on that one, man. Oh man. I don't know why. Maine Coon's a tough sell for me, man. The hair that comes off those cats, it's already enough with my short hair, little hair, but man, those things are just hair machines. Mike says, who else remembers Josh Rosen saying teams would regret passing on him? What a clown. I remember. High lows trade for Tim Tebow now. I think, Brandon, did we use a lot more two tight end sets against the Browns versus today against the Ravens? I wonder if our current offensive line can protect well enough for our 3 or 4 wide receiver sets. Missed Bradford too. Bradford definitely was a loss versus having Haynes out there today. No doubt about that. Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers on your splits, but I would reckon to guess that you ran more of a prevalence of 2 tight end sets last week. That would be my pretty firm guess. The Hawks were trying to attack their slot a little more 3 wide receiver looks. Brad Warthog says West Coast teams at noon on the East Coast. It's a hard pull. That's for sure. Hard to be at your best. We've been good in these games in recent years. We've kind of twisted back against that, but this was more of a kind of game you would typically see on a 10 a.m. game in years past, back many years ago with other coaches. Stewart says, I'm just crossing my fingers hoping there is a Russ caliber sleeper there in the 3rd. Lots of possibilities. Hopefully Snyder can pull another rabbit out of his hat. Me as well, Stewart, and I'll be doing a deep dive on these quarterbacks a little bit more so than I have so far, but it's a process, and I've been looking at these guys for about a year and a half now that are coming out in this draft. Some of them even more than that. I mean, Rattler's case, I've been looking at him for 3 years. The kid out in Arkansas, I've been watching him for many different years here going on. Certainly Caleb, I've seen him for 3 years. So a lot of these guys had a pretty good look at him, but I hope we can find that as well too. Just so far right now, as I go down the line and look at these guys a little closer, it's harder and harder to find a guy that's really standing out to me, that's jumping out to me, that I'm really like, yeah, here we go. Josh, this is Chase Young's overrated career high, 7.5 sacks. He's never scared me when we play them either. Don't fear him so much. I think he's really kind of a pick his spots guy. There were rumors coming out, Josh, of Washington, and one of the reasons they were willing to move him, that maybe he was not getting as locked in on his assignments, playing and play out, but he's a little bit more of trying to take his shot, up his ante as far as his pressure sack numbers go. We'll see how that holds up with the Niners, of course. Addicted says, tidy bowl time. Just flush today's game and start with a clean bowl tomorrow. Let's go. Drop it in there and flush it in a couple hours and it'll all be cleaned out. Mike says, defense can honestly flush the game film down the toilet because I excuse their play today because next week they will have an opportunity to bail out Shane Waldron again. Exactly. Doug and young Tyler definitely got help. Definitely helped. Doug always got open. Yeah, he did. Josh S. is just get the game footage of what the Eagles did on defense against the Commanders and do the exact opposite. There we go. They certainly seem to have a good answer for that Eagles defense, don't they? They played him tough both times. DK Metcalf, thoughts on Leonard Williams' first game? I don't think he played a whole lot. I saw him flash a couple of times in the backfield. I don't think he had a sack or a tackle or pressure or anything like that. But he did get in the backfield a couple times. I think they probably limited his number of snaps this week. Power Code, this has put a damper on my week. Fantastic. This has put a damper on my week. Fantastic. Am I right, Brando? I want to roll up in my bed and forget this ever happened. I'm definitely heading for that place myself, man. Yeah, it's natural. It's natural. Addis the Gamer with a $2 donation. Thank you, Addis. It says, bring back tight end sets, Waldron. Get it together. Let's go. 2 tight end sets, more running the ball. This is a place that I think is a pretty succinct way to look at where can we make some adjustments that are straightforward, easy. Go right here to this spot for some instant returns. More 2 tight end sets, more consistently running the ball. I think that can help to bring a little bit more solidity to the offense, a little bit more consistency to the offense. Just getting a little bit too much in that pass-happy realm of things, that's for sure. Thank you, Addis. Thank you for the $2 donation. Daniel W., thank you for the $2 dono as well. Where is Gino's line of scrimmage mastery this year? I don't know. That's been one of those places that have gone missing this season. One of those places that has gone missing this season inexplicably. One of the places that stood out to me with Gino in the 12 games last season that really stood out to me in those 12 games and when he performed really well was his control at the line of scrimmage. Was his ability to come up the line and be patient. He wasn't in a rush to snap it. He would go through and make his assessment. Whatever assessment he made was usually correct and then would inform him on where he was going post-snap. And this year, he seems a little bit more erratic up around the line of scrimmage. He doesn't seem like he's seeing things clearly as to who's coming and who isn't coming and when the blitz is there and when it's not there. And what he's reading prior to the snap is what is not happening then post-snap in his mind. And you see that as part of his tentativeness and his uncertainty when he then drops back to throw. I don't have an explanation for it. I wish I did. I don't understand how you regress in this manner. It's a mental thing. It's not a physical thing. How do you become less on these details this year than you were last year? And I don't know. I really don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I guess if I was to make just a wild guess, I'd say maybe the pressure has added up and accumulated over time. And he's just starting to get to that seeing ghosts, jumpy mode of things when you do start to take too many whacks in the chops. But this is, of course, kind of a bit of a wild guess. Trent's iBobs. Hey, Brandon. What's up, Trent? What's your front runners to replace Pete and or Waldron once they eventually leave? I don't really have... I probably should do better about this, Trent, but I just have a harder... it's easier for me to scout players and look at players on the field, how they play, what they do, what they'll be in college to what I think they'll be in the pros. It's a little bit harder for me to find the assessment points for when it comes to coaches and coordinators and who's the next guy that'll be the guy to be the guy. It's a little bit of you need to have a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, a little bit of an understanding in the background with these guys and how their makeup is built and that kind of thing. Just knowledge I don't really have. I might have said a guy like Harbaugh would have been interesting to me. But I don't know if that's really something that if he's going to leave under the best circumstances in Michigan, there's already a lot of the Hawk faithful that just would hate that. I looked at maybe seeing a guy like Lincoln Riley could be coming forward, but he's not been a coach who's come forward that's given you a lot there that makes you go, yay, yeah, this is the guy. This is a guy that you can feel confident with going into the future. Who's the hot coaching target out there right now aside from that? I mean, Kellen DeBoer, you want to go just stay in the state? I can kind of just pull a name out, but I wish I had something better to give you on that. When I've looked down the line, there's not a lot of hot coaching commodities out there as it stands right now. The good coaches have been kind of hired, And whoever you're going to grab is going to be more like a McVay or McDaniels like guy. That's a young, untested guy that you're going to hope that can become that next guy. I'm not a big fan of doing that. I think the better way to go would to take a home run swing like you did with Holmgren, like you did with Coach Carroll. But I don't know if there's a home run swing out there to be had right now. Some of this is also not going to happen for a couple of years. So who the guy isn't available now, something may be available there within 2 years. But in general terms, that's how I would attack it a few years from now, is that if I'm looking for the next coach, I'm looking for a big swing. I'm looking for a guy that's legitimate and, has the pelts on the wall, as opposed to the young guy that I'm trying to kind of wish on a star with a bit. DK Metcalf, I do think you're going to look to draft a quarterback this year. I don't think it's going to be in the first round, though. Probably one of those third-round picks, or the Hawks will package together those third-round picks to get a second-round pick and then make their selection there. But I don't think it'll be in the first round. Dateline yesterday says Smith's not good. I don't think you're alone on that outlook. Eric, if you had to pick a quarterback in this year's class, who would you pick? If I got to pick just any quarterback in this class, I would take Caleb Williams. If I had to be realistic, Eric, with your question and actually answer to what's realistic, because I don't think we can obviously get our hands on that. Because we'd be looking third round at that point. I guess I'd say Jaden Daniels. But I'm not a big fan of those at this point, of these QBs out there. Noob, we had a good center in Ethan Posick, who Russ Wilson made look like S for years. He never did any favors to the offensive line's PFF grades, if you care about that thing. I do care about it. Yeah. Wilson was not a guy that helped out the PFF scores, that's for sure. Nuggets is my morale, 6.5. Big country 7-ish. Noob, the Honda. Big Ox Pumpkin just loves the neck and back rubs. So cute. Oh, yeah. She's big on the neck and the back. That's for sure. She likes the face pull, too. They get that good face pull going. Snap out of us, his ginger cats are unhinged for real. They are. And not in a bad way. Just, you never know what you're going to get. They're a bit of a box of chocolates cat every day. You know, are you choosing violence today or is it love? Sometimes it's violence. Tim, we had a tough one, man, and we definitely got pumped. Adia Williams, my orange tabby has something we call bitch mode when she gets all angry for no reason and we just have to give her space. That's kind of the way it can be with her too. Yeah, they get their moods going. They're as happy as happies. They're kind of the bipolar cats of the cat world. Mega says orange cats are both lovers and fighters, and we just live in their world. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. And Power Code, any voice impressions left tonight, Brandon? Totally fine. If not, I got a little bit of walking. I'll give you a little bit here. Hawk fans, now, please, don't freak out. I know you're scared. I see you. You're scared. Hold on. We still got this. There's still time. Expect my 12s to hang in there now. Don't give up. Don't let loose. Hold up. Hold the line. Now. Oh, the impression's not good right now in Power. It's holding on for dear life here, brother. Save the Geese. This game made me lose hope. This was a measuring stick game. Save the Geese. I can't get angry at somebody if they have a little bit of a feeling of like, this was something where I was going to get the feel of where my team really was at. Josh says, good bounce back game coming up. Washington has packed it in. Best part about them was their defensive line, and they just broke up. That should be a fairly easy bounce back game. Hoping so. I don't know if there's anything. I don't know if we actually play easy games here in Seattle. I don't know if we know what that is, even against poor opponents. But yeah, we should bounce back here, Josh. I think the key for us at this point and looking for the optimism is that certainly the team looks good, like it's going to be able to still be able to win more games than it loses this year and get in the playoffs. But you are looking as a team, and maybe we're being greedy on this, Josh, as a team that, the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us since 2017. We haven't been to a conference championship in 10 years. We are looking at the stage of when do we get to that stage of starting to feel like we can be a contender again, not merely just kind of good. And even if you beat Washington, if you win the next week after that, I think against the Rams on the road, it's okay. You're technically at 7-3, but what is the team really? Is it a team that's going to get in the playoffs and be able to make some noise, or is it just going to be a kind of a one and done situation? And there's time. There's time for it to develop. There's time for the story not to be fully written on our Hawks this year. But at some point in time or another, to be considered a good team, you got to actually beat a good team. And yeah, I know the Detroit game happened, but that's a one-off, and that's basically the only quality team in the last 2 years you really have beat, if you go down the record and look at who you've played. But bounce back should happen. Megan says, when I met B last year, I'd ask him, sorry, your respondent. Pumpkin is ready for a close-up, B. She is. I got to get the cat cam going here at some point. Cameron says, screw giving JSN targets, bring the 2-3 tight end sets back, and let's win. Let's do it, man. I'm feeling for that too. New Blacks from the Hawks Nest stream to the Cat's tree. Let's go. Bile, anybody else feel like Gino has regressed since the Lions game when we got injured and came back? I feel like he needs some time to heal, but our schedule is tough, so I'm conflicted. Definitely don't think like he's played at his best at this point, Bile, and I think a lot of people are seeing it the same way you are too. That's for sure. Lunchables, there we go. These quarterbacks in the third round are going to be like Lunchables, second, third round. They might fill you up a little bit, but they're not going to sustain you. Power Goat, I've been missing Uncle Will lately. Me too, man. Uncle Will been away for too long. Too long. A.D.L. Williams says pizza Lunchables are goated. I've never had a pizza Lunchable. I always did the old school ones when I picked. I guess his Pern is still annoyed about the trade B and will spend the rest of his life cursing us. Oh, well, so be it. Those curses will just turn inwards back on himself like they already have. He just hasn't recognized it yet. Moda says, I love watching Joe Burrow. You forget sometimes that he can run too. Just a fun player to watch. He plays the game at a very, very high level, Motive. And it's definitely a very impressive player to watch. One of, I think, the two best quarterbacks in the sport right now. Perna loves saying Jake Bubbo. It's a fun name to say. DK says, bring home Penix. You better keep that pocket clean if you're bringing in Penix, man. You better clean it. You better keep that pocket crystal clean. Don, how you doing, man? This is the Hawks Nest. Hello again, Brandon All. Hope everyone's well, despite the Seahawks defeat in Baltimore and my Cowboys defeat in Philly. We're licking wounds tonight, Don, one and all. Muskol, controller. Hey, I think your name is Brandon. That is correct. That's my name. I was in here the other day paying my respects to your show. I'll rewind it soon, but what do you think since Coach told you? I'll rewind it soon, but what did you think since Coach told you? Yeah, I think your name is Brandon. I was in here the other day paying my respects to your show. Thanks for paying the respects to the show. By the way, appreciate you on that. I think what you're asking is maybe the outlook on your Ravens team right now. I think you guys, obviously, no excuses given on my part. You guys took it to us today. No doubt about that. Props to you guys for getting it done like you did. And you got a very complete team. You got a Super Bowl ready team, in my opinion, not just because of how you played us today, but how good you've been throughout the course of this year. I think you guys are going to be legitimate. I think you guys are going to be more dangerous in the playoffs this year than you ever have been before, because you have Lamar playing the quarterback position like a quarterback and not just like a running back. And that does open up the top end for you guys. No doubt about that. Very impressed by your Ravens team today, all the way down the line. D-Nugget says, I'm glad Brandon not completely unhinged after this loss. Let's keep the faith, even though it hurts. It hurts. We got to put on a brave face, my man. Put on a brave face, even when we want to cry. Tommy, I fear we are in that terrible place where we are too good to rebuild and not good enough to compete. You have to know your team, and I think Pete sees this as his personal window, but we ain't ready. That might very well prove to be the case here when it's all said and done. Well said, Tommy. Well said. Zach says the whole team's been getting high on its own supply. Losses like this are important for team growth. Let's see how they respond, coaches and players. I love it. Love it. Snap out of it. Maine Coons spray a lot too. Well, now I'm really out. I was already like, I don't want it anyway. If you want the big cat, go for the Savannah cat. No hair, but no. Spraying is a no-go. That's a no-go. Gary in the offense has one major problem. We have so many weapons that we are spoiled for a choice, and everyone has to fight for even a couple of touches. Then we blow it, all wonder DK K9. Then when we blow it, we all wonder DK K9. Yeah, it's a little bit of an embarrassment of riches. Part of that lack of identity, too. Noob says because she only had Maine Coon cats, or she only showed me Maine Coons. He was the weirdest cat I've ever had. Didn't like being pet, couldn't stand being inside. So she basically had a feral cat she found, and then she just gave it to you and called it a Maine Coon. That's pretty much what happened there. Red A says, my orange cat has taken up ownership of the street here in downtown Bothell. Simba stares down pit bulls and coyotes, even though it raises my blood pressure. They're wired that way. I've seen them dance with rattlesnakes down in San Diego. Not her, but I've seen orange cats that have smacking around rattler snakes like they don't care. They just don't. They got a different mentality at play. And it's weird. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about the fur. Maybe because they're kissed by fire. SE Wolverine, Stan likes Spencer Rattler. Rather he is good or not. At least we can see his sister for at least 4 years. Yeah, I think he is big on Rattler. I think he gives him a little bit. And you got to give Rattler a little bit of, definitely I think it's fair to say you can't hold him up hardlined when you consider how often he's hit and beat up a little bit at the position versus some of the other quarterbacks in this draft. His pressure rates are going to be the highest probably of any quarterback picked in the second, third, fourth round. Might be a big part of what helps him to get drafted a little bit higher than I think he probably should go. But he's got good arm talent. I don't like how he carries himself on the football field. It matters for quarterbacks. Body language matters for quarterbacks. And Spencer Rattler's body language sucks. Just my view on it. But kid's talented. He's got great arm talent. But I'm definitely, in watching a lot of tape on Rattler, I walk away going, I definitely can see the special throws he can put in there, but I don't see it coming together myself. Megan, where are the picks after our trades? After the trade, we got a first, we have 2 third-round picks, and then we have the totality of our picks from the 4th through the 7th round, Megan. So we're just missing the second. Mike, if anyone can find a quarterback in the 2nd and 5th round, it's John, better than you, general manager Schneider. That's right, Mike. That's his strike zone, right? That's his home run zone. Treads is looking at Waldron's resume. I don't know how he became the Hawks offensive coordinator. He never had a gig above quarterbacks coach for a few months and was hired on evidently because Russ said he liked him. Yeah, I think it was more of a sign than trying to replicate that McVay offense as much as anything. Doesn't make him the right hire with it, but I think that was a big part of what was driving that too. Roy, I've been a Hawks fan since the early 80s. I remember when we hired Ground Chuck. Don't be in such a hurry to get rid of Gino. For what we pay, we get good value. Yeah, I'm definitely not in a hurry myself. I'm willing to be patient, let this play out, and see where it goes for sure. Tommy says, you think the problem with Gino is his contract? It's heavily incentive-laden. I think he's pushing way too hard to make the big play instead of reading and taking what the defense gives him. It'd be hard for me to think that a quarterback in that moment processing everything he's trying to process on the field would also build into that process. Make sure you get your yards so you get your incentives. I think you're just caught in the moment doing what you can to just survive there at the quarterback position, especially the way he's been playing it. I don't know. I'd be surprised if that was the case. I don't know if Stafford was hurt today or not, Brian. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to really look back at the earlier games quite yet. Alex, I believe we are trending towards being a wild card playoff team at best, unless Gino and company significantly turn this around. This will be a quick season, that's for sure. I think that's a fair way of putting it, Alex. This was a chance for you to put out there that you can be a contender this year right now, and it doesn't look like you're quite ready to go there on that. As it stands right now, certainly can still change. The story's not told. Josh McDaniels is available. It's a weak coaching class right now, Josh, and looking for anybody else. A lot of great options. Mike Skinner, I feel like it's easier to assess players compared to coaches in general. Yeah, I think the big thing that's missing for me on this is I don't need to know as much about personality. I mean, you need to know a little bit about personality. Are they driven? Are they all about ball? But with a coach, it's also about personality, how he carries himself, stuff that you would kind of need to know sort of one-on-one, like an interview, to really kind of make that assessment. And especially if we're talking about coaches that aren't more in that standard of, like I say, that they have the pelts on the wall, that they've already shown you they can get it done, so you don't have to have that question. And if you got that, that makes it most especially, I need to have the sort of one-on-one to make that assessment. But it's a weak coach class right now. Mike Skinner says, no pew-pew, guys. Leonard Williams says, Pete's a Greenland shark. He will coach until he's 450 years old. Alex, I believe sorry, I read that. Josh says, Jonathan Gannon is head coach of the Cardinals. He was the Eagles defensive coordinator last year. I hate him too. Another one of those guys who got a head coaching job. They were like, really? I mean, didn't even have like Fangio holding his hand through a lot of that season too. Bit of a strange one. Pete's the Black Knight and the Holy Grail. Dude's getting his legs chopped off week after week and thinks it's only a flesh wound. To Pete, we are right in it, competing and going for it. Mike says, John Schneider, masterclass draft loading. Snap out of it. Brandon, what is Watkins' take on the Hawks after this game? It sucks losing on the road. Baltimore. No, I don't like it. Not again. A good team, maybe Super Bowl winners. I don't know. Might play in it. Who knows? Not me. Team's tough. Now, watching what they're doing, it's bad. But dark days give way to the light. The darkness is always darkness before the dawn. My Watkins tells you guys, I'm about 10 hours into streaming right now so far today. So I've been going since 10 in the morning here. It's the impressions die out at about 8, 9, 10 hours in. The voice goes, nope, no more of those. Sorry, man. I'm butchering my impressions today right now. The next 6 weeks are brutal, says Alex. This will be a crucial run that'll determine if we make the playoffs. This is one of the FC's best, a wild card team, or into the shadow realm. Game over. Well said, man. Indeed, it will be. Alan, Brandon, unless Seattle finds a way to require a number 1 draft pick, we are not getting a top quarterback. Thank you for being realistic. Amen, brother. It's not coming through that method, that's for sure. Noob says there's always a chance the JS doesn't like any of the quarterbacks in this draft that are available. It's true. And he could land on that a point. There'll be some guys that might just takes one, but they've been fading a little bit as the year's gone on here. Some of these guys in that role, in that spot. Mike, what is stopping us from running go routes with switching between Tyler and DK with JSN and a tight end running short with the running back chipping an edge? I mean, nothing's stopping you. They're just not running a lot of that kind of play, unfortunately. Noob says your impression's good and cadence off a little bit. It's off. I've just been streaming all day. I can't talk well. No impressions. They're horrible right now. It's bad, yeah. I'm usually better, but it's definitely struggling a little bit. Alex says, I defended Gino for a while. It's starting to be definitive that he's holding this team back. I would love to take a chance on a mobile quarterback that can extend plays, i.e. Josh Dobbs. Definitely am... it's getting harder a little bit to defend Gino as much. I've been an ardent defender of him as well. Don't know if there's any other answers out there to go to this season right now, but definitely we're making the assessment about the long term and whether Gino's the guy this year right now. That's for sure. Mike says, as a team that preaches championship opportunities, we sure do know how to squander them. Alex, I have a mobile quarterback negates O-line play. Russ did that for years. Gino is a deer in the headlights when under pressure. I think it depends on the mobile quarterback, Alex. You can have some mobile quarterbacks that can kind of strike the balance. Others that go to that extreme realm, like you're talking a little bit with Russ. It's maybe trying to find a little bit of maybe a happy medium in there. Alexander says, Brandon, I wonder what Joe Pesci's going to take. Motherfucker. You motherfucker. Give me my mother game. Come on, Uncle Will. Never leave us again, says Megan. Come on, Uncle Will. Come on. Alex, Josh Allen prototype, Lamar Jackson like, Dobbs is a baller, something like that. Yeah. I mean, nice to find some guy. I'd go for the kind of quarterback, Alex. I'm with it. I'm with that. Lethal Lance had a Friendsgiving today, so wasn't able to tune in, but what has Brendan decided is the best way to fix this offense? Let's slide back into more of the 2 tight end sets and let's start running the ball a little bit more. Let's utilize more east to west rather than north to south. Let's try to work in some screen games to counter some of this heavy blitzes that we're dealing with on the other end of things. Those would be my pathway. That would be my pathway to success. Alex says, here's the difference. In Russ's prime, you can be down 14 to 20 points and believe in a comeback. With Gino, that ain't happening. That's cold hard truth. I think that's fair. I think you hope with Gino, he gives you more consistency on the front end that you wouldn't necessarily get with Russ, but that's also not always been there this year either. Addicted, it's not just how we lost, it's how pathetic we looked out there today. That is just so hard to swallow. Yeah, indeed. Kieran, the good news about the Commanders game is they just dismantled their defensive line, and there's no good or elite defensive line we played well against yet. Elite pass rushers are our kryptonite. Indeed. Thank God we're not dealing with Chase Young and Montez Sweat as well in this game. It could have got dark real fast. It's not going to be easy otherwise, but Alex, don't put all the blame on Gino, though. This stems down to the personnel and Shane Waldron. Pete has to take some accountability for not adapting mid-game. Yeah, Alex, that's where I think we get to the place of there's no easy answers on this to come to and say, well, this is the person that's at fault. That's the person that's at fault. I think you got to parse the blame out. I'll be doing my post-game breakdown on this game here too, and later on this evening, I'll get that released out, and that's going to be something I really do touch on in that video. This is, to me, a pie that slices 3 ways. Partly to Gino, partly to Waldron, partly to the offensive line and their pass protection. Or just their offensive line overall, run blocking, pass protection. The Lance says, before the season started, we were all on the same page that if the offense struggled this year, it would be Gino's fault due to all the investment we have put in. Yes, that Gino with this talent needs to perform with it. That he doesn't have any excuses, that he's got one of the most talented offenses in the National Football League coming into this year, Lethal Lance. And that's why I think we land right now in saying that this isn't a game that you can just take the blame and put it on other people's shoulders other than Gino. As I've talked to you throughout this post-game discussion, Gino's got his share of the blame. He does not get to be let off the hook. We can't just blame it on Waldron or blame it on the offensive line for the reasons that you give there, Lethal Lance. The thing that he's had to deal with through a lot of this year, in addition to that, though, that has been a part that makes it harder on the quarterback position is 3/5, 4/5, 5/5. Your offensive line is out. It's going to hold back your level of play. It's not an end-all, be-all excuse, and I'm definitely fine with putting Gino's feet to the fire on this one. But that has been a part of what has impacted his play and how he's done about it. I think it would impact a lot of quarterbacks' play if they were dealing with the line in the shape and situation that it's been in through most of this year. But bottom line's bottom line. Team's got way too much talent to be underperforming this far on offense. Noob News is, what does Radler do that sucks? I'm not a fan of how he carries himself on the football field. I'm not a fan of the body language. It matters to the quarterback position. After every throw, when you do this, like when you're doing that after every throw, it's not great. And he's played about 7 years in college football. He knows better than to react like that a little bit. I think he also has an issue with sometimes making the easy, clean play. He'll make the amazing play where he goes out there and throws a 50-yard touch pass right on the button inside of a breadbasket. But then he's going to have those plays where it's just the easy little throw out to the flat or the easy completion inside, and he'll whistle it over the top of the guy's head by, 15 yards. That all kind of comes together for me, as well as he's about 6'1", so he's not the biggest of quarterbacks back there either. It's one of those guys that'll be listed at like probably 6'3" or whatever he's put at, but you put him out on the scale at the combine, it's like, they give him a little extra half inch for his hair at 6'1" or something. So it's all of that working together for me on it a little bit. I over the years of watching quarterback play, body language matters. How the quarterback carries himself matters. And it may not for some, but it does for me. SC Wolverines, yeah, thanks for the ply black, brother. No problem. Anytime, man. Appreciate you. SC Wolverines, speaking of body language, though, Gino's has sucked as well lately. Yeah, it's been the problem that's popped up with Gino this year that, again, wasn't there last year, but has definitely shown up this year, where the frustrations have shown up way too often at times. And you've got to be the calm guy in the storm a little bit when things are going bad, because everybody's looking to you offensively. You are the leader. And if you're over there freaking out and slamming your helmet and losing your stuff, it's not a way that things are well held together at that point. So we got a cross back. We stopped doing 3 tight end sets, dogs. Might be the case. That makes sense. Mike says Pete Zingle will never let a scheme change. It's like picking what you want from the scheme and trying to mash it together to form this monstrosity. I'm tired of half-assing a scheme change based on ego. You definitely need to make a change fully, and Pete's got a little bit more of that, I think, to your point on that, a little bit more of let me hybridize it. Let me try to pull in stuff that I do good from this other thing and put it into this. And I agree with you. I think you've got to pick a lane. What do you want to be? How do you want to be it? I think one of the best places that the defense has gone to this year is it's decided to take that lane and approach where it's played a little more aggressively at times this year. It's been willing to tighten down shorter routes. It's not just as willing to be dink and dunk to death. It's willing to blitz more than it has in the past. That's where I have hope for this offensive change to come into play, Mike, that you have adapted and evolved the defense into a modernized unit. Maybe they can kind of do the same here with offense. They brought in the right coach to do it theoretically. They just have to make the changes now and actually update it. We'll see if they will, though. Elena says, need to stick to 13 personnel, period. I think that's it's a common refrain, Elena, in here. I've seen definitely posted many times over in just this stream alone. People looking to go to more of the 2 and the 3 tight end sets and working the running game specifically off it a little bit more in addition to that. Red Ace says, Brandon, how is the BR sports thing going? Are they treating you good? They are treating me great. They're very kind in the setup of this thing. The hard part is that I tell people in the chat as we're wrapping up the game, don't rush me, because what happens is that they want me off the live stream. So they want me to, as soon as the game ends, hit end and then get over to do the post-game breakdown. Like they got people searching on their app for Seahawks Ravens post-game discussion. But what happens is my chat is super kind and nice. And as soon as the game ends, win, lose, or draw, my chat gen just floods the donation train. So like I got caught in this thing at the end of the game where I'm like speed reading through all the donations, which I hate doing because I love to give you guys the time you guys deserve for donating to the chat like that to get over. So that's my thing. I got to figure out how to get around that because I got to like sign off as soon as the game ends with it. But they've been great. They extended the offer through this Bleacher Report. We were kind of just doing it through kind of October and getting a feel for it. It seems like we've had a lot of return with you guys checking out the stream. And if you guys get a chance to check your community posts, I posted a link in your community post section. You can find it if you're subbed to the channel in order to locate that post-game stream. I'll be doing the Bleacher Reports, it sounds like, through pretty much all of this month. I'll be doing a Niner collab too later on just before the Thanksgiving game. So they've been amazing. It's a great opportunity, of course, for me to grow and just expand out. And I've been loving it. You know, it's a little frantic on Sundays, going, play by play, then busting over there, then getting back over to post game and then getting the post game. But the growth has been amazing. They've been super kind and generous. And I hope they keep allowing me the opportunity to do it, because I'll keep doing it if they keep extending the olive branch out there. New Blacks, Flores might get another head coaching job after the season. Vikings current defensive coordinator. He might. He would be an interesting name. He would be indeed. He's done a hell of a job there with the Vikings. Alan says, with all due respect, Seahawks can win the NFC Championship game, but if we're struggling against AFC teams, how do we win a Super Bowl? I don't know. It's hard to come out of this game saying this is a Super Bowl made ready team right now. We have time to round into that kind of shape this season. We're halfway into the year, though. Time is starting to roll down a bit here, but it's hard to quite get that standpoint as we see the team where they are right now after this game. Megan says, so no Cosell then B. We'll wait for the members stream, I guess. Laughing out loud. I'll try to work a little bit out before the end of the day today, Megan. But yeah, definitely the voice is starting to fail on me just a little bit here. It's hard to do those impressions at 8 or 9 hours in. It's just, they don't roll off the tongue very particularly well. I can hear them, the graveliness start to cook through a bit. You know what I mean? Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Waldron is not getting enough blame. unimaginative. My stance on it is this, Samuel, and certainly I do believe he deserves the blame. My feeling on this is the blame slices three ways. It's a three-way pie coming out of this game. It's a hard point for me to say 40% goes here, 60% goes here, 20% goes there. For me, it feels pretty evenly distributed. I go between the offensive line and their fails. I go to Waldron and his fails, and I go to Gino and his fails. I think it all kind of worked together in this game as an ultimate failure, but he's included in that. Waldron is not to be let off the hook here, and he has been hugely, in a year with a lot of disappointments offensively speaking, Waldron, even above Gino Smith, has been the most disappointing factor for me. The lack of creativity, as you say, the unimaginative nature of his approach has been both disconcerting and head-scratching because there's not a lot of explanation for it. I just don't know why. But he's got to do better. Gino's got to do better. The line's got to do better. Waldron's got to do better. I think all three. Good news is if just all three can marginally improve, the team probably takes a huge step forward. Alex, if Anthony Bradford's out again, slide Evan Brown to right guard and start Olu at center. Phil Haynes is a liability. He's certainly playing like that. Hard to argue with that approach. I don't know if the team would take that stance because then you're changing sort of two positions for one a bit. But Haynes has certainly not done a lot to deserve this year so far to be on the football field. Alex, I don't know if Abraham Lucas' season is over, but I certainly think it's a 50-50 thing at this point. Brian says Brown a guard consistently with Olu and Bradford on the field. Something we need to see. Maybe. And again, like with Damian Lewis and Phil Haynes, both of those guys are playing horrible. I mean, they're both playing like bottom of the league level at the play of guard level, undeniably. So anybody, it's not hard if that's the baseline set. That's the low bar you got to clear. It's certainly clearable, isn't it? Jared Moore, seemed like the Ravens defense knew every single play the Seahawks were going to run today. Ugly day. On to the next. Yeah. It was like they knew our plays. It was like they had our call sheet or they were piped into our mics and our helmets or something. They were a step ahead of everything we tried to run today offensively. And it's probably speaks to some of the predictable nature of the offense that we are running right now. HB, we all knew we weren't going to win, but when we lose bad, that's the frustrating part. Agreed, HB. I thought this was going to be a loss too, but to get embarrassed, to get boat raced, to get lapped, when you walked into this game saying this was a measuring stick game, yeah, you got to come away with it with disappointing. Well, I'm fine with flushing it. I'm fine with turning the page. I'm fine with looking forward. But in addition to doing that as well, you also go, yeah, but this was also a measuring stick. And though you were 5-2 coming into this game, you had a lot of games you played against lesser competition, against competition that was rocking backup quarterbacks. And we can't get lost on that part either. D-Nugget, Bobby is still playing at a high level. Impressed by what I'm seeing from him. Ox Blue and Green says Gino only has one good game out of 8. I might give him the Panthers game too, but that might be all I give him. To your points, the Ox Blue and Green. D-Nugget, did Tom Brady ever play with a bad O-line like ours? Not like, I don't think like this. Not like this. HB, that's got to be Pete's worst loss that I can remember. Has ever been beaten by over 30 in this league? I think there was a Rams game somebody was mentioning in 2017 that was 42-7, and I think that was at home. But there's been worse, especially considering this might be the best team in the AFC. This might be the best team in all of football you played. It's got to be factoring in a little bit here too. Aaron Butler, Ravens fan, the NFC physical play is not AFC physicality, nowhere near the kind of brutality the AFC North displays yearly. Okay. All right, bro. What's weird is that then wouldn't that mean that one of your teams from the AFC North has won a Super Bowl recently with all that great physicality you bring to bear? I mean, look, man, I'm willing to give you some credit, but let's not take it a little bit too far here. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's been an AFC team, NFC team, West team that's won a Super Bowl before, and then AFC North teams won it recently, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it was an NFC West team that beat an AFC North team in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. So Doesn't quite add up there, Aaron, on that one. I'll give your team a lot of credit, and you certainly controlled us at the line of scrimmage. But let's put things in proper perspective here, my man. You guys are in a Super Bowl window point. You just paid your quarterback. Most of your team is up in their prime as far as their age and all that is concerned. You played against a team this year that is in year 2 of a rebuild that has the 3rd youngest roster in football. So before we reach ultimate determinations about who and what we are as a team or what it is that our division does, maybe tap the brakes on that one just a bit. I know you're feeling yourself, and you have rightfully so to feel yourself on that, but I'll go up to a certain line on that one, and then I'll go, no, not all that adds up. Yeah, folks saying 3 tight end sets, I'm with you. With you. Fan says 92th impression's good. Thank you, man. It's usually better than that, but it's hanging on a bit tonight. Jared says we got to get the 1-2 running back punch going next week. That's, I think, the place. There's been some difference of opinion across the board here tonight, Jared, but I think that there's the commonality that's existed between most Hawk fans tonight that there is a general agreement. More 2 and 3 tight end sets would be very helpful. More commitment to running the football would also be helpful, and the utilization of that 1 and 2 running back punch that you got. Tolly says, what a bad game, obviously. That was tough. HB, if it was a Lamar dink and dunk, it wouldn't have been as bad, but letting them gash us for 50-plus yard runs is crazy. Yeah. Definitely tough. Man, you guys are cooking this chat. 4 hours in. 4 hours in on the loss. We still have 160 people on in here. Woo! Jared, how's the offense back next week? More running the ball, more 2 and 3 tight end sets, more diversity on the offense, more creativity on the offense, more imagination on the offense. They're running a very rudimentary approach to their offense right now. I think that will help them out. Nothing, Dolly, there's nothing to be done with Gino Smith right now as far as the move goes. You just wait to make a decision on what you want to do with this until after the year. But you don't need to make a change right now or go anywhere else with it. Just let it roll out. Seahawks Blue and Green, if CJ Stroud had dropped us in the draft, we would have taken him. Yeah. I think if CJ Stroud or Anthony Richardson would have fallen to us, we would have grabbed him based on what I was kind of feeling at the time. It's a bit of a guess, but that's the way it did feel. You look at with a loss like this, everyone's to blame. Yep. Hard to put it on just one pair of shoulders, that's for sure. Though I do think the offense deserves a bit more in this than the defense to me. Fly Guy says, is a Ravens fan. I love coming to AFC channels. Is being humble because there's no beef with you guys. I really hate other AFC teams. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for that. Mega says, but the Commanders have seen the score and know that they play the wounded Hawks at home next week and got scared. At home next week? Tim Idestein, what's the realistic expectation for the Seahawks this season? That you're a playoff team, but you're not a contending team. There's time for them to still round into shape and to become that team, certainly. You can play your best ball at the end of the year. The talent is still there, every bit as much as it was there at the start of the year, and I still see it as being in the long term. But it is a young team that needs to develop fast. An offensive coordinator needs to find his footing, a quarterback that needs to play under better control and with more confidence. I think with the way the schedule's lined up, even how it's hard with those 4 opponents you deal with, and the Cowboys and the Niners twice and the Eagles, you still have a lot of other games that are very winnable beyond those games, and that you should at the very least almost be able to kind of close your eyes and get to 10 wins. And if you can do that, you'll be a playoff team. But do I see this as a team that's going to be able to make a lot of noise in the playoffs if they gets there? I don't think so at this point. We still do seem a bit of a year out at this point. But playoffs. Tom Eden says, can you turn donations off at 15 minutes before the end of the stream? Nope. No, you cannot. It's on or it's off the whole time with it. So I'm stuck. Femi, wait, we have to sub to see the link. Damn, I wish I could sub. I see what you did there. Yes, you do have to sub. I have to keep defenses guessing with the run game. Teams are keying on Gino. Once the run game's gone, says Alex, the offense collectively is a dud. Agreed. Very much agreed, Alex. It's the way I see it as well. It's part of why I say I think it's pretty telling that in a post-game discussion like this, where there is such a wide variety of opinion in different places people stance on, that I think that we do find ourselves standing on the same place as far as at least saying, okay, we need to run the ball better. Everybody's in agreement on at least this given point. And I think that is telling when a lot of times on some of these streams, we can't find any kind of conclusive or consensus opinion on any one given thing. United says, plus Bleach Report getting Brando paid. Happy for your brother. Indeed. Not too shabby. Snap out of it. Brandon, I think the Hawks could be keeping some of their players in the vault, plays in the vault for later. I mean, maybe. You got to start bringing the suckers out pretty soon. Blow off the dust and get them out here because time is starting to run out, you know? When are you bringing those suckers out? But I think that I don't know if it's that. I think that they're just kind of trying to maybe deal with staple items on the offense rather than a maximum flow of creativity to keep things simplified, maybe. I'm not sure. Spaces, just go when the games are over, Brandon. It's totally understandable. Yeah, it's what I did basically today is I just ended up going, sorry guys, I got to roll. But it was hilarious because people started pumping in donos when I was like, today, I'm like, okay, guys, I love you guys. I don't ever tell you guys not to donate to the channel. Right now, I got to tell you guys to stop donating. and then everybody's like, donation. I'm like, oh, you guys. Aaron Butler, Brian and Byron. Oh, you're speaking to those guys in there. I'm sorry. Give you too much respect. Keep it moving. I got Ravens versus Seahawks bet in Super Bowl, and Ravens win, of course. I'd love another Super Bowl matchup with you guys. I don't know if we can get there this year, but I think your team can definitely get there this year. We'll see. Lance, would you re-sign Damian Lewis for $8 million a year or try free agent market? I would look more to the free agent market at this point, Lethal Lance. He's not having a good season. And he's not really a scheme fit for the mobile type of offensive lineman you'd like to bring in here. Can pull back out across the formation, who can get out in the screen game and lay a block out in a corner or safety. He just doesn't have the movement capabilities to do that. And I just, especially like you say, I mean, that's what the cost is going to be, probably $6, $7, $8 million a year for him. I don't want to pay that price, especially as we're very restricted as far as our cap space is anyway. I'd much rather put the priority on Bobby, on Jordan, on Leonard Williams, before I would go to Damian. Alex, what are the quarterbacks available next year in terms of free agency? We'd possibly trade for a veteran or roll the dice in the draft. I think you're just going to have to roll the dice in the draft, Alex, because there's really not going to be a guy available either in free agency or via a trade. Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins. I mean, Chicago, depending on what they decide to do with Justin Fields. There really isn't going to be anything available out there that's going to interest you in the market that's going to look like a clean, clear, better option than Gino. Let's just say that. So I think that does lead you more to the draft to try to make it happen there. Mogwai, who's better, GSN or Flowers? I don't know if I can make that determination at this point. Give me a full season. It happens in my own fan base a lot where people want the determinations on players that have just played a couple of games or a handful of games. I don't know. They're both very close, I think, statistically, where they both stand so far this year. I would take JSN over Flowers because I think Flowers is a little bit of a guy who's in between positions. He's not quite a slot, not quite an outside guy, and he's very much undersized. But I still think Zay Flowers is going to be a hell of a player. I mean, I also think JSN is going to turn into being a hell of a player. But they're probably closer than they're further apart. But it's also hard early on right now to know which one's going to be the Better. Seahawks blue and green. Commanders will feel our wrath. Let's go. Alex says, meanwhile, Tom Brady's sitting on the couch right now. Mr. Steiner, give him a call. You'd have to facilitate a trade with Tampa Bay to make that happen. So, unfortunately, I think he's still under technically club control with Tampa Bay this year. You couldn't even make it, even if it was you wanted to make that call, which I don't think they'd make that call, but even if you wanted to. Red Ace says, this is the type of game that Gino needed to light that fire. That shot up his fam being down only putting up 3 would motivate any man. Hopefully he's there. We need him motivated. Killer Cam says, you didn't have to do us like that. You're good, Killer. I was speaking. Aaron Butler says, this is your problem. I'm talking toughness and physicality. You're talking Super Bowls. I'm not feeling myself over this nothing game. Baltimore Ravens are a top 5 winning organization over the last 25 years. Yeah, so are my Hawks. I don't know what that, I think you have a great organization. I'm not trying to throw shade, but the whole intimating somehow that like AFC North has some sort of, has cornered the market somehow on physicality over there that's somehow like unique to the whole rest of the NFL. I'm definitely going to push back on that. And it is a bit of a different territory when you're a team that's basically in your Super Bowl window right now. You know, you put together a Super Bowl ready team. I'm giving you all the props in the world for it. There's a difference between that team and a team that's trying to ascend to their Super Bowl window. There's teams that are in different stages in the NFL. We're not in that stage. That has nothing to do about more physicality or anything else. That has to do with a more veteran team, a more probably talented team, more complete team than where we find ourselves. But yeah, I can't sign up on we're more physical out here in this given division than anywhere else in football. That doesn't add up to me. But you got a hell of a team, man. How many missed tackles did Spoon have? Quite a bit. Much more than any of the other games, probably. Lethal Hands, we have very little salary cap for next year. Does that mean you push enough to cut some players? I think you consider it. And I think in the case of, certainly with Adams and Diggs, you got to make a hard, long call about, is this investment we're putting into the safety room worthwhile? Are we getting the returns on it? Adams costing you $18 million a year. Diggs is up there at a high water mark, and you're right, we don't have a lot of money. I think that there's a push right now to start to try to think we need to make a little bit of this decision now. I think you got to wait for the year to play out, Lethal Lance, and see where you land. How does Adams round into shape? Does Diggs provide a little bit more impact than we've seen from him so far this year for what you're paying him? And can Gino Smith get it together? But if it holds firm like it's been right now, if you go through the rest of the year and we're at the production level we're at with all 3 of those guys, you're probably going to be looking to make a tough call in all of them to potentially create that cap room like you're talking about. But it is probably hard a little bit early on right now to make that determination for sure. Mike says, okay, but does the Seahawks loss affect LeBron's legacy? Yeah. Russell, Mark, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, to Lock fans, what would he do different? It's been my big counter to here. The thing I've heard about the Lock folks that are on board with bringing in Lock, it seems to be really based upon and built upon, well, he can't be much worse, you know? Well, we got to just try something. And my whole thing with it has been on that, Russell, is that if you're going to make a quarterback change, you want it based on, you know, we know this guy's going to do better. We know that this guy's going to do this part of the game better, and so he'll be able to make our offense more effective because of this. If we're just sort of wishing on a star, rolling the dice and hoping it'll be better, I think that that's not a pathway for us to find success at the quarterback position necessarily. So, yeah, I'm feeling that same way. Thank you for that donation. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 dono. B, hope you give a show. Hope you give a show after Gino fails. Hope you give a show. Adrian X says, B, hope you give a show after Gino fails. Go Hawks. Hope I give a show. I thank you for the $2 donation. Go Hawks, Adrian X. I'm not. Definitely, guys, when I get 4 hours in, the eyes get crossed and know I'm 9 hours, 10 hours into streaming today. So if you're leaving a word or a couple words out, it gets harder for me to kind of decipher maybe what you're exactly meaning. So hope you give a show after Gino fails. Go Hawks. I'm not sure, Adrian X. Go ahead and, if you can, post it down in the chat on what you meant. Dude, I know we're all getting tired and it's getting later at times, but just definitely if you guys verify what you're typing on some of these messages in it, because I can't always quite pull free. I thank you for the donation, but I'm not sure what you mean on that. I'm sorry. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. It says B, Brady can't come to Seattle. The 12 jersey is retired. That's right. There we go. That will prevent it in itself, Megan. But thank you for the donation. And no chance on Brady. The Ravens or the Buccaneers are eating a bunch of dead money on his cap this year. He's still under their club control, so they would have to have traded his rights to us for that even to be a possibility. And it's not even in the vicinity. But yeah, there's also that, Megan. There is also that. Thank you for the donation. And Adrian X, please do post if you can a comment on what you meant. You don't have to donate; just post in the comments. I'll be on the lookout for it and check it out. Luis, Gino wasn't the problem. All Waldron plays were deep plays, and at halftime didn't adjust to the pressure the Ravens were putting on the O-line. He came back the second half with the same game plan. Big part of it's on Waldron, man, for sure. That's for sure. Mike says, me and my cousin, who is a Steelers fan, get into enough. We don't need any more bad blood between our divisions. Laughing out loud. Reza Marque, Russell, your question should be really, how could we be worse and more? Aaron, hey guys, FN been most physical division for 20 plus years, nothing new. You talk with hurt feelings and hurt pride. Chiefs getting handled too, similar to yours. The AFC North has number 1 and number 2 defense. Okay, man. I tried to counter your points on it, but if you want to take it as hurt feelings, go for it, brother. Snap out of it. The only FC team I hated was the Pats, but now the Brady's gone, not so much anymore. Be me more Seahawks. Hawks Nest, I think we can agree since we lost to Osu, the run defense sucks. Do you think we will get better over the time, or is this going to be our run defense until next year when we get back? I don't think that he was the whole reason our run defense was good or bad, Femi Moore Seahawks. And though he did go down to the torn pec in the Browns game, he was out there for a lot of that game. So and it was even a game in last week against the Browns where it was 3.9 yards per carry average. So, or not the Browns game, but the previous week when we had running game problems. I forget what it is. I don't think it's just only on him. The reason that you're having the failures, I think a lot of the run game failures come down to your offense and lack of success and your defense wearing down. If you look at where I think the multitude of these yards start to click in for this defense, it starts to happen kind of later into the second half after you've had a myriad of offensive failures, a myriad of 3 and outs. That then leads them at that point to, starting to fail at that point. I don't know if that then means in itself that you have a run game failure going on. It means you just have a lack of offensive performance going on at all, really, to me. Yeah, D-Nugget, I think the Ravens can make a playoff run for sure. I think they're as well suited to do so as they ever have been. Zach says, you said Garoppolo, and they got visibly ill. It makes me visibly ill to even consider him. And most of the options that are existing out there that you might be out in the open market are all going to be not improvements over what we have already, unfortunately. I wish there was. Cyrus says, how could Locke be worse? And if he is, which would take the astronomical levels of bad play we know we need to move on, what happened to always compete? How could Locke be worse? Locke can absolutely be worse, Cyrus. There was a competition quarterback battle that went down between Gino and Locke last year. Lock didn't beat him out. For the folks that are all pro Lock, for the folks that are going to Drew Lock, for the folks that are Drew Lock's the answer. Lock is the man who's going to save the day. Which is not even what you're really saying, Cyrus, because you're just saying, well, how can it be worse? Which means you're not really making the choice on a competition battle plane. You're not really you're kind of choosing to come at that side of it at the end of your argument that you're presenting. But you're sort of not doing that because you're going, why not do Lock? It can't be any worse. That's not competition. That's not Lock has won the job, so we should go to him. That's well, this guy's failing out, so this guy's got to be better. That's kind of, to me, that's a bit of a misdirected logic when it comes to this plane. It is. I've given it 7 minutes and 30 seconds into this video, and I did this, Cyrus, and this has probably been about the 50th time today that I've responded on the Drew Lock stuff. I know people come in late into the channel. If you're looking for some expansive thoughts, it's 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I go into it for about 10 minutes. Why Drew Lock is not the answer. I would definitely point you to go in and taking a look at that. But the bottom line on it is this. Drew Lock has not been a good quarterback in this sport. He has upside. He has never been a good quarterback in this sport. At Denver, the first stop which he failed with, which caused Denver to be perfectly happy to throw him in as a kicker in the trade with Russell Wilson, he struggled. He struggled a lot because he had poor pass protection. In his 2 years there, in his final 2 years with Denver, they were 28th and 26th in pass protection efficiency, meaning he was under a deluge. Right now this year, you're probably somewhere between 26th and 28th, if not worse, in pass protection efficiency. Now at Denver, Drew Lock had actually a consistent ground game to go to. So though he didn't have pass protection, Cyrus, he did have a ground game that he could call upon, that he could go to, that could take some of the pressure off. So walk me through this logic. He struggles with Denver, with the pass protection issues, with being under an onslaught. He has horrible turnovers that the fans in Denver will fully well tell you about in these moments, struggling under that tantamount of pressure that he's dealing with. And he's got a ground game at that time still to call upon to make him look somewhat good. Now he comes to Seattle. You've got just as bad a pass protection. You have worse, let me say this again, worse consistency in running the ball now than what he had with Denver. Your efficiency rates in the run game are much worse here. So why does he play better within that? Especially considering the fact that he lost the starting job to Gino a year and a half ago. And don't talk to me about COVID, because he had all of camp, all of the offseason, all of mini camps to win that job. Gino wasn't paid at that time. It was a straight up battle. He lost. So this thinking of I'm okay if you want to go to Drew Lock and you can give me a reason A, B, C, D, E, and F as to why he'll play better. But you can't really give me that. The people that are going to the Drew Lock side of it and saying, I want Drew Lock, it's he can't be worse, or what do we got to lose, or throw a prayer out there and hope it sticks. I think when you make these kind of decisions about changing out a quarterback, you need to build them a little bit more certainly from why you're doing it, why you believe it's going to be an improvement, and how it's going to be an improvement. And if you're just as likely to put the guy into a situation that's going to cause him to fail as the first guy has, then that's not the answer. Change is not the answer. And I do believe that truly would be the case. That's what I'm building my whole belief on this is. There's nothing built within Drew Lock's performance at any point in time that we can go to, even this recent preseason. Because I can still go and show you in the preseason games he played this year, in the here and now, where there are bad turnover-worthy plays in the course of that game, unforced errors, bad throws, boneheaded plays. We're not building anything off of this Drew Lock start stuff other than what? He's got a hose? That it can't be worse? It can be worse. It can be way worse. You can have no drives. We got 3 scoring drives in the fourth quarter comeback last week against the Browns. You could have no drives. That could be the much worse part. So I think it can get worse. And I get the part, there's people that want to go Drew Lock, but man, I don't see what it's based a whole hell of a lot on. Not on his track record. Not on what caused him to fail the last time he had a chance to play. Not on the fact that he'd actually be put, as it's been up to this point so far this year, into worse conditions than what he had with Denver. It just doesn't add up to me how that he's going to somehow flourish or succeed in that, other than it's been a couple of years since Denver. So now he's just maybe naturally grown and that he'll just magically be more matured and better from it. It just doesn't add up to me. I can't quite understand where the thought process is of it, but I get it. There's a lot that are in the Drew Lock side of things. Addis the Gamer is the double dip a $2 donation, double time over. Thank you for the double dip dono, Addis. Appreciate all of your support tonight. It says positive. Another big opportunity against Philly. We do have a big opportunity coming up against Philly, that's for sure, man. And you'd love to go win that game. They're going to be another tough test. They're going to be able to test you in a lot of the ways that this Ravens team was able to test you in this game. So we'll see how we stack up in that one. We'll see if we can develop over these next 2 weeks and turn this thing back around at that time. That'd be great to see. But thank you for that. He also says, today was tough. But guys, Locke isn't the guy. Yeah. That's where I stand with it. It's a tough day, and I get there's a draw to go to the backup quarterback. This is the old thing that they say, the backup quarterback's always the most popular man in town. But that once we get past that initial kick to maybe do that, why do we do it? What's driving us to that decision? Is it really the smartest decision at play, Brando, I wasn't a big fan. Brando says, I wasn't a big fan of the Draymond Jones signing, but looking at this contract, do you think the Hawks would release him? Doesn't seem like he's having much of an impact. Rather have that money resign Leonard Williams. Yeah, I would rather go to Leonard Williams too. At least we're getting a complete player at that point. And he does not give you enough consistent pass rush that I would think you'd have to be married to him into the future on that one. I think that's very fair. Dale says, at the end of the game when Tariq Woolen gloated in the end zone after a wide receiver not catching the ball and he get burnt on a TD by Odell and the next play was embarrassing. Yeah, it was a tough look. He's struggling to kind of find himself, definitely having a bit of a sophomore slump. Yeah, Aaron Butler, I disagree with you on the whole physical North thing. Like somebody else was saying above, Niners and Seahawks through the early 2000 teens were the two most physical teams in the sport at that time, far beyond where your Ravens and Steelers and any other team that FC North was at that time. So you guys took, I guess, a 5 or 6 or 7 year break before you got back to being physical again. Sure, you guys are physical, but again, to say that you've cornered the market somehow on physicality in the sport is absolutely silly. The Hawks, Brandon, did it seem like our edges were not setting the edges? Seemed like they were trying to tackle the running backs in the middle of the formations. Lamar just kept the ball and run outside. Yeah, they kept crashing down on the back for some reason. I saw it last week with Walker too. There was a little bit of ignoring the quarterback like he wouldn't keep it. But these guys have the legs to do that. It was a little strange. A little strange. Nubalox, Locke got sick after he played in the first preseason game where he had a key fumble at the end of that game when he had an opportunity to drive the team up the field. He was not sick in that game. He got sick after that, missed the game, came back a third game and threw some interceptions where he was probably still coming back from the virus. But that competition was not just built on how those guys played in the preseason games. It was also built, how did they play in the scrimmage games? How did they play throughout the offseason? How did they command the offense throughout the practices and mini camps and training camp? That's what determines the quarterback battle, is not just the games that we get to see. And if you think about it, the small amount of preseason action you get to see from the quarterbacks versus how much on-field action you see in practices as coaches and making that assessment, there's way more of that on the front side than there is on the back side to make that assessment. But even removing that, as I said, looking at Locke this year where there was no sickness. So for the folks that are going pro-Locke, Locke is about to ascend. Locke will be so much better. If he's so much better, why wasn't he better in preseason when he played? Why can I go to a 3 or 4 and limited time in playing in those couple of games? I can go to a variety of different throws that are poor decisions, that are him making an unforced error. There's a pick six he almost throws to Bobo in the Packer game where he just completely decides pre-snap, I'm going to throw the ball, locks in on throwing the ball, throws the ball, and it easily should have been pick sixed and returned the other way. I'm okay if there's something to build out of this feeling of Locke will be better. If you can sell me on what it is tangibly that you believe to get that place, you can bring me to your side of it. But if you were just emptily saying, do it to make a move, do it because it can't be worse, I don't myself get driven to make football moves and ever saying, do it because it can't be worse. That's a mode of thinking, I think, that doesn't necessarily lead to success. Could be wrong on that, but just how I ascribe to my thinking on it. Owen says we have more successful when we have long drives and take the pressure off Gino. On the bright side, the Lions got crushed too. The Ravens are just that good, or at least very, very hot right now. Very good and very hot. I think a bit of both. Ask him, isn't Gino good with tight ends? He is. They just don't utilize or feature him very often in recent weeks. Seahawks Blue and Green, would you give Gino K9 and a first-round pick for Josh Allen? Absolutely. Absolutely. D-Nugget, Philly might take home the ring this year. They got a good team. Ian ML, would you cut Gino and try to take a swing at Kirk Cousins in the offseason, even if he misses the first 4 weeks, if that's possible? No. No, I would not. I think you need to look for mobility in quarterbacks as we go into the future. You're going to have Cousins coming off a torn Achilles. Ian, he's not a guy that takes a discount, so he's going to want to be paid $50, $55, $60 million on the open market. He's not particularly mobile, and now he's going to be around 36 years of age. What is he, 35, 36 years of old? I think that means that there's a high likelihood he gets injured again going into the future. I like that he's upped his game and he's playing really good the past couple of years, but that's a bridge too far for me. Flipping flapjacks, yeah, as much S as I give Gino, he's better than Locke. The O-line is a problem, and Gino is not playing with awareness and pocket presence. Beautifully put, flipping. Beautifully put, flipping flapjacks. Well said. Lethal Lance, what will it take for Gino to lose his job this year? It would take him being able to play poorly and that you can actually put the full blame upon his shoulders as the main root cause to him playing poorly. I think right now you can certainly put a big measure of blame upon him from this game and how things have played out throughout this year. But if you're going to be honest and you're going to be realistic about the situation as well, you'd have to put just about an even amount of blame then upon the offensive line and on Shane Waldron in addition to that. I don't see how you can't give them the equal hearty portion here of this blame. And if that's the case, it isn't solely on Gino. And there's other factors that can be corrected and fixed beyond simply making the switch to him. If you get to the offensive line point, the offensive line is pass protecting and you're getting some holes open up in the run game and Gino's playing not good football at that point, then that's a point where you can start to say, okay, the job's got to be called into question. But when the play calling is unimaginative, when the play calling is uncreative, when you've got no pre or post snap motion, when you're not utilizing any part of the screen game, when you're making everything look as every snap hard for the quarterback to find any, open pass to throw to, I'm going to have a hard time going to just Gino and lumping it all on his shoulders. Wu-Tang, who are these people that think Locke is the dude? He's got Udit from Denver because he tosses picks. It's definitely a growing thing that grows. There seems to be a lot of folks that are way pro Locke on it. And I go, from what? From based on what? He's a talented kid, but talent doesn't mean that he's refined it or gotten way better since he had that last job. Yeah, noob. It's pointless too. Gino's not getting benched. He's not happening. Standard champion, the Locke thing is like that Family Guy bit with the mystery box. It could be anything, even a boat. That's right. The J.J. Abrams mystery box. It's very true. It's very true. And some of this is human nature. It's the backup quarterback. This works in all NFL cities. When you have a starter that's not necessarily performing at their best, there's instantly that draw to go to the backup, especially if they are a talented guy. So this is a little bit of that, but doesn't make it the right choice either. Sloby1 says, Kirk Cousins is the answer. I can't go there, man. You don't have the cap, Sloby1. You don't have the cap space, man. He's going to cost $60 million. The first year of that cap hit's going to be $25 million. You've got $7 million of cap space as it stands right now moving into next offseason. We don't have the money to pull off Cousins. Motive says, Gino was horrible before he got here. Coaching and system and coaching make a difference. It does. It does. Beamer Seahawks, yeah, I'm kind of upset we didn't put Locke in the fourth quarter. The game was over. I want to see what we had in a full quarter with him, but I don't want him to take over. Yeah, I think I get why they went with Gino. I think they're trying to find some kind of rhythm with Gino there that they can build upon a bit, more so than trying to get Locke featured. Let's find our rhythm here offensively. Let's start finding something we can build off of coming out of this game. Weren't able to do it, but I think that we're trying. Alexander says Sam Bradford is 100% the answer. Do you not get shoot? I like Drew just because he seems like a super cool, nice, positive dude. He does. He seems like a great guy. Ryan says Kirk, after that injury, may not play again. He's definitely getting up there. He might just call it a day at this point. We'll see. Flippins is my honest, no BS, not because the Hawks lost, but I genuinely think our coaching is lacking. I'm not just calling out Pete. I'm talking about all of them. That's fair. Morgan, maybe he got better since then, much like Gino got better. He might have, but where's the proof of that getting better, Morgan? The proof was not there in the preseason action he played at just in this preseason. The proof wasn't there last year between the quarterback competition that happened throughout camp, throughout minicamp between Locke and Gino. So that's my thing with it. I can be sold, but where's the proof that he's been better? Because I can't say coming off his preseason performances the last 2 years that I can say, well, that's a distinctly better Drew Lock than the one that we saw with Denver. In fact, I think that's more of what kind of the Drew Lock we saw in Denver, I would say. Aaron Smith, I think Shane shares some of the blame. Absolutely. New Lax, when the knock on Drew is turnovers and Gino is here turning the ball over 8 times in 4 games, it's hard not to think about what Locke would do. That's where we come down to, is it going to be a better situation? Am I making the change to know it's better? If he's going to do the same thing Gino does, that's not a better thing. That just means he's going to do what Gino did. I don't know. I don't kind of get this on that. There's this good upside to Drew Lock people are sort of intimating about on this New Blacks. I don't get with it. Where is the upside there? The upside seems to be, well, okay, the logic on this goes, well, Gino's throwing these interceptions, and had these turnovers. Lock, you already get that with, but then yet with Lock, you get the exceptional productivity as far as from his arm talent goes, that he's going to make a whole bunch of money throws in addition to then those turnovers. At least you're getting that. But again, I come back to, I don't know what that's based upon other than kind of a hope and a wish. Because those turnovers are going to be right there with Locke, because Locke's going to be dealing with a lack of a running game and a lack of pass protection just like Gino has. So how does he ascend over the top of that? I'm not so sure. Rednecker says Locke's not the answer and neither is Gino. That's a fair way of putting it. I'm okay with that. It's definitely a good chance of being a possibility here. Morgan says we're not looking at the true ROI in the long run. So if we can play him, get similar results for way less money, if you keep playing Gino, you won't know if Drew has anything to give. Drew's on a 1-year contract, Morgan. So if you put Drew Lock in there and you have him do marginally decent and then decide, okay, he's going to be the guy instead, and you cut Gino Smith to go to Drew Lock, Drew's going to end up costing the same amount of money as Gino at that point, between the dead money you're eating on Gino and the new money that you're going to have to pay to Drew Lock. There's not a long-term investment to Drew because for the simple fact that you only have him on a 1-year deal. There is no long-term future with him here. You got to sign him to another contract next off season. So the return on investment part is there is no long-term investment here. It's a 1-year contract. He gets to go at the end of the year, or he's got to be repaid at the end of the year. You end up right back potentially in the same barrel you're in with Gino if he plays even marginally well, I guess, and paying him. I don't know that there's any, again, coming back to the part that this seems to ignore with this, Morgan, of you had both of these two guys in a competition. They've been going back and forth. Maybe you can say, well, now that they paid Gino, there is no competition and that they're just going to go with Gino no matter what. But then that also does ignore Drew's play in the preseason, which wasn't particularly well. It was okay, but it wasn't lighting the world on fire. I struggle to understand on that one where the ROA future investment thing goes in on that. If you had him under a couple-year contract or he was still on a rookie deal, you could maybe sign me up for that being something that's on the table here, but that's not on the table as a possibility. He's a free agent at the end of the year. And I definitely think Gino needs to play better. New Blacks, don't get me wrong there. The turnovers, I'm not, he's got to play better. So I'm not trying to let Gino all off the hook. I'm just trying to say it's not all Gino's fault. It's not even a majority of Gino to blame here. Really, the majority of the blame goes to the offensive line issues and your play calling, if we're really slicing it up. Gino's got his part to bear in that, but that's one of the reasons I'm pushing so hard back against this is it's not us, in my opinion, looking at the true root cause of the situation here. And if we want this truly fixed, if we want to truly rectify the situation, we're going to have to get to the root cause and not just to a symptom. Gino Smith and the way he's playing is a symptom of how bad the pass protection has been, a symptom of how bad the play calling has been. I've spoke to about 15 specific items offensively, items that are missing from the McVay offense, missing without reason, without purpose, without excuse, missing on a weekly basis, and I don't have any explanation for it. That should be the first place people are starting in their mind. That should be the spot. Why is there no pitch plays? Why is there no wide zone? Why is there no zone? Why is there no screen plays? Why is there no traditional screen plays? Why is it that the bedrock of McVay's system is that you're supposed to run a formation out over and over that looks exactly the same? 3 wide receiver looks to one to the side, 2 wide receivers to this side, but then you run every kind of iteration off of that formation. Are any of you guys seeing that on the football field? I'm not. Every different play, there's a new formation out there. That's not the McVay scheme. So are we actually running the McVay scheme, or are we just running this hybridized version of kind of partially McVay, but a lot of old Carroll system from back in the day? Because that's really what it feels like. No pre and post snap motion. Where's that stuff? This is all offensive coordinator related, all stuff that allows this offense to look so stilted and predictable and allowed this Ravens defense to look a step ahead today. That's more of a root cause than going to the quarterback here. Quarterback and the problems in the play and the quarterback's a symptom. He's got to play better. But it's a symptom. Big amigo, I can still taste the puke in my mouth. Amen. And it doesn't taste good. Standard Champion, I don't know why the he's not the guy crowd doesn't get that his contract was such that the team can move on from him entirely as soon as next year. So what's the worry here? That's my feeling as well, Standard. I think that people are very well fine to reach the kind of spot where they go, okay, we've seen enough here in Gino Smith that he's not the guy, but we can wait till the end of the year to make that assessment at this point. And if not, you can get out of the contract, like you say, with relative ease. Relative ease. Morgan says it's not about playing Locke because he can't be worse. We're not winning a Super Bowl with Locke or Gino, but at least see what Locke has. Not playing or trying a guy you traded for makes 0 sense. I don't have the same outlook on it myself here, Morgan. You didn't trade for Drew Locke with the thinking of that's our quarterback of the future. You brought him in to be in a competition with Gino Smith, and you're going to let the best man win. The best man won, and it was not Drew Locke. To merely go to Drew Locke without the reason of believing that he's truly better, but because you want to have a look at him or you're trying to make an assessment of him as you find yourself at 5-3 and in the thick of the NFC. Now, you had a measuring stick game and you didn't add up to it, but I don't know if that causes you in itself to bail out on the season to go for a project in Locke that you want to just kind of see what you got in, who, again, if he goes out there and flourishes, now you're signing him to a big contract. He's not coming back next year for a $5 million 1-year deal like he did this time, right? He's going to come back and want a minimum of you replicating the same deal that you just gave Gino Smith. And then you have to cut Gino on top of that. I do trust Morgan. I guess here's my thinking on this. I trust the assessment of my coaching staff in what they're seeing both in games and practice. I think that there's a lack of trust from the fan base in the ability of the coaching staff to assess this quarterback play by how hard some are driving for Drew Lock to be the starter. That there seems to be a feeling here that the coaching staff is not seeing the quarterback room clearly, that Drew Lock has this upside to him that's unrealized, that they're not tapping into, that they could be tapping into, but they're ignoring in their faithful devotion to Gino Smith. I just can't quite see it in that same way, my man. I don't. There's nothing on this that you've invested yourself into Drew Lock. And if Drew was this good, Morgan, if he was this guy, if we're missing it, if our coaching staff's just completely missing the boat on this one, why did 31 other NFL teams not go in on Drew Lock? Why did no other NFL teams, when there was probably 10, 15 teams out there needing a quarterback, not go in on Drew Lock? Why did his former quarterback coach and Dave Canales, who became the offensive coordinator at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, why did he not go for Drew Lock and instead went for Baker Mayfield? If he's so good, all of these signs are telling us that Drew Lock is actually this pretty clearly. And folks are trying to sell me a little bit on, no, he could potentially be this over here, but there's no proof of him being this thing over here. There's so much more proof of him being this thing over there. And it's the part I can't quite get to on the Lock stuff myself. Yeah, Cyrus, I don't think that you can have proof that just because you think Drew Lock will play better. It's on your thinking and on your emotions on that. You're not backing it up with anything but like kind of what you're feeling in your gut that he'll be better. And that doesn't mean that's really a lot to build upon, is it? Your gut and your instincts on your emotions on it's not building on anything tangible. And that's all I'm asking for is if we're going to make a decision to make a change anywhere, if we're going to move on from a head coach, if we're going to move on from a quarterback, if we're going to move on from any position anywhere, we make the assessment about what's the best move to make there for the position. Who's the best player for the position? Not make a move just to make a move because, oh hell, what could it hurt? But to make a move because intelligently it's the smart one to do so. And again, for the folks like yourself that land where you land, Cyrus, I guess you guys feel like the coaching staff, you don't trust the coaching staff's ability to assess their own quarterbacks. Because in your lack of faith in Gino is in your lack of faith that the coaching staff to properly assess who's the best guy. Because certainly I don't think any of us would think that the coaching staff is going to put the worst guy out on the football field. Do we really think that that's going to be the case? I can't. And if you're asking me to sign up for that, we're completely on opposite ends of the scale on that one at that point. Absolutely, they're going to put the best guy they can on the football field. I'm going to trust in the coaching staff's ability to assess the right quarterback to be out there playing. And I do believe that if you have Drew Lock out there at his best, he's going to match what Gino Smith's been doing out there. At his worst, it's going to be much worse. It will be more turnovers. It will be worse. Yes, I do believe it can be worse. And I've provided a lot of evidence as to why I believe that. There's not a lot of evidence that's been provided as to why people are totally on the pro Lock side of it, other than you just kind of have a feeling it'll be better, or it can't hurt, or what could it hurt? These are not reasons. These are not intelligent reasons to do stuff. If you want to me, I want my football team being run a little bit more intelligently, a little bit less gut instinct. Gut instinct doesn't always lead you in the right direction on this kind of, well, my instinct is I kind of feel like this. Feelings and emotions can lead you in the wrong direction. We want to tangibly try to build up an argument off of what we believe off tangible items. What's our tangible items that Drew Lock's better and improved at this point? What tangibly do we have to operate off of? And the part where we sort of decide, you're sort of tacitly doing it, but you are sort of deciding you're not trusting your coaching staff's ability to assess the quarterback position on your own team in addition to this by calling for Lock. It's to say, well, you guys picked the wrong guy. It's that you're saying that at that point, you've got a better eye for who the better quarterback is in this situation than the coaching staff. I don't know if I can put it any clearer as to why I'm a little reticent to go into that direction of things on this one. Cyrus says it ain't about pro Lock, it's anti-Gino. That's my point. You're not making the decision because you know Drew Lock's better. It's because you're You're angry with Gino Smith and you want him to play better. You're not going to an answer that you know to be an improvement. You're just going to an answer for the sake of just trying something else. I don't subscribe to that thinking in football. Just try something else just for the sake of trying something else. What's the intelligent approach to fixing this football team at this point? Improved offensive coordinating could go a long way to helping your quarterback. Improved pass protection on the offensive line can go a lot of way to helping your quarterback. Improved ability to run, improved and more consistent running throughout the course of the game can go much further to helping your quarterback position. These are all failing elements that'll be failing with Drew Lock, that have been failing with Gino Smith. That's the place to go improve. That's the place to fix. The quarterback thing is just a symptom to me of the root cause. But this is the place where I'm going to go at this spot where I'm 5 hours in. For those that are just freshly having the Drew Lock argument or debate with me right now, please understand I'm 9 hours into it. I'm also about 50 debates deep with individuals on every level of this chat that started out at 10 minutes into the stream and 15 minutes in the stream. So for me, it gets to a place of kind of exhaustion at this point to really push it much further. I've kind of said as many things as I can possibly say to kind of provide my point on this. There's not a lot being given to me on the other side as far as reasons that I can really dig into that really make a lot of sense and add up to me as to where we're making this move, as opposed to just being kind of on a wing and a prayer. I get that that's where you want to stand on it, but it's going to be hard to, I hope you can understand why it's hard to sell people who stand on my side of this to your side when that's just the only reason we're making a move. I don't see a lot of NFL success stories that occur in my life where you just make a move to make a move because it can't hurt or what it can't be worse. Those don't tend to find a lot of success in themselves either on the other side of it. Go Hod, thank you for the subscribing to the channel. Go Hod. Sag3, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, don't worry, guys. No matter what, we will just have a second round exit no matter what. There is that to fall back on. Cyrus, I'd ask you too. You say Gino's only had maybe 5 good games in his career. Go back through the first 12 games of the year last year. All those games were good to great performances. All of them. Good to great performances. Not perfect, but good to great. Since then, has it not been as good? Yeah. Has it also been at that time that same thing I talk about, the lack of pass protection, the lack of a running game, the lack of creativity come from Waldron have also been at play? Yeah, it has. But first 12 games of the year last year, that's why he won Comeback Player of the Year award. I'm not all for Lock, but I really wish we would have been able to see him play and just see what we have. I think the coaching staff knows what they got, man. I do. But I could be wrong on this. Who knows? I don't. Morgan, preseason absolutely does matter. When you're in a competition quarterback battle, it matters. Practices matter. Mini camps matter. Off-season OTAs matter. Training camp matters. Coaches make their assessment as to who's the starting quarterback based on all that. Not just simply gut instincts, but that. You're going to base on how the results of all of this collectively working together and what we've seen. Seahawks blue and green in business. Sometimes the people with the higher positions aren't the best. Maybe they were a year ago and the younger guy caught up. Not sure what you mean on that. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying there. Mike Skinner says people that point to Gino being the main problem should look at who is telling Gino what the play call is. Agreed. Alex says, here's an interesting take. If the Broncos continue essing the bed, they could cut Russ. Would you guys take Russ back? I can't see it happening myself, Alex. I think he kind of maybe burned some bridges here on his way out the door, but who knows? At this point, anything's possible. Snap out of it at Brandon, but Pete says, always compete. I don't believe that he meant that it's just stops in the preseason. It's always. I would tend to believe that as well. I would think that would be the case as well. There's certainly a bit of, you've got to have a little bit of investment into your quarterback as far as giving some goodwill for them to play a little bit bad where you're not just, but if the guy's better behind him, he's better behind him. Morgan says, final thought, it feels like Gino is playing not to lose. That's all I'm saying. Maybe Drew Lock will let it rip and play to win the game, good or bad. Let's just see what's what. If they make a move, Morgan, and the coaching staff decides to make a change here, I would be okay with it, to your point on that. But the fact that they're not being driven to make that move, or that we're hearing Coach Carroll talk in any way, shape, or form about having any problems with the way that Gino's necessarily playing overall, would lead me to believe that they don't believe that Drew Lock is a better option. I'm just trying to take this from a logical deduction point of things and say that it would look like that. And we got to come back to the fact on this that we've not seen Drew play very much, hardly in all of football. We've got the preseason, a little bit of playing in the Giants game. The coaching staff has way more eyes on this particular player than we do by a wide margin. You know, it'd be one thing if we'd had a chance to see a season and a half of Drew Lock play to make these determinations that he's a better guy than Gino, but we don't. We only have the games we have to go off of. So this is really a time where I would more than ever lean more to the coaching staff's assessment of the situation to say that they're probably seeing it clear and true. I can't think that a team would leave a quarterback from starting on the football field who would be able to give them a better result, who would be able to give them a better team, that would get them, as we are right now, scratching on the edge of being a contender, a guy that could get you over the top of that contender status, that they would then keep that guy on the bench for the sake of the money they paid Gino, just to have loyalty to Gino. Maybe I'm giving the coaching staff too much faith. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit on this. But I got to feel like that's kind of the case at play here, in my opinion on it. I may be wrong, just my opinion. Is the tangibility? What are we saying right now? Gino was given a chance at 30 after 3 failed teams, but Locke is seen as an outlier. Right. What are we saying right now? Gino's is the tangibility. Not sure on that one. I think I don't quite understand on that. Sorry. Wu-Tang, Gino's a pocket passer. The pocket was collapsing all day. He is an elite quarterback, but good news, we're not paying him like one. So scheme the offense to get rid of the ball quickly and run the rock. Let's go. Seahawks Blue and Green, would we replace the JSN pick with anyone else drafted around that position if we did over? I mean, maybe Levis. I don't think there'd be another player there that would stand out as one that makes a lot more sense than this at this point. Good morning, football breakdowns. We've been defending Gino too much, bro. We have a below average quarterback. We need to draft an elite one. I'm not against drafting one. I'm not been against drafting one at all. So I'm okay with that. I certainly don't think that Gino's a star. I think he can be a good quarterback when he's got things set up a little bit better than it's been set up. But good morning, football breakdowns. This is certainly in doing 5 hours of this show and 4 hours of the live stream show, it's a divisive topic, and there are a ton of different opinions. And the one thing that has been very keen and true to me in doing all this is that everyone's got a very, very passionate opinion about what they feel about it. And I respect that. Good morning, football breakdowns. I thought Waldron was supposed to be one of the best offensive coordinators. He was. His star was on the rise coming into this season. But what's happened is that he's removed all the meat out of his offense. He's running a bare bones approach to the McVay scheme. And I thought for a while throughout this year it was just merely because of the fact that you were having backup offensive linemen across the board. But now, even as your offensive line has started to get healthier, the offense and its scheme has remained unimaginative, uncreative, and stilted. I could go through about 20 different items that are missing from this offense that you would see within a McVay scheme. And I don't have an explanation for it. Why did we bring on an acolyte of McVay if we're not actually going to run his offensive scheme? I'm not sure. But he was creative in the first 12 games last year, was Waldron. He was fantastic. He looked like one of the next young offensive coordinators on the rise. And then about game 13 onwards through this game today, last year, 13 onwards to this game today, it's been a complete meltdown and regression as far as the play calling, the offensive ingenuity, the creativeness, the imagination. Again, I can go to all of the specifics, but they're there, they exist, and I don't know why. So yeah, Waldron has regressed, and it doesn't make a lot of sense as to why, but he was great last year through those 12 games. He was inventive. He mixed it up. He had pre and post snap motion all over the place. How many times did you guys see today motion? How many times? Here's how many fly sweeps we ran today. The Rams run 5 freaking fly sweeps a half. 0. You ran about 4 fly sweeps all throughout the whole course of last year. You just gave up on even trying it. Wasn't this the point of bringing Eskridge in? Was at least to have him run some of that or run some bubble screens? No. So that's why I come a little bit harder down to the OC on this. He's been regressing bad. Mike Skinner, how will Drew Lock overcome the same piss poor play calling and bad O-line play that Gino deals with? I don't know. He didn't do it at Denver, that's for sure. Jeffrey says, is this getting to the point where we honestly need to ask the question we should fire Waldron? I think if he continues to have a season like this, it's going to get to that point. You have way too much offensive talent for them to be playing at this spot. And while Gino's got to shoulder his share of the blame, and I'm willing to hand him a share of the blame, Waldron needs to be better. Where are the easily scripted up plays? Where is the commitment to the running game? You drafted 2 second-round running backs, yet you can't seem to find a way to run but 11 times a game, it seems like. Why? Steele says, everyone overreacting on Gino. Waldron fixes the play calling and everything else will follow. That's right. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm fine with it. I get to go to the gym on Sundays instead. Already have enough disappointment in my life, as do most people. I'm a casual fan now. Hey, I get it. It pulls out the emotion, so I understand, going more lighter with it, I get it on that, especially after a day like this, having the doors blown off 37-3, Jeffrey. Can't argue with that, man. No doubt about that. And good morning, football breakdowns. I'm okay with building around a quarterback. I think what you do this offseason is Gino probably remains, and you probably do draft a guy in the 3rd round. Maybe you package those 2 third-round picks to come up into the 2nd round. I'm completely good with that. Completely good. WC, are the Seahawks going to be able to beat the Niners and Eagles? I think we probably go 1-2 in those 3 games. Maybe we get the Niners once as it stands right now. Jeffrey, thank you for that donation. I appreciate you for that. Megala Lucario, 22, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. Mega says, I agree with you 100%. It seems as though these Gino haters aren't really fond of listening to reason. What I don't understand is not playing lock in the 4th quarter after the game is already lost. Certainly something that's been brought up a few times in here too, Megan. And thank you for that $10 donation. Very, very, very kind of you. I'm making the guess on this where you've had an offense scuttling for weeks. And I think what the thinking on that, and the theory of it goes from Carroll's standpoint is we had no rhythm throughout this game offensively. Absent the first 3 drives of last week's game, we really had no rhythm either. Let's try to get this offense finding a rhythm with Gino in something that we can build upon, to find something in this game that we can take from to say, okay, here's something we can push forward to the next game. Here's where we found our footing somewhat. I'm making a guess on this. I certainly don't know it for sure, but if I was to probably put Carroll under a lie detector test, I think that that's what he would kind of say in that moment. It's a little bit like earlier this year with Denver and Peyton, where people were asking at that time, why are you leaving Russell out there for this extra long period of time when the game is already far lost, like the Denver game, right? And that's because I think in the same point, Peyton's going, okay, you need to find your footing here, Russ. You need to find what it is that's going to, be your mode of success here for this year at the quarterback position. You need to, where's your adjustment going to, land in here a little bit? And it didn't really work out that way, of course, because our offense never found any sort of footing in this game. But if I'm making the guess as to what the thinking was behind it, Mega, that's what I think Carroll was probably trying to think about doing in that moment rather than going to lock. Thank you, though, for that $10 donation. Very, very, very kind of you. Mike says, Gino does get blamed, but Shane treats him like a superhero quarterback when this was never the plan. Amen, Mike. Amen. Never the plan. Great way of putting it. Steele, I appreciate everyone being here through tough times. Go family, go Hawks. Hey, go family and go Hawks. I appreciate it too as well. Thank you guys for everybody on this chat today. We got well over 160 people in here, well over 5 hours into the stream. I appreciate everybody hanging on into the stream and being so kind as to check me out after I know what is a tough loss tonight for all of us in the Hawks fandom. The Soviet spy, isn't it a bit contradictory to say the coaches are the problem, but also trust the coaches to choose the best players? I think there's a difference, in my opinion, Soviet spy, between picking the best guys to be on the football field, being who's your best 11 guys, versus being schematically fluent and being creative. I think that those are kind of 2 separate issues that I don't normally connect. My reasoning behind this would be this. What is a position that we look at on this football team and say in the last couple of years, oh, you had a good player sitting on the bench and you left him on the bench because you became married to this guy, especially offensively speaking. The guys that are out there starting have been the guys that have earned their starting kind of colors for the most part, and how I look at it. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. But I do separate those two things in my outlook of it. I think it's a lot easier, for instance, Soviet Spy, to determine who your best player is to go out there and play versus a much harder lane to get down and being creative offensively and finding your right play calling footing as an offensive coordinator, which can be much more difficult because week to week the opponent changes and they get paid too on that other side of the ball. But I think you can assess when you're especially looking at two quarterbacks, who's the best quarterback to be out there starting. I can't think of even many times in NFL history where you're looking just in general nature in NFL history. Let's take outside of our coaching staff and just look at coaches in general. How many times do we really look at NFL history and go, man, this team had this starting quarterback out there. At the same time, they had this great guy sitting on the bench that they weren't going to. They really flubbed that one. They really saw that one wrong with who should have been and who shouldn't have been starting, Morgan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, yo, Brandon, I love the show. I don't love Gino or Locke. That's fair enough. Wish we got AR or Will Levis. Hoping for Penix, Spencer Rattler. Appreciate you and go Hawks. Well, I appreciate you as well. And man, I really do love the fact, Morgan, we can have some disagreement on this. I hope you do understand. I'm sure you do know, I know you've been around here for a very long period of time, that it's nothing but respect for me. I know I'm in some staunch disagreement with some of you guys and some agreement with others, but even those that I'm in disagreement with, I do respect where you're coming from. And I do have to acknowledge that the folks that might be more on Locke or more anti-Gino and out on Gino are certainly fuller of voice, and there's more than ever on that, and there's something to be said from that. I don't think that it's merely just been reactionary on the part of you guys, thinking that. I think that we do find a place here, Morgan, as I love to find on this, common ground. Common ground, absolutely. Being that it does not look like Gino, or in my opinion on that, to your point on it, either Locke or Gino really looks like to me going to be the guy in the long term here. And more likely does look like it's going to have to be a young quarterback, and we're going to have to go find that, be it either a creative way by trading up for a guy like Penix, like you talk about, or going out there and taking a Rattler a little bit later on. Very talented guys. What I like about both of them is they're very talented players. No doubt about that. You're not getting either of those two guys with some lacking ability that they're bringing to play. So I love that, and we are in lockstep on that. I think the answer is certainly to be looking into this draft, and a minimum to be looking at one of those 2 third-round picks and saying, okay, we're going to go take a quarterback with one of these 2 third-round picks. Or if they got a guy they love up in the second round that they got to move up to and package those 2 third-round picks to get in the second round. I'm okay with doing that too if that's the answer. You will find me nothing but supportive when we come around to that draft and they choose to make that the road that they go. Because unlike recent drafts here, Morgan, I do feel like this year where the value will be better to pick in those ranges. And if they want to move up even and take Penix up in the high part of this draft, if they want to package up multiple picks, even though they've never done it before, if they chose to do it, I'd be supporting of them. I'm okay with going and taking a big swing at that point if you've determined these guys aren't your guys, or taking a small swing with the 3rd round pick. I'll be all the way forward. I'm not marrying myself certainly to Gino in the long term, especially at this point. But I appreciate you too, man. Go Hawks. Thank you for the donation. Very, very kind of you for doing that. And appreciate it as well that we can have our points of disagreement. Understand, again, we're coming completely from both respectful areas of this. And I know you're a real knowledgeable fan of your understanding of it and whatnot too. So thank you. DVN says we kept Flowers longer than we needed to. That's for sure. Unfortunately, there wasn't any good answers behind Flowers, but we did definitely keep him out there for too long. Seahawks Blue and Green would love to know if Shane Waldron thinks himself to blame. I'd like to know that too. That'd be a good answer to find out about. Lethal Lance, Eskridge looking slow, and him taking out that kickoff and getting tackled at the 10 definitely pissed me off. Yeah, he's not bringing much to the play right now. Standard Champion, also, if you bench Gino for Locke, imagine how that rocks the locker room vibes, and this team thrives on chemistry. I'm sure that that's a big part of it too, Standard. A part I know us as fans probably don't think a lot about, but you're right. It is probably an impactful part in how the coaching staff thinks about making that change as well. Big country, at the end of the day, we need to assess the quarterback position at the end of the season, especially in the middle of a playoff race. Changing quarterbacks could derail our season. That's where I stand with it too. make our assessment at the end of the year and see where it stands and go from there, go from there. Thaddeus Sexton, thank you for the $10 donation. Thaddeus, I appreciate that donation. Very kind of you. Hope you're having a great night out there, man. If nothing changes by the end of the season, with Waldron game planning, would you move on from him and find someone that will actually use our run game? I'm going to tell it to you true on this one, Thaddeus, and this is going to set off some of the people in the chat on this. But let's logically go through the breakdown on this, and it's going to get a little dark. But let's get to the where the clarity is on this situation a bit with this one. If Coach Carroll's not going to modernize an offense, and I don't know if this is Waldron not modernizing the offense, not building in all of these adjustments and items into the offense that would be baked into the McVay scheme that he came from. If he can't run the offense fully and he's being hampered and having the e-brake pulled on him by Coach Carroll, where Coach Carroll says, no, I want you to run it this way. No, I want you to run it that way. And what Coach Carroll's essentially doing is driving us back into the same old offense we were running in the 2010s. If that's the way it's going to go and Coach Carroll's not going away anytime soon, then fine. Then at that point, what we need to do is completely invest in an offensive line. Go get a running game that can run on anybody. Go get the game manager at the quarterback. Try to run the ball, turn into like the Atlanta Falcons where you're going to run the ball more than you're going to pass by a wide margin and try to just protect your defense because Coach Carroll won't change his ways to modernize the offense. That's got to be the reality of that. Because we got to understand, Waldron's not, I don't think, just failing Thaddeus here because he's failing because he just sucks. I think he's failing a little bit here because he's being hindered. It's the only explanation I have. Why then, if not, the lack of the outside zone run? Why the lack of the pitch plays? Why the lack of the fly sweeps? Why the lack of the bubble screens, tunnel screens, traditional screens? Why the lack of flood zone concepts? Why the lack of complexity that you're supposed to show? Think about today, folks, playing and play out, watching the formations come out offensively. McVay's whole claim to fame thing is he can run 4 formations out over the course of the game. 4 of the same formations over the course of the game. Hell, he can run 3 wide receiver sets. Just that's all he's running. And he can even run them out with the same looks, but he runs every kind of variation off of that. How much of that did you see today? How much of that have we seen throughout the season? Why is this not looking like a McVay offense, even though that's what you brought Waldron from? That's a big part of this explanation that needs to be answered here, Thaddeus, and one I don't have an explanation for. But when we talk about moving on from Waldron, that's going to be a key part about who's the next guy you bring in here. Because if you're just going to bring another offensive-minded guy who's got all the great, bright ideas of the modern era and he's bubbling with them, and you're going to bring him into Coach Carroll, and Coach Carroll's going to instantly put the reins on him and tie him down, then it doesn't really make any difference going to somebody else. Because Coach Carroll's always just going to want the offense how he's going to want his offense. And I don't have an answer on this as knowing which way it is. But I do feel like there's a little bit here that's probably some of it with Coach Carroll pulling on the reins a little bit with this. Why else would all of this, why else would you have this book of offense from McVay that's had 3/4 of it torn out? I can't understand why Waldron would choose to do that. He learned at the knee of McVay, and then he's now kind of like forgot all of the useful lessons he learned, I feel like, a little bit. But if it is just matter he's failing and Carroll's not holding him back, Thaddeus, then yeah. If I'm seeing this for the rest of the season, then he's got to go. This is unacceptable. He has way too much talent on this team for this kind of performance level. Way too much talent. As I was saying earlier on this stream, you could have probably 27, 28 other offensive coordinators in this sport that would salivate to have the kind of talent that Waldron has to work with here. It's hard for me to find a lot of excuses for him personally in this situation. Jeffrey says, got to have some tough conversations after an ass beating like this. Yeah, I knew it would be a bit. I'm okay with that. You're right. This is the way it goes when these kind of losses come down. Megan says, when did Waldron come to the Hawks? Was it with Pete? No, he came the last couple of years, Megan. So he's on his 3rd year here. 3rd season. Mason says, why do we commit so many penalties? People saying it's because our roster's young. However, most of the penalties are on vets. How does Draymond Jones not know that they were going to try to bait him on a 4th and 1? Shaking my head. Yeah, the team's not been... I would offer to you, Mason, that if you look at over Coach Carroll's 12-year period here, you've mostly over that time period, outside of a couple outlier seasons, been one of the most penalized team throughout that period of time. I think it just kind of comes with a Coach Carroll team that they're not going to be the most disciplined bunch. Ronald says, I don't care who you have a quarterback. Find someone who will throw the damn ball to Metcalf. Amen, brother. Amen. You wait all the way through the midpoint of the quarter for a second quarter to finally target him once. And he got a 50-yarder on you. Good morning, football. I come back to me when Nix is an elite starter in the NFL. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Sorry. Get Bobo more involved. I'm with more Bobo. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. How did this same Gino make the Pro Bowl last year? I don't know, man. I have, it's something, there's 2 points of explanation I don't have for here right now this season. I have explanations for why the defense is stepping forward. I have explanations for why the offensive line's not playing as well. I don't have any explanations, though, when it comes to why is Gino regressing and why is Waldron regressing. I think both are happening, both are recurring, and both I don't have a lot of an explanation for. It's kind of befuddling me a little bit, to be honest with you. Brian says this has sounded more like couples counseling or a group therapy session than a chat. It probably becomes that too. E36, how do you even go about fixing what happened today? Laughed my ass off. Well, I think you certainly have got a lot to fix, E36, and there's not maybe a simple answer here. Finding more creativity offensively would help. Going back to more of, I think, the 2 and the 3 tight end sets at times. More of a commitment to running the ball. Some of it's just you got to do better. I mean, you're 1 for 12 on third downs. You've got to convert some third downs over the course of a game. 1 conversion on third down, you're losing that game every time. Every time. So it's probably a little bit of that to start out with, E36, but they're going to have to kind of search for some answers here. DBN says, well, we can't change OC anytime soon. Who's to say a better OC's out there? It's true. Alex Brandon, maybe Pete's whispering too much in Shane's ear, more than just season, just guessing. It could be. I mean, that's at least that's a viable explanation for why the regression would occur. Outside of, you had the success this year as an OC, right? I mean, Taylor, let's take this through the 3-year period of Waldron. He comes in, Seahawks try to still run their old offense with him. Coach Carroll directly references in his first year here, yeah, we really like Waldron. He's really open to doing the stuff we've done previously. And when you heard him say that, he went, huh? What is he talking about? What are you talking about? The reason you hired him is to do the new stuff, is to evolve, is to grow, not to do your old stuff. So that is a little bit of a worry I have in this process, Alexander. That's why I come down kind of harshly on look, if Carroll's not going to change his ways and he just wants his offense to be a power A and B gap run style that's going to take deep shots over the top, and that's what it is. It's going to just be a blunt force offense. Fine. Then build it to be that. You've built it to be a pass-happy offense that can spread the ball all over hell and remain balanced. So got to find that's that identity thing we come down to. What is the identity of this offense? What is it trying to be? Henry says, imagine if Gino played for the Eagles fans. That'd be pretty rough. Ten toes down, 5-3. What this team should be right now, obvious today was not what anyone wanted to see, but I'm not giving up on Gino. I love it, 10. I love it, brother. Keep that faith. And I've got the faith here still, too. Lethal Lance, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, wishful thinking for Ben Johnson to replace Pete. Ben Johnson's been doing a great job with the Lions, and his star is on the rise, Lethal Lance. In fact, I think he's going to be at one of the top points this offseason of being a coach that's looked at and will probably be hired out there with what he's done with that Lions offense the past couple of years. So the problem comes in on this one, Lethal, is that Pete's likely to be here well past a year. I don't think he's looking to retire anytime soon. And that Ben's likely to get a job by next offseason. If Pete were to move on this offseason, Lethal, Ben would certainly be the type of offensive guy that I would want to be or the type of coach I'd be looking for to replace Pete. I would like to lean towards more of an offensive-minded head coach on the next guy we go out there and get. That would be my preference. So bringing in a guy like Ben Johnson, who's got a good enough track record to earn this kind of job, would certainly be a guy that I think that's a great suggestion. And I think that would be a great replacement. But I think he gets hired this offseason, and I think the Pete does remain here into the foreseeable future. 10 toes down, Rattler's got some insane potential. There's no limit on his arm potential and the throws he can make and what he's potentially capable of. I have some worries with him that go beyond kind of the physical talent a little bit, but he's have a hard job this year. He's played in the SEC, and he's got an offensive line that can't pass protect worth a damn. That makes it hard. It makes it real hard. The truth has consequences. Not a lot of people have Nix over Penix. No, there's no way there's no way Nix goes over Penix either. I know Nix has got a lot of folks that like him, and I get it. He's going to be a guy that is going to have a certain amount of value to NFL ball clothes, but he's also got some limitations to him as a player. I think that at least keeps him into more of a second round range. I know we're having some debate on the chat here, but whether he goes in the first round or not, I think he is probably a high second round pick. He probably goes right around the same range of where Levis went last draft, in my opinion. Ronald says, Michael Penix, please. I'll take Michael. I'll take him. I think the Hawks drafting another quarterback is interesting, but who would you take at 20 to 25 in the first round? We have no second round pick. So are we talking about a third round quarterback, it seems like? I think that's the likely point that this could drive to, and there's going to be a talent in the third round that you might find yourself liking. Him and hell, Russell was once a third round quarterback himself, right? So we have been down this road before. They've got a lot of flexibility here, Addicted Hawks. So even though you don't have that second round pick, you could be picking, like you say, between 20 and 25 in the first round. We've had the Hawks in the first round move back before. Could you move back in the first round to like 32 and pick up an extra third and then package two of your thirds and get back up into the second? I think they've got a lot of mobility and flexibility in where they can move in this draft to find a guy, if there's a guy that they fall in love with past those initial top three guys. So they can kind of get whoever they want at that point. They can certainly, even above all else, just reach for a guy if they just find a guy who's like their guy who slides to, let's say, 23, 24, 25. He happens to fall to them. They can certainly jump at that point, even if he's a guy that they might have as a second round talent, just because they know he's not going to last or be there in the third round. So not necessarily the way I'd want to go, but they have a lot of flexibility on how they can choose to do this, I think. Mike says, I trust John in the draft. He lost me in the previous years, but this last few drafts have reinvigorated my trust in John and Pete. He has his hand in too many cookie jars back then. He did. I think Pete had too much of an undue effect on the draft, and that's one of the reasons these last two drafts have gone so well, is they've been able to kind of let John just run it unfettered, I think, and especially with a value-based approach. Good morning says he will be in the first round. That's what I'm saying. Take Nix. He doesn't have all the injury history. We'll see on that. Again, I think he's a fringe guy as far as first round, so I'm not saying he's not a guy that could be right there and a guy that ends up being elevated, simply as much for, you want that fifth year option, right? Good morning football. You want that extra club control with the quarterback. But I think Nix is, when it comes to like processing, and if you're going to put a highly cultivated offense together that's highly managed and puts things very simple and easy for him, maybe. But I don't think he's a guy that's going to elevate a little bit. And I usually think of first-round quarterbacks as guys that can elevate a little bit. I think he's going to be very much based on his surrounding stock with how much success he has in the pros. Mason says, every season there are usually one or two games where I can't bear to finish watching the game, like the Bills game from 2020. This season I'm already at 2 games, so maybe I'll hit a new personal record. I was calling for mercy, too, about third quarter. Brian, I'd love to listen to Waldron's next presser, too. Interesting to hear what he has to say. I love your confidence on that. Good morning. I'll give you props if he goes there. I promise I'll remember. No, Kitty's getting antsy. Kitty's getting antsy. Masons, was I the only one who saw Andy Dickerson looking noticeably frustrated when talking to the O-line? In regards to the O-line, do you think it was bad coaching or just poor execution? I think I go more to poor execution. Just nobody played a good game. And everybody got their butt whooped both in the run and in the pass. Everybody was out physical at the line of scrimmage. Just there was nothing to hang your hat on this game on the offensive line at all. Nor has there been much to hang your hat on throughout the course of the season, quite frankly. My name should the Jocks draft Cam Newton? Yes. Wolverine says that's why I want to be John Robinson to just run. I was with it. I was okay with it if they wanted to go that route. I dig Docs. I love how everyone loved the Williams trade. I love his skills a lot too, but not having that number 2 pick after today's game makes me a little nervous about the 2024 draft. I'm still okay with the trade myself. And we very well may end up retaining him and him becoming a valuable part of this line as far as the rotation goes, which was going to be hard to find otherwise, even in the second round. But I understand that there'll be some people not happy about it right now at this point where it stands. 10 toes down, I don't like to put down players, but I was never a fan of JSN. They had a choice of all the tight ends at the spot in this offense and much better with 2 tight ends and Fant's contract expiring. JSN's definitely been a bumpy ride in getting him acclimated to this offense, and he's not done a whole hell of a lot to show you that he's a first-round worthy player up at this point. It's not that he's been bad, but he's been all right. You know, it certainly has not done anything to help move our offense forward, his presence. Brian E says, well, anyway, MCDC and Lions fans haven't called for anyone's head after getting boat raced by Baltimore. They're having their issues too, but they're still a good team, and I think we'll figure it out. I love it, Brian. I love the confidence. Let's go. Joshua, but if that they ran it 15 times today, last week, second half, they ran the ball twice. If Pete wants to run the ball, why is that happening? Sounds like Waldron is calling it. Yes, I agreed. Flamick says we need a quarterback urgently. Gino's a short-term fix for a long-term problem. I would agree with that too. Long live the King. Fans are really imagining in their heads that another quarterback, even a rookie, will be able to come in and outplay Gino with all of our scheme deficiencies. Not going to happen. Agreed. That's why I say if you do go out and draft a guy, it's not to get rid of Gino. It's to bring him in and have him compete with Gino. And then back to the let the best man win. Why haven't they put in Bobo for Gino? How many times did the Seahawks run the ball last week? 13 times, I believe, Joseph. First 41 passes. Lethal says if we could only put 11 Bobos on the field, then we'd be the number 1 offense. Oh, we'd be unstoppable. We'd be an unstoppable rebel force. Helio, other folks are looking for Drew Lock. They get some snaps as well. You are not alone, brother. Not alone. Bobo can do it all. Bobo knows football. Krishna says it's crazy that with this much talent, we can't get anything going on offense. It's too talented not to be more productive than it is, to your point. It's unacceptable. Tobo. Good morning. I mean, we will have to keep winning with a built young defense and not have a good position to draft a quarterback. It's true. They're going to have to get creative and find their next quarterback. It may be a second round guy, maybe a guy that they reach on in the first round who's a second round talent that they just love. Let's see what they do with the quarterback. I do think John Schneider might be a guy that has a pretty decent keen eye for quarterbacks. He did draft Russell Wilson. He was there at the pro days of Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. See where it goes with that. You never know. Good morning. And the one good part about whatever quarterback you do go out there to get, even though I think it will be a battle between them and Gino, is that whoever comes in, if they are good and they are ready to play, they will be probably put in an environment as long as we can get these schematic shortcomings figured out offensively. They'll at least have a lot of talent on that side of the ball to theoretically work with. Brandon says, go Hawks, Brandon. Jay Dallas, that was the difference between a playoff team versus a Super Bowl contender. Agreed. Mike's getting a rotation to right tackle between Stone and Peters, his high school level of stupidity on coaching. It was the part that I opened my eyes this last week when Coach Carroll said, yeah, we're going to commit to rotating those guys in and out. Brian says, thanks again for all you do, Brandon. Thank you, Brian. Hope you do get some rest and relaxation after tonight. Good night, y'all. Have yourself a great night, Brian. Thank you for being as you are a member channel and tuning on in throughout the length of the show tonight. And appreciate you, man. You guys helped me get through this loss as much as anybody I might be helping you guys if I do. Long live the King. Do you remember any quarterback that has outplayed offensive scheme deficiencies? I can only think of one right off hand. John Elway. And I'm thinking right now on your answer with it. It's a great question, King. Great question. Elway is obviously a fantastic suggestion. There's maybe an argument to be made with Lamar, and playing him like a running back to start things out, and seeing how he has developed now as a quarterback with, if you would less of the committing to the Colin Kaepernick style and more of a commitment to the trying from day one to turn him into a quarterback, less of the trying to go for the short-term returns and more of the long-term returns, might have been the better trek for a guy like Lamar, but he was still able to be an MVP running that Roman system. I mean, I'm kind of stretching here a little bit. Your point stands. There's not a lot of good examples of it, which was your main point on that one. Yeah, I agree. Who takes as I like Penix as much as anyone, but he got murdered here with our O-line. That's the part I worry most about bringing in Penix, is he's been kept really clean at UW, and he's not going to be kept really clean here. What happens when he starts getting bashed every other play? What happens when he's under duress? What happens when he's got to use his legs more often? I think you do get a little bit more of a reduced Michael Penix at that point. Case in point, look at that Arizona State game. When he was under duress, when he was getting hit. Good Morning Football says we would be drafting a guy basically without a knee if we got Penix, laughing out loud. Yeah. It's a roll of the dice if you take that kid. There's upside there. There's talent there, no doubt about it. But if you pick him, you better pick him with a plan in place, and that plan in place better be leading with pass protection at the forefront. Mike says, I thought this coaching staff was dumb when they moved Lewis to left guard, but they have achieved a whole new level of stupidity with rotating Stone and Peters. Yeah, I've literally never heard in my life a coach ever say, yeah, it's for the benefit of the team us to rotate in offensive linemen. Not one coach in all 45 years of watch, not one coach has ever said that. Coach Carroll said that this past week, and it kind of did make my jaw drop a little bit. Huh? What? Xander, watch our boys pull it all together and go win a Super Bowl this year. That'd be amazing. That would be amazing. The greatest turnaround in NFL history. Well, maybe not the greatest turnaround, but you know what I meant. Long live the king. Another quarterback that outplayed offensive playbook deficiencies was Michael Vick. I'd agree with you on that one. We had that offensive coordinator come in here, and that was the Mora offensive coordinator, King. That was the same guy that was Michael Vick's offensive coordinator, and he came in here for the Mora coach season, and yeah, he was god awful too. Yeah, Michael definitely was overcoming in that one. I know Michael wasn't big on studying in Atlanta, but 10 tones down. Knicks just screams more athletic Mac Jones. Nothing special, but not horrible. To me, you have to scheme stuff up for Knicks. And if you scheme things up smartly and you're inventive as an offensive coordinator and you have his plan A or plan A to plan B on a play set up for him nice and simple, it's easy. But if you ask him to be creative and play off script, he is completely lost. And there's a wide difference between Knicks and how he plays on one end versus the other. And the offense in Oregon has done a fantastic job, much better than how they did at Auburn with Knicks, where he failed out at, in maximizing what he does well and minimizing what he doesn't do well. I don't know if at the NFL level you're going to be able to pull off those same acrobatics in protection. Plaga says Gino needs to cut his hair. Can't hurt at this point. What NFL quarterback does Spencer Rattler play like? He's kind of like Dak Prescott, but with a little bit of a better arm talent. Jeffrey says, I honestly like Bo Nix. His upside is huge. I know he's already 23, but he has superstar potential. He is a good player, so I don't want to make it sound like I don't like him as a quarterback. I do. But I do think the worry I have with him is the off-script stuff, the needing to invent on the run. Not everything in the NFL is going to be easily schemed up for you. It's kind of like Bo to me needs to go to like a Shanahan or a McVay type coach who can do that. New Blacks, I think people are way overblowing not having a mid-second round pick like it's the end of the world. We've drafted amazingly well the last 2 years and even picked up good undrafted guys like Bobo. Well said, New Blacks. Part of doing that great work as you've done through the last couple of years also means that there are going to be less holes coming up into this draft. That was hard to see maybe right now with how we played this game, but that will be the case as we come up to this draft, especially if you're able to retain a lot of these or a few of these free agents from within house. You could be really reduced down to not having a whole lot of needs when you come around to the draft at that point. And you can always make that pick back up by moving back, packaging picks together, putting future picks together. There's ways to get creative with it. Not a big deal. Darren Champion Gino's hair is looking like he's 45 and divorced, working a real retail management. Maybe we're touching on the right problems here, where it's really the hair that's causing the issues. Snap out of it. I just got a new kitten. Her name is Shiloh. She is so sweet. Well, congratulations, snap out of it. They are wonderful, wonderful companions. I absolutely recommend it. Just look at his face. Look at that cute face there, stretching a little leg out, putting a little hand. I mean, come on. Even after a tough loss like this, how do I look in that face and stay mad? You don't. I know, right? You don't. You can't. Daniel says, hot take. We just wanted to welcome Leonard Williams to the game and decided to perform like the Giants Jets when he was with them to make him feel welcome. Well, you got to get him comfortable, Daniel. What are you going to do? You know? Playlist Trav, another good draft plus getting the quarterback of the future. We'll be all right. We're on the right path, playlist. Indeed, we are. I believe we are 100%. I trust in our approach. Got to get some things figured out and fixed, but that doesn't mean it's all broken. Seahawks Blue and Green, I made that comment after the final. Leonard Williams brought his Giants D with him. Good morning. Do you think we fire Waldron if he stays like this? I would think we would. If he's not being impacted or hindered by Coach Carroll and he is allowed to run this unfettered and he's not getting the most out of this offensive talent, that's not acceptable. This was a team coming into this year that was supposed to carry the day, that was supposed to be the biggest and best part of this team. And they're looking like one of the league worst units. That's unacceptable. And that does fall squarely on the shoulders of your offensive coordinator. Mike says Jake Bobo will lead us to the promised land. He will take us there. He is the White Wizard. He is the White Wizard. Aaron Donald says, yeah, what if Bobo can't get open? Then what? It's impossible. It's impossible for Bobo not to get open. It's like saying, what if gravity didn't exist? What if the wind never blew in from the north? What if there were no volcanoes? What if Bobo never gets open? My God. Power Coach says Pumpkin's lazy demeanor is literally me right now. She's even lazy with her little cries. I don't know if you're seeing this. She's going, meh. You can't even like open her. Look at her. Meh. He lazy. He lazy as hell. Mason says, I have a theory that teams are usually allowed one reality check per season. We already got our first one in the week 1, so I'm curious to see where we go from here. It's a lot of reality checks. We're on number 2, and we're not halfway through the year yet. Lee says, Gino and Jason Peters and the whole line are so trash. Wasn't good today, that's for sure. Power says, Bobo's like 24/7 U-Haul shipping service. He's handy, reliable, and always open. I put my life on the line to lay my eyes on the supernatural being that is Bobo. I can only dream. Bobo for quarterback 1, says Mike Skinner. They'll never see it coming. I'll catch everybody off guard. Ivan says, if Pete made Gino in one off season, you think we can do the same with Penix or Bo Nix? I don't know about those two guys. Maybe. I think my answer would be probably determined by what you do on the offensive line to find your solutions out there. Can Abraham Lucas come back to some help? Good morning, football breakdowns. Wouldn't mind Rattler at all. Watched him in high school, laughing out loud. Rattler's got a lot of love out there. He does. Kevin says, damn, I listened to you today, took a nap, went to work, and you're still getting after it. Love your commitment, B. Hey, I love what I do, man. Even on tough days like this. And the chat's keeping me going today. After a tough loss like this, it's a tough one. So you got to just kind of, you know. SE Wolverines, thank you for the therapy at the Hawks Nest. I need this after this loss. I'm happy to provide it. Same is true right back at you guys. Thank you for helping me get through this too. I love this conversation. It helps me in my own mind get through kind of the thicket and the forest on what I'm thinking. Not everything's always super clear coming off the end of these losses. You're in a little bit of turmoil and turning certain things over and trying to figure out, again, just get to that truth of things. Please, yeah, Jason Peters definitely had an off day. James Peters, Fields, Brown, and Haynes, all three need to be replaced next year. Not a bully on any of the three. 0 push all year. I'm with that, James. I don't think that Evan Brown's been somewhat all right times during the year, but it's been a bit up and down here. And in Haynes and I'd add even, I think you meant instead of Fields, I think you meant Lewis instead of Fields because we don't have a Fields. So I think you meant Lewis. I agree. Damian Lewis, definitely. Yeah. Haynes and Lewis especially have been. Ivan says we just have to beat the Commanders at home and go 6-3 or else we're screwed because we can't lose the winnable games in the schedule. You got to win the winnable games, Ivan. And if you do win the winnable games, quite honestly, regardless of what happens in those 4 games against the Niners and the Eagles and the Cowboys, you can get in the playoffs. We're trying to get to a contender status. Of course, we'd love to start to kind of round into shape in that way. But we got to win these next 2 games, I would say, Ivan. 100%. Seahawks Blue and Green says, Chuck Norris's eyes bleed at the sight of Bobo. Blake says, Gino needs to cut it off. He does need to cut it off. Stop it, Gino. Stop it. Quit that. Good Morning Football says, only spots I see us needing soon will be safety and defensive line, O-line, quarterback. Could be middle linebacker in there too, depending on what happens with Bobby and Jordan, though you might end up just retaining them. But I think that's accurate the way you put it. I might flip out instead of safety tight end. So I do think you're losing 1 or 2 tight ends this offseason. But yeah, it's still not many that you're going to need. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, if worst case happens, can we cut Gino? If worst case happens and Gino slides back and just regresses like hell and he's a shell of himself, yes. You set this contract up, Samuel, to not only have an incentive laden, where for Gino to get paid, he was going to have to perform up to the likes and standards by which he set last year, but also that if he fell off this year, you put it within the contract that you can get out of this contract. I think it's like 10 to 15 million of some like that of dead money, I believe. Let me not guess. Let me give you an answer because you're kind enough to donate to my chat. So let's at least give you an accurate answer on this one. But they did set up into the books an ability here to be able to get out from under the deal if it does all go to hell next year. So in 2024, Gino Smith is due to have a $31 million cap hit, $17 million. So I was about right. So it's going to cost you about $17 million to move on from him. But you would still collectively at that point be saving $14 million or so, cumulatively speaking. So you can absolutely move off of him. $14 million is not going to be that much of a dead money to hit, especially because you do gain cap space on the other side of it if you want to go there. The team has the flexibility if they want to go that way. They can absolutely afford it too. You know, yeah, your cap's a little tight as it stands right now, but the move would collectively free up space. You would be eating some dead money, but you would collectively be freeing up more cap space than what you'd have prior to moving on from Gino at that point. They want to go that route. And Good Morning Football breakdowns. This is mine. I see it as defensive line, linebacker, guard position, maybe center, and maybe tight end. But I think some of those positions of Good Morning Football are also going to be dealt with when it comes to free agency, retaining your own guys, signing the other guys in free agency to fill some of those other spots where I don't think it's going to be that much even of a need once we get to draft time. Fleece the Mac, Lucas coming back next year. Hopefully he stays healthy. We don't need a tackle. We need a quarterback and a center. There we go. The White Wizard is a cool nickname for Bobo. There we go. He is the White Wizard. He has gone from gray. He smote his ruin. Mason Dale, do you think we still make the Williams trade if we had a performance like this last week? Hard to believe we'd be in go for it mode. I think, yeah, I think if Schneider and Carroll knew that this was the performance they were going to get from this team coming to Baltimore, it might have made them a bit hesitant because now that makes them think a little bit less than maybe we are a contender this year. I do think some of the move is made with the thought process that they are going to believe that they can probably retain him and resign him. So that probably is a bit of this too that's going to factor in. But can't feel like they were like, yay, we made that move after this game. That's for sure. Whoopee. Brandon says, tuning into this channel and others definitely helps me get over these losses. Love the solidarity amongst the 12s. Thanks for all the work you put in. It can't be easy streaming this long. It sometimes goes by really quick doing this, man. It's oftentimes a lot easier than you might think with this, being able to just kind of chop it up. But my pleasure, man. I love doing what I do. That's for sure. TBO dream scenario would be to trade DK in a first rounder for a top 3 pick to draft a quarterback. If we're talking about having a chance to get Caleb Williams, hell to the yes. I love DK. DK is maybe my favorite football player on this team, but opportunity to get Caleb, I ain't crazy. I'm crazy. I'm going to turn that down. Addis says, Brad and Trudat. Stroud is it. Jason, the way they structured Gino's contract, yes, they can get out of it. Yep, absolutely. You know, I'm feeling better about this loss. I'd rather get blown out by an AFC team than an NFC team than an NFC team. And we won't have to see Baltimore in the playoffs. That's true. That's true. James Peters. Yeah, Lewis. That's what you meant. And yes, both Lewis and Haynes especially are standing out right now. James is like, you know, who farted? Your guards. Your guards farted. That's who. And it was an SBD, and the whole room is smelling toxic, and we got to get him out of here. Addis, all right, 12s. I'm going to head to bed. I know today was tough, but I believe Gino online, Waldron, can still fix this. Good night, everyone. Go Hawks, baby. Go Hawks, man. Thank you for tuning on in. Hope you have a good one. Spaces barring a miraculous comeback. Gino will be gone. It's possible. Jamel says mistakes happen, but the lack of ball security is unacceptable for quarterback 1. Too many fumbles and just a boneheaded turnover. Agreed, Jamel. There's stuff that he can't control. Pass protection issues happening. Lack of creativity with the offensive play calling. But the turnovers, the turnover-worthy plays, playing a clean football game, that's been something that's been an ongoing issue with Gino. That's certainly, I think, a valid criticism to point towards him on. Standard Champion says, speaking of firing Waldron, they fired Shoddy after having one of the most successful offensive seasons his franchise has ever had. Indeed, they did. So I don't think they'd be hesitant here either, to your point on that. Jamel says, we're wasting DK's career. We're certainly not getting the most out of it. That's for sure. Terminal Avenue, let's not forget we just played the best team in the NFL today. Certainly got to take that into account. These kind of games and these kind of results are often a little bit complicated and kind of parsing through all of it to determine what's what and what's the reality and the nature of life and our being and who we are. Then that does get hard in games like that, but that's the part we can't forget. Seahawks Blue and Green, my 49er coworker felt bad for me today. Now he's afraid of the Ravens. He should be. They still got to play him at some point, right? James Peters, we have $15 million with Fant and Disley. They both need to go next year. We do not target them. Draft a tight end 3. Sign a good blocking tight end for $2 million. James, Fant is a free agent after this year. So both in Fant's case, he will be gone. Parkinson's also going to be gone. They're both free agents. Disley is on the hook to come back. Disley, you can save $7 million cumulatively from cutting him, but of course, then you're down 3 tight ends that you would need to get. I think they probably hold on to Disley, but both the other 2 guys are probably going to go. Blake Samak, have a good night, man. Yeah, Olu might be our guy at the center of the future there. Hard to say on this good morning. I feel pretty confident in him actually going into the future, especially if we've got a hard line in on the guard positions as much as we might need to in both cases. Hard to say because some of this is, can Bradford develop as a right guard? Samuel Carlson, thank you for another $2 donation. I do appreciate you. To be clear, I'm rooting for Gino. Also, you the best. No, you the best, Samuel. Thank you for that donation, man. And I appreciate where you're coming from. I think this is what I want to do on this channel is we can have Gino's back and be fully supportive of him, but also if this comes down to the end of the season and what's the reality of moving on? Is there some other places we can go flexibility wise? And I don't think that doesn't mean that you don't have Gino's back or don't hope for him to turn it around. It's just to say, yeah, like you say, what if it goes down this line in this direction? There still is time for Gino to get this right. There's still time for Gino to turn this season around. But he's got to improve. Waldron's got to improve. Offensive line's got to improve. It's all got to get better all the way down the line there. But well said, Samuel. Big Country, we need to get DK more involved. You can't wait through a whole first half to get him one target. Don't make no sense. Don't make no sense. Good morning, football. Make sure you can lineman. Always good. Agreed. And I think Olu is a fit for what we want schematically here. In his ability to hit reach blocks, pull out in space, get to the second level, combo block, pull down to the linebacker. I think he can do a lot of that. He just need to kind of, get his maturation process through this rookie year a little bit. You just have more of a veteran presence than Brown that you probably want to have down there. But next year, I look for him to definitely push. Lions Mania says Jared Goff better than all of them. What's up, Lions Mania? Lethal Lance would be the greatest dynasty since the Patriots if we had a 53 man of just Bobos. Oh, that's undoubted. That's inarguable, really. Power Code, good night, Brando. I'm out for the night. Take care, brother. You take care as well. Appreciate you, man. SC Wolverines. Hawks Nest loves Spoon, but he needs to wrap up and quite quick going for the hard hit every play. Thought he had a rough day. Definitely did have the best today in tackling. I saw a lot of the same where there's some missed opportunities all across the board, you know. He's got to improve, but I think he'll be all right in the long term with that. The Mercedes-Benz Johnson scheming better for Goff. That's true. Bill Clinton says, Skull Vikings. Skull Vikings, man. Congrats on getting that dub with Josh Dobbs there. Jamel, hard as I am on Gino and lack of confidence in him, still the better choice over Locke. That's where I stand too, Jamel. I don't think Locke is a better option. I don't. A snap out of it. Was Shoddy the offensive coordinator calling the plays in the division game against Dallas? Yes. That's correct. Yes. Lions Mania says that's the conspiracy theory about Goff. You take away Ben Johnson, then he sucks. I think Goff's a good quarterback. He's done enough to prove himself in this league. Maybe he's not the greatest quarterback, but he's a good quarterback. And I don't think it's all on the coordinator. But I think they're both working together. You have a good quarterback working well with an offensive coordinator there who's very inventive and creative and a good to great offensive line. And it's all working kind of in tandem to me. If we can use Fant correctly, he has the potential to be a top 5 tight end in this league, and I think we should re-sign him. Got to find a way to use him correctly, like you say, Jeffrey. He's averaging about like 2 targets a game right now. Good morning, football breakdowns. You should do a midseason mock draft. It would be fun. I'm down with it, man. I think that would be pretty fun. I'm down to let one of those rolls. It's never too early. Good morning, football. I had 5 mock drafts last year. I might push for like 10 this year. And I always say you can never have too many mock drafts. Never can have too many mock drafts. It's impossible. Jamel Johnson, the end of the half sequence today was if Seattle's O-line and Gino could be summed up in 2 minutes, shaking my head made me sick to my stomach, literally. Very accurate. Very accurate. Lions Mania, I can say the same thing about Mark Waldron. You take away him from Gino, and what does Gino become? Waldron's kind of been missing this year so far for us Lions Mania, so it's kind of been the case so far this season. But yeah, you potentially could have said the same thing about Gino's success last year. How do you pull one from the other? That's where I come down to. It's really hard to come down to saying you give one credit all to one place, the other. I think it's both parties and camps working together in tandem. Dre Bay says, I always considered Gino a confidence quarterback. Basically, when he makes a mistake, he tends to hold on to the ball long or second guess. Showed that versus Cleveland and today. Go Hawks, and always. Confidence has definitely been something that seems to be lacking throughout the most of this year and was, I think to your point on that, a big part of what helped him to find that success through those first 12 games last year. I think that's a very fair way of putting it. Very fair way of putting it. Michael says, thanks for staying up. Gee, thank you, man. We are going to probably put a wrap up on this here as we're about to get 6 hours in. So I'm probably going to put a little bit of a button on this one. Just a little bit of button. SC Wolverines Hawks Nest, appreciate your insight. Been a Seahawks fan for a long time. Me and you see a lot eye to eye. Thank you, Wolverines. I appreciate that, man. I really do. And I agree. I think as much as we do have our disagreement, not you and me, but the chat in general, I think we all tend to see more eye to eye than we see, disjointed on this. But appreciate you so much. Reminds me, I just like to get under people's skin, man. Nothing personal. No, you're all good, brother. You're all good. Jamel, we haven't called any plays that teams called with bad O-lines yet this season. This genius Waldron is, huh? King says, damn, Brandon, not even daylight savings times can stop you from streaming. I go hard every night. I got to do what I do, man. I got to do what I do. Good morning, football breakdowns. Oh, baby, let's let them loose. I love mock drafts. It's a shame. I don't mind doing them too because the fans love them as well, man. Cool. So I know I'll get the viewership on them, and I love doing them too. I totally geek out on mock drafts. Meg says heading to bed after 5 p.m. after being up on the tablet since 4 a.m. Not feeling the best. So over to Coach's stream this week. Doc, soon have a great night, Megan. Thank you for all your donos and doing what you do in the chat as far as the mod duties go. And appreciate you as ever. Hope you have a great night. Fleeks the Mac. Penix is a real young Gino Smith to the old. That's the problem. There's some comparables between the two of them, that's for sure. King, is it weird to say that now that Gino is turning into Matt Hasselbeck post-Super Bowl run, he's still good but starting to let the wheels fall off in front of him? I think it's maybe fair. I think it's not all on him. I'm certainly coming down to a lot of the play calling in Waldron here. Iona says, hello, this was tough. Hopefully we'll be back next week. We'll be back next week. I promise you, Iona. We'll get back on top of this. Michael says, what does a season success look like at this point? A season success at this point is the offense finding an identity. And if the offense can find an identity, then that means that Gino's more better fixed in as a starting quarterback, which means we can feel good about that going into the future. And I think we've already gotten the signs on the defense that it's coming to life and that it's going to round into shape in the foreseeable future. So whether that means we slide into the back door of the playoffs or that we set ourselves up to be an 11 or 12 win team this year, getting to a stage where the offense is not completely disjointed and that it's got an identity. That's a big part of what we need to come out of this season going forward to have hope on into the future. Yeah, Good Morning Football Panics is kind of old. He's going to be a weird case study on where he lands and where he goes in this draft. Where's his spot, you know? He's out a second or third rounder and maybe a surprise seventh rounder like the other team's been doing. Yeah. I could see it happening for sure. BB says, I'm scared to see what people say about Abe tomorrow because I don't know what the media will ask. Feels like we do have a bit of a Acme weight about ready to drop when it comes to the Abe situation. Like we're going to get announced that it's an IR full season kind of situation. Buddha, TT boy, where the hell was Bobo? He was practically invisible when he was on the field today. Just didn't use him a lot, that's for sure. Didn't use him a lot. They're trying to get Jackson Smith. They're dead set on getting him acclimated into the offense somehow, some way. Do I feel confident this year's quarterback class? Is it better to wait? Started out the season Kings Out where I felt really good about the class. It's kind of pittered out as the year's gone along. Everybody started out kind of strong, and a lot of the people, especially in that second, third, fourth round range, have kind of fallen back down a little bit. It's not gotten me as excited as I started out the year at. I'm a little bit lukewarm on this quarterback class right now, where we'll be picking at least outside of that, top three guys kind of area. Our GM team building strategy would simply be acquire a superstar quarterback and a superstar pass rusher and fill out the roster accordingly. Do you think that's a good strategy? Easier said than done. I more find myself, Mason, in the line of thinking that the team's really, rather than looking for the superstar guy here, superstar guy there, I'm going to try to build a full team. And that's then going to be less inclined to be needing to have the quarterback who is the superstar. Because I think it's hard to find the superstar quarterback. There's very few of those out there. It's much easier to build a complete, full team that works together to go win football games. I want to have a good, blessed night. Snap out of it, Brandon, and your mods, your dedication. We appreciate all you do for those 12s. I need the therapy after all the game. Thank you, Snap out of it. I appreciate that. Very kind of you to say, and happy to do so. Iona, you have a great night. This draft class is pretty deep. Overall, clean football. It is. Different positions a little better than others, but it's pretty deep overall. May not have the star talent, but depth. Thank you, says Robert. Thank you he says for the Seahawks therapy session. I'm happy to provide this therapy session. No charges, no billable hours. Have a blessed night, Iona. Thank you. Kings out. I feel it is up to everybody saying the mid-tier quarterbacks aren't really impressing. That's where I'm at with it, King. I was hopeful for these guys. I was hopeful to be brought over on board onto Quinn Ewers or Spencer Rattler. It's not quite gotten me to that stage with those guys. They're okay. They're okay. They're worthy of probably being picked in the third, fourth round. But I don't know if they make me feel like I got my guy of the future or I've replicated the Russell Wilson-like draft pick. Don't know if I'm quite there with those guys. Jamel says, in conclusion, we play the Commanders next week, so that should be all happy next week and back on track. Good night, y'all. Hey, good night, Jamal. And well said. I think we do get back on track. The team's going to want to turn back around their fate from this game and get back on the front side of this. So just got to win next week. Late first, early second is where I'd put Penix. Possible. It's hard for me to place him. I think he's top 20 in my opinion because I think he's played up to that role. But at the same point in time, big country, you do have the age. You do have the injuries, which are a part of this factor. And you can't just ignore that part and act like it isn't part of the process here. So that could end up causing him to dip and drop just a little bit, to your point on it there. Linesmania says this draft class is the best in years for quarterbacks by far. I started out there, Linesmania. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm developing more and more questions with the more tape I watch on some of these again, the mid-tier guys. Drake May, Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, I think are kind of in their own tier in this draft. But after that, it's a little... Stab out says, I meant to say thanks, Brandon. Oh, I understood it. I was kind of reading it. I probably fumbled my words too there on that. Thank you. You have a good night too, Iona. I appreciate you watching and all your kind comments as you ever do place them out there. Appreciate you for that. And as well as watching it. As the Wolverines, I hate Mondays after we get beat. The whole week after getting beat sucks. If you win, the whole week's great. You're smiling, you're riding high every week. You're dreaming of Super Bowl championships. After a loss, you're just like, we suck again. King says definitely not Spencer. He's the only one I've been out on since he was in high school. He's got a personality that can rub some people the wrong way. I get that. And I was speaking about earlier, King's out. His body language on the field is just, it's almost Jay Cutler-like proportions of disappointing to watch sometimes. But he's got a big arm, and he's not necessarily being put in a great environment there in South Carolina to succeed, considering he's basically getting bashed just about every other snap. Mason, I don't think this team can truly compete for a Super Bowl until we get off the Diggs and Adams contracts. Good players, but not $40 million a year good. Could use those resources on the line of scrimmage. Amen. And that's very well a possibility approach that they take, Mason. I certainly don't think that you're getting $40 million of returns from them as it stands right now, to your point. Holy Hand Grenade says, we need more Bobo, just like Christopher Walken needs more cowbell. I need more Bobo. Why? One target. Just get him a target one, please. I want to see him catch again. Maybe a fly sweep. How about him? Touchdown. Bobo again. Yeah, it happened. He's out. Penix might get the Will Levis treatment and maybe get skipped to the second round, but it will. Levis get better than Penix, will be a top 15 pick. Could be. Hard for me to place where he's going to go exactly. The thing he's got ahead of a guy like Levis is Levis had the disappointing final year in college football. Penix will have put together nearly a Heisman award-winning season. And that's back-to-back years of similar productivity he's put up at that point. That might be a bit of a thing that carries a little bit of weight as well. But I'm not sure on this one. I've got to admit, I usually have a better feel for quarterbacks and where they're going to go. And the injury and the age with Penix does make it a little bit harder exactly as to where to put him exactly. Football breakdowns, Leonard Williams played pretty decent, though. I see him shining next week. I saw him show up a little bit, and I think he was on a limited snap count this week, which only allowed him to kind of jump up so much a bit. Female Seahawks, I'm going to bed, B. I'm sorry, but the 10,000 Drew Lock questions, and it sucks. I'm going to miss your never forget Go Hawks, but I can't stay up any longer. I'm just about to wrap it up. In fact, we're going to wrap this up right now as we just passed 6 minutes in here, 6 hours in. The O-line was a below average. The scheme and play call were atrocious. The run game was non-existent, and Gino was being Gino. When will they realize Gino isn't the answer past this year? We need a playmaker. I think if he continues to play out like he's played this year, Michael Cam, then they're going to realize that that's not it. And I don't think he lasts a year or two of this deal. I think it's well said on your part that all of that is included into the blame game here. It all went together for the failure today. It's all got to be included. Yeah. Yes, sir. Team Gino Gaming, bad matchup for the Hawks today, but we're still 5-3. I can guarantee Drew Lock wouldn't have thrown 3 to 4 picks. I can guarantee you Drew Lock would have thrown 3 to 4 picks if he started. It was a very tough game for Gino, but he will bounce back. Team Gino Gaming, great thoughts on your part. I agree with you. Not calling for the Drew Lock here. There are some that are. I'm not one of them. We got to ride with this. We got to get better on the coordinator, and better on the play calling, better on the creativity, get more imaginative on the offensive side of the ball, and it'll improve. Iona says, I had a nap today of how terrible was this loss. So painful, and this is going to hurt for a while. It will. It will. We got a chance back in a week to get back to front, but it's going to hurt for a while. Team Gino Gaming O-line and offensive coordinator need a serious evaluation by Pete, and the solution for them is to get back in rhythm. Luckily, no other team is as good as the Ravens defensively. That's true. Probably you're not going to fit. You're going to deal with some tough defenses the rest of the year, but nothing up to what the Ravens brought today. And I agree. I think it's to me, Team Gino Gaming, I think you do got to go to a couple areas in this game to find. I gotta wrap this up, folks. We're 6 hours in. My voice is losing me, and I can't form the words. I know we got some new folks jumping in the chat right now, 6 hours in, but you got to understand, I'm 10 hours into streaming today. My head's just about toast. So we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. Team Gino Gaming, I put the blame into 3 different camps. Gino's got to have his share of blame in this game. You can't just let him off the hook and say, well, Drew Lock would have been worse. He didn't play a good game. Offensive line was not good as well. They were absolutely poor. Waldron and the offensive coordinating, horrible. All 3. If you take a pie, slice the pie up 3 different ways, give everyone their slice and make them eat it. I think they all have a bit of a hand in this game, and we've got to look at all of them and say there's a bit of blame to pass all along the pathway on this one. But it's got to improve, especially if this team's looking to get to a contending status this year. Jason Schumacher, without a run game, play action is pointless, and Gino can carry the load by himself without a lot better protection up front. Can't carry the load without better protection. Well said, Jason. Run game's got to get better. More use of play action. I will say that, though, too, Jason. I mean, you got midway through the second quarter in this game with only one play action attempt. They even showed it on the telecast where they showed Gino 1 of 1 for 18 yards on play action, and they showed Lamar, and he was like 4 of 6 or something. You know, why did we wait till deep into the second quarter to run our second play action play? You know, they actually tell you when it comes to play action and getting defenses to buy on it, you don't even need to run the ball well for play action to work, according to some of the advanced analytic numbers that are out there. But they definitely went away from it, and oddly so. I want to thank everybody here in the chat today for hanging on in with us. We had a ton of folks in the chat today. I want to thank the chat as well for being very as calm and cool and collected as we can be coming off the heels of a tough loss like this. Everybody's a little bit upset. Everybody's a little bit in turmoil. There's a wide variance of opinion, and everybody's certain at whatever opinion they have that they know the answer. We're all in that boat a little bit. I want to thank you guys, though, for keeping everything respectful. Even when we could have that disagreement, everybody was able to keep the gloves up, as I like to see. And I love that about my chat. I love that about my community. That's one reason I go as long as I go today, is because that keeps up throughout the course of this whole entire show. And you guys are wonderful, wonderful for that. I want to thank as well all the folks that donated to the chat today. There's been an innumerable number of you between the live stream play-by-play and here in this post-game discussion. Thank you to all of you for bringing that support to the channel, as you do every day, every show, without fail. You guys are always there in that respect. I could never ask for more. And from the bottom of my heart, I really thank you guys, as we are just having a tremendous year on growth. Our Hawks are having a bit of an up and down season, but we're having nothing but an up season here at the Hawks Nest. Thanks to you guys, all the new subscribers and whatnot. If you guys could do me a favor on your way out the door today, hit that like button for me. Helps me show up on those algorithms. I also want to thank right now the sponsor of this show, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring me throughout the course of this year. You can get matched up to $500 on your first deposit right now when you use my code. Click the description down the link section. But they have a ongoing special going on right now for the foreseeable future, quite frankly, where you are going to be able to match up to your first deposit up to $500. So all you got to do is click my link or use my code, NEST, that's NEST, and they will match you up to $500 on your first deposit on me, and you support the channel at the same time. That's what we call a win-win-win-win. So thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year, as they have. Thank you to guys for all of your support. Tough loss today, my fellow Seahawks faithful, but I'm glad to hear that we still got folks that have the faith, that understand that the story is not fully written of your 2023 Seahawks. We are halfway through the year, but we are only halfway through the year. Does the schedule get tougher? Yeah, it's going to get tougher. But our story is not set. Let's see where this goes. Let's see where the ups and downs take us. Let's see how this all plays out. And then we'll make some ultimate determinations at the end of the season about where we're needing to go, what we're needing to do, what's the right answer, what is not the answer. And I think it'll all be very clear as we get to the end of the season, whereas right now it is, just in my opinion, a little bit muddled, a little bit uncertain on to where exactly we got to do what to get the fixings done right. See how it goes next week, as we hope to turn this around against Washington at home. I'll be doing a show this next Tuesday, 2 shows this Tuesday. We got Behind Enemy Lines with a Washington insider. We'll be doing the B&B show wrap up as well on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we're going to be doing 2 shows, I think, on Wednesday as well, as I'll be doing the B&B show looking at prospects. This is a good time to be doing this. We'll be looking at prospects in this upcoming draft as we're doing our updated show on that. Wednesday, I got my regular show on that night. Thursday, we got the members only stream, and Thursday, then we got the B&B show. So 6 shows to come in plan, in theory, here for this upcoming week. So hopefully you're ready for a lot of Brandon this upcoming week. I appreciate you guys for watching. I love you guys so very much. And I thank you guys for the great discussion, keeping me laughing, making this an easier loss to get over, as you guys always do when we do. We don't usually suffer this bad a loss, but even when we lost, you're always there to brighten my mood and lift my spirits. Thank you guys for that. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Love you guys. And I hope you guys, even after a loss like this, don't forget. I hope you remember. I know some of you are forgetting. Some are jumping off the bandwagon. Stay on the bandwagon. As you're jumping off, I'm grabbing you in midair, catching you, and pulling you back onto the bandwagon. Not yet. Not yet. Stay with me, my fellow Seahawks brothers and sisters. Ride with me yet still. Ride with me until those wheels fall off. And please do not ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.